Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes the friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police. But a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
As our story opens, our hero, Dan Garrett, is visiting his friend and secret advisor, Dr. Franz, who operates a little apothecary shop in one of the great city's side streets. He is restlessly pacing the floor in Dr. Franz's living room.
Look, Doc, why does there have to be so much red tape in police work?
Well, Danny, every organization has to have rules and regulations. That makes for efficiency.
Yes, but the criminals and the crooks we're set to catch aren't bound up in rules and regulations. You know, I like police work, but I also crave action.
You seem to get plenty of it as the Blue Beetle. I worry about you, Tate. These crooks and gangsters are vicious, cold-blooded killers. They'd have no mercy on you if they caught you.
I can take care of myself. Besides, that suit of blue chain armor you made me and that mask are a great protection.
I hope they never catch you without it, or ever discover who the Blue Beetle really is. I'm afraid it would mean the end of Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Well, after all, Doc, you're the only one who knows. Even Manigan is always saying what he'd do if he caught the Blue Beetle.
He's the officer on the beat next to yours, isn't he?
Yes, he was my father's pal.
I see.
He got me on the police force after my father was killed by a gangster's bullet.
And doesn't he suspect at all?
No, he doesn't. He's a good cop, but he's not very heavy above the ears.
What's that newsboy crying?
Something about a movie star committing suicide. Wait, I'll go get a paper. Boy. Here you are, boy. Give me one of those extras. Yes, sir. Keep thank you. Hey, look at this, Doc. Sandra Beaumont, the movie actress, committed suicide last night. The paper said she left a note on a dressing table which said, "Dope has become my master. No longer can I live without it. This is the end. Let my fate be a warning to all." What do you think of that, Doc?
I think it's tragic, Danny.
So do I. I'm going to do something about that dope racket right now.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to ask the commissioner to put me on special assignment to try and uncover the leaders of that dope ring in this city.
You'd better be careful, Dan. They'll stop at nothing.
Well, if I can't uncover them as Patrolman Dan Garrett, I'll get them as the Blue Beetle.
As our next scene opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, Mike Manigan, and Charlie Storm, ace reporter of the York City Sun, are standing on the corner watching a hotel suspected of being the dope ring's headquarters.
That's the place, all right. Somebody tipped off my paper. Why don't we go in and raid the place?
What, just the two of us?
Sure.
Don't be silly. We've got no evidence. The commissioner wants evidence. That's our job. To watch everybody that goes in and comes out of that place.
Me? I like action.
So do I. Hey, look.
Where?
That shabbily dressed man there. He just came out of that side entrance and gave a cigarette to that kid standing there.
So what?
Looks like the kid gave him some money for it.
He's a dope peddler. He's selling dope cigarettes, marijuana.
Marijuana? Boy, here's where I make a pinch.
Hey, you there, I want to talk to you. Come and get me, copper.
Oh, yeah? You gotta travel fast to get away from me, brother.
Go get him, Danny. I'll signal Clancy on the next beat. He'll head him off at the intersection. Look, Danny's diving for him. He's got him. Boy, that was a flying tackle. Sure what? Hey, look, that car there. There's a machine gun. Look out, Danny! I'm going to take a shot with my revolver as they pass. Yeah. Look down behind those ash cans, Charlie. I'm already shot. Missed them, but got it. Did you get the license number of that car as she passed? Yep. CB83725. It's probably a stolen car. Hey, what about Dan and the dope peddler? Those murderers get him? Looks like it. They're both stretched out in the street. You phone for the ambulance while I have a look. Okay. I'll phone my paper at the same time. Boy, what a story. Come on now, come on here. Break it up. Break it up there. Give them air. Hey, let's have a look at him. Oh, they sure got this guy. He looks like a sieve. Sure, and he'll never sell no more dope cigarettes to kids. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Look at the blood, will you?
Yeah, look at
This guy here looks like he's dead, too.
Danny, it's Mannigan. How are you doing, Danny?
What happened? Where's the dope peddler?
He's dead. You tackled him, and some trigger men in a car machine-gunned you both.
Oh, I remember now. I saw the car coming.
Are you bad hurt?
I don't know. I can't feel much. I'm numb all over.
Well, here's the ambulance. You'll get a swell ride to the hospital, Danny, and maybe a citation from the commissioner for bravery in action.
What's the verdict, Doctor? Will Patrolman Dan Garrett live?
Well, it's very doubtful, Commissioner. An operation is necessary to remove the bullet, but he's so weak from loss of blood
that's tough. He's one of my best men. Due for promotion soon.
Message for you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Pardon me, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Well, this should be interesting to you, Commissioner. Read it.
Yeah, let me see. If my blood is the right type, I would like to volunteer as a blood donor for the brave Officer Garrett. Why, this is signed by my daughter.
Precisely.
She's convalescing here from her accident.
Well, she's almost recovered, Commissioner.
Yes, but, Doctor, is she strong enough?
I think so.
Then by all means, let her do it. I'm fond as well as proud of Dan Garrett. He's a fine boy, like his dad before him. It'll also make my daughter very happy. I have a sneaking suspicion she likes young Garrett.
The commissioner daughter's Mary's blood proved to be the right type, and the transfusion was performed. Later, Danny was operated upon and a machine gun bullet removed from his abdomen. For days, he hovered between life and death. Then one night, when all was quiet, a strange man slipped by the nurse and stood beside Dan's bed.
Dan Garrett.
Who is it? Who's calling Dan Garrett?
It is I, Dr. Franz, your friend. I've got something for you.
Hello, Doc.
Now, listen, Danny. I want you to take this capsule. It's my secret 2X formula. It will bring you a speedy recovery.
Sure?
I'm positive. My formula will save your life, restore you to health in 24 hours. It will also give you greater vitality, keener eyesight, almost superhuman mentality, and it will give you abnormal strength. You will be a tough hombre when you get out of here.
Give it to me. I've got to get out of here. There's important work to be done, and I've got to do it.
The next morning, to the surprise of everyone, Dan Garrett was completely recovered. From Mike Mannigan and Mary Donnelly, the commissioner's daughter, who came to visit him, he learned that the commissioner had ordered extensive raids on all opium dens in the city. At one place, they told him, the police had been blown to bits by dynamite planted by the dope ring before they fled. Dan insisted on being released from the hospital and restored to duty. By mid-afternoon, he's back on his beat, fully recovered to health and strength by Dr. Franz's magic formula. That night, he visits the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Danny. Well, my 2X formula worked, didn't it?
It sure did. Hey, have a look at this.
A bullet, huh?
Yeah, that came out of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's have a look at it under the microscope. Wait till I close up shop. Pull down the shades, will you, while I lock the door?
All right.
There. Now we'll just give this bullet the once-over under the microscope. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
What is it, Doc? Have you got something?
I think so. This bullet was fired from a show.
A show? What's that?
Why, That's what the soldiers in the last World War called a certain type of French machine gun, because they couldn't pronounce the real name.
Boy, that ought to be easy to trace. There can't be many of those in this town. Got any ideas?
Well, there's a French novelist by the name of Philip Radin who collects interesting firearms as a hobby. He might know something about this gun.
Out into the night went Dan Garrett on the trail of the murder gun. But a changed Dan Garrett. No longer is he in the blue uniform of the city's finest. He wears blue, but it's the blue chain armor of the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle! Drop that gun, Raiden. I've got you covered. It's no use, Raiden. Your bullet can't pierce this chain armor I'm wearing. I'm sorry to be so rough, Raiden, but I wanted that gun of yours. Now pick yourself up. That's better. I see you recognize my little calling card. The sound of my magic ray machine and the little beetle always signifies the presence of the Blue Beetle.
You frightened me, monsieur. I fired from nervousness. I had no desire to injure the Blue Beetle.
I see.
Oui, monsieur. What is it you desire?
I understand you have an interesting collection of firearms.
You make the hobby of collecting unusual firearms, monsieur?
Do you own a show automatic machine gun?
Oui, monsieur.
You have the only one in the city, I believe.
Oh, perhaps, monsieur. I do not know.
I'd like to see it.
Certainly, monsieur. Right this way.
And no funny business.
Monsieur, I am not in the mood for what you call these funny business.
Good.
Now, here you are, monsieur. This is the gun cabinet. The Shosho, she is... Monsieur, she is gone.
Gone?
Oui, monsieur. Always she is here in this place.
Come on, Raiden. Your pretended surprise sounds phony to me.
I
Cut it
said
out,
to you that-
Frenchy. Maybe you're on the level, then again, maybe you're not. I'll just dust this door for fingerprints and take a photograph. Now, you stand over there and don't make any false moves. Now, let me see. A little here. Some more here. Several fingerprints. Some of them yours, of course. Bring that floor lamp over here while I photograph it. Now, hold it steady. That's right. Now. That's got it.
Oh, you find something?
Maybe yes and maybe no. Now, you get this straight, Raiden. If you want to finish that novel or whatever you were typing when I came in, just forget you ever saw the Blue Beetle.
Oh, I assure you, monsieur, I have no wish to
Good.
be...
If you're on the level, you're safe. If you're not, well, the next time you meet the Blue Beetle, it'll be just too bad.
Whom will the Blue Beetle call upon next? Whose fingerprints were on the doors of the gun case? Is Radon, the French novelist, a member of the dope ring? Let's look in on police headquarters. The time is close to midnight. Manigan is holding down the desk while the sergeant is out for a bite to eat.
Oh, sure, and I wish the sergeant would get back. I'd like me little trundle bed and some shut-eye. Oh.
Take it easy, Manigan. You won't get hurt. You always wanted to meet the Blue Beetle. Well, here he is. It's no use to struggle. The Blue Beetle is stronger than you are. I'll just stuff this handkerchief in your mouth and then tie you up. And I'll carry you into the room where you keep the fingerprint files. There you are. Now, over my shoulder you go, up the daisy. Here we are. Now, just lie there like a good little boy. I want to examine these files. Let me see. Type 27B, 28B, 29, 30, 31B. Yes, that looks like it. Fingerprints of Joe Bugs McGotti, and here's his photograph. Yes, Mr. Bugs McGotti, those are your fingerprints, all right. You're the guy that stole that murder gun. Well, Mr. Bugs McGarty, you're going to get nipped by the Blue Beetle and nipped hard.
Reach for the ceiling, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Ah, the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do.
I have no intention of moving unless it's to step within the aura of such a charming person as yourself, Miss Donnelly.
What are you doing here? And why have you gagged and tied up Officer Manigan there?
I'm here to obtain evidence against the opium gang your father is trying to round up. I tied up Officer Manigan there to prevent his interfering.
Why didn't you enlist his aid? After all, he's working on this case.
The Blue Beetle works alone.
But how do I know you're working for rather than against my father?
Well, if my charming captor will lower that toy revolver, which she's holding in an none too steady hand, the Blue Beetle will tell her something to gladden her father's heart.
Very well. But don't try any tricks.
Not a trick, my dear young lady. Now listen. I promise you that before daylight, your father will have the opium gang under lock and key, together with enough evidence to convict them.
How do I know you'll keep your promise?
Let this seal my promise.
Oh,
Good night, my sweet. I'd like to linger after that kiss, but the Blue Beetle has a duty to perform.
take me with you, Blue Beetle. Let me stand by your side when you... He's gone. Maybe to die alone. No, I can't let him. I must help him. I must.
Like a bloodhound on the trail once he gets the scent, the Blue Beetle sped on his mission. And like the bloodhound, he'll never let up till he runs his quarry to earth. But close on his heels goes the commissioner's daughter, determined to have a part in the roundup of the nefarious gang of dope peddlers. Little did she know that close behind, as she hurried down the darkened street, a car was slowly following her.
There she goes. That's the commissioner's girl.
Let's nab her now. Wait till she passes that street light. Now, out you go. Make it snappy and keep it quiet.
Okay, boss.
Excuse me, lady.
What? Who are you?
Grab her. Come on.
Oh, let me go.
I got her. Come on. Okay, here's the car. I'll stick this gag in her mouth. There. Now open the door. We got it, boss.
Right, shove it in. The commissioner will pay big dough to get his darling daughter back alive.
Where is the Blue Beetle? Will the Blue Beetle be able to rescue the beautiful daughter of the police commissioner? Will he locate the hideout of the dope ring? Will he be able to collect enough evidence to convict them? Through the silent night, down by the waterfront, two powerful cars are speeding along. The first car is full of men, hard-looking men, desperate men, killers all. But who is this lone occupant of the second car? Ah, yes, it is the Blue Beetle.
That looks like the car that passed me the day I was machine gunned. I'll just follow her. It may lead me to the dope peddler's hangout. They suspect me. They've got a machine gun pointing out of the rear. There it goes. I better give them a ruffle with my synchronized machine gun before they shoot away my windshield. That super shatterproof glass is good, but I don't know how good. All right, you rats. How do you like this? I must have got that driver. Their car's zigzagging. Oh, now they're speeding up. Well, here we go again. They're slowing down. They're turning into that warehouse. That's my gang, all right. Just the spot I was headed for. Now, Mr. Bugs McGarty, for the final showdown. Closing the iron doors of the warehouse. I'll soon blast them open those special bombs Dr. Franz made for me. All right, you mugs, don't close that door. I'll blow you all to kingdom come.
That's a beetle. What's he got in his hand?
That's a bomb.
Go on. Drill him.
Go ahead, Joe McGarty. Go ahead and shoot. I recognize you. Your bullets can't hurt the Blue Beetle. What did I tell you? Now it's my turn. Here goes your door. And I'm coming right in and mop up. Here I come. You better drop your guns or I'll let you have another bomb.
Yeah, there. This here's boss.
Put her in front of us. Relax as a shield. Okay, white guy, Blue Beetle. Toss your little bomb and blow the police commissioner's daughter to kingdom come along with us.
They've got Mary Donnelly. Stop bluffing, McGarty. You can't fool me. She's not the commissioner's daughter. She's one of your mob, and she goes with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to drop your gun. 1, 2.
Okay, Blue Beetle. You win.
Now release the commissioner's daughter. And get those hands up.
He's double-crossed us.
That's more like it. Now, Miss Donnelly, here's some handcuffs. Slip them on those gangsters and bring me their guns.
All right.
That's better. Now, Miss Donnelly, you keep those men covered while I have a look around. That's a nice collection of dope you've got in these cans here. Here comes the law. Wait until the DA gets through with you. There'll be a few less criminals in this world.
Blue Beetle, you saved my life. These men were holding me for ransom. My father will reward you handsomely.
The Blue Beetle seeks no reward, Miss Donnelly. He seeks only justice. Justice for the underdog and safety for the citizens of this great city. Now, you take this gun and keep those mugs covered. The police will be here any minute. I have no desire to meet them.
But who are you? Please tell me.
I can only tell you this. I'm the man who kissed you twice in one night.
Oh.
My respects to your father, Miss Donnelly. Tell him the Blue Beetle will always be at his service and running down criminals of all kinds.
Away in his fast motor car sped the Blue Beetle, leaving the commissioner's daughter on guard over Bugs McGarty and his band of criminals. But close behind him speeds another car, a police car. Will the Blue Beetle be overtaken and unmasked? Ahead, a stoplight is changing from green to red. Will the Blue Beetle defy the traffic regulations to avoid discovery, or will he obey the rules of safe driving?
Mr. Blue Beetle himself. I've been following you for a mile. I thought I'd catch you at this stoplight. Come on, me bucko. I'll ride the running board back to the police station. And no funny business or I'll blow your brains out.
So it's you again, Officer Manigan. I'd love to take you for a ride.
No, none of that. It's me that's taking you for a ride. I saw you drive out of that warehouse back there, so you were in with those dope peddlers.
That's nice figuring, Officer Manigan.
It'll be Detective Manigan after I turn you in. Now get going, Mr. Blue Beetle.
It's too bad, Manigan. We have to take such a lonely, winding road along the waterfront.
Listen, Mr. Blue Beetle. The slightest move and you'll be Mr. Dead Beetle.
Oh, yeah? Listen, you're interfering with my work, Patrolman Manigan. So there you go. Right off the running board into the river. Have a nice swim for yourself until you cool off. Good night, Detective Manigan.
And so the mysterious and thrilling character known as the Blue Beetle, after rounding up a gang of criminals, slips away to let the police take credit for cleaning up the dope racket. The next morning, Patrolman Dan Garrett drops in for a visit with Dr. Franz.
Well, Daddy, I see you let the police take all the credit again.
Sure. I can't let my buddies down.
According to newspaper reports, your friend Manigan got tossed into the river by some of the gangsters whom he had captured single-handed.
So that's his story. That ain't the way I heard it.
I bet the Blue Beetle had something to do with it.
Well, you'd win your bet. You know, when I met him this morning, he had the sniffles. And he said he caught a cold. So I asked him if he'd been in swimming without his sweater.
And didn't he get wise to the swimming gag?
Yeah, after a minute. He wanted to know how I knew he'd been in the water. I told him I heard it from one of the boys.
Hey, Doc, you heard the latest news?
Why, no. What is it?
The authorities have got wind of a plot to sabotage that new Army pursuit plane that's being tested tomorrow out of the flying field.
Sabotage? That's my speed. Maybe I can get him the detail to the flying field. So long, Doc. I gotta get over to headquarters.
Though some nation is envious of Uncle Sam's superiority in the manufacture of aircraft, what will happen at the airfield? Will the Blue Beetle be able to uncover this plot in time? Will he be able to run the criminals to earth? Those are all questions which will be answered in the next edition of the Blue Beetle. Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police. A crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle.
As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Sabotage and Liquidation. Will the Blue Beetle prove smart enough to checkmate the clever and ruthless band of international saboteurs who are planning to sabotage Uncle Sam's new fighting planes? As our story opens today, Dan Garrett, who is also the mysterious Blue Beetle, is discovered entering the little apothecary shop run by his friend, Dr. Franz. He seems to be in a hurry.
Doc! Doc Franz, are you alone?
Hello, Dan. Why, what's the rush? Yes, I'm alone.
Good. Will you do me a favor and look over my Blue Beetle armor and see if it's okay?
Why, certainly, my boy.
You might give that mysterious ray machine you invented for me the once-over.
Is the Blue Beetle going to do a little nipping again?
Well, I don't know yet. But I'm assigned to the flying field police detail, and you never can tell what'll turn up.
Well, I'll have everything ready for you whenever you get back.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
And have you noticed, Danny, me boy, that the chief gives us the best special assignments?
You're right, Mannigan.
You know why?
Maybe he likes the way we wear the uniforms.
No, that ain't it. The commissioner likes you, Danny, and he's given the chief orders to give me and you the good assignments, so you'll have the advantage of my superior wisdom and experience in handling ticklish situations.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure. Like, for instance, this one today, out here at the flying field. They're testing out one of the new fighting planes for the United States Army.
Yes, I know. They say it'll outfly and outfight any flying ship in the world.
Well, now, suppose some of them foreign agents, or maybe the Blue Beetle was to
Sabotage.
Yeah, that's it. Suppose they was to do that, and that plane up there was disabled and crashed. Well, it would be up to us to make an investigation on the spot and keep the crowd back and look for clues and
Interrogate Mannigan.
Yes, interrogate witnesses and mechanics and people.
And what about it?
Well, I, being more experienced than you, I know how to take charge and...
Well, it looks like you'll have the chance to do your stuff, Mannigan. That plane is in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, look, his motor's tearing loose. His wings, they're breaking in two. He's trying to do a fallen leap. He'll never make it.
Hey, where are you going, Dan? That plane is going to crash. I'm going to save that pilot if I can.
Hey, wait, you can't do nothing. He'll be killed instantly. He's got a pancake. Look out. Everybody stand back, stand back. Hey, wait for me, Daddy. You'll be burned to a cinder if that plane catches fire.
I'll have to take that chance. You stay and hold that crowd back, Mannigan. This looks like sabotage. You pilots, can you hear me?
Oh, it's a lot, all right.
Come on, buddy. Put your arm around my neck. I'll lift you out here before we fry. That's the boy. Hold tight. Out you go. Now to get you away from this fiery furnace. Here comes the crash ambulance. They'll fix you up. You'll be okay over here. I'll just lay you here on the ground and go help Mannigan with the crowd. As soon as that wreckage cools off, I'll come back and examine it for evidence.
Several hours later, the heroic police officer, Dan Garrett, came back and examined the wreckage of the plane. His investigation brought to light several peculiar facts. That evening, he called upon his friend and confidant, Doc Franz, the chemist, who had a little apothecary shop in one of the city's side streets.
Look at these bolts, Doc. I got them from the wreckage of that new pursuit plane.
They've been tampered with, all right.
Sawn halfway through.
Let's put them under the microscope.
What? What do you find, Doc?
Very interesting. Very interesting.
What is it, Doc?
They've been sawed halfway through with a Mayer hacksaw.
A Mayer hacksaw?
Yes. The invention of a man named Mayer. They're made of a special type of steel and saw teeth set differently from ordinary hacksaws. Therefore, they have a very distinctive mark on everything they cut. Also, the blade of the saw is so thin that it is sometimes difficult to locate the cut they make. They're usually called hat Mayers for short. Only one airplane company in this country uses them so far.
That's so who?
Why, the Darrell Airplane Company.
Then this must be an inside job.
Yes, Danny, yes. It looks like it. They had the contract to make several experimental planes of different types. This pursuit plane was one, and a super bomber, which is to be tested tomorrow, is another.
Okay, Doc, and thanks. I've got to change into my other costume. This is a job for the Blue Beetle.
You take some terrible risks, Danny. I worry about you.
Don't worry about me, Doc. That secret 2X formula you gave me at the hospital certainly pet me up.
Oh, that was nothing, Danny boy, nothing.
That impenetrable blue steel chain armor you made for me has saved my life many times.
Yes, but someday something may go wrong and you'll be killed. Why don't you give up this Blue Beetle character and stick to regular police work? If you're popular with the commissioner, someday you might be chief of police.
Doc, I've dedicated my life to helping the underdog and tracking down criminals and bringing them to justice. And no matter how great or how powerful they may be, I've got to do it in my own way. I must work alone. And you're the only one who knows who the Blue Beetle really is.
I value your confidence, my boy. You're doing a grand job.
Thank you, Doc. I better get going. I've got a lot of work ahead of me tonight. How do I look?
Very mysterious and very terrifying. How does the magic ray work?
Swell, let's... How's that?
Hair-raising to a guilty conscience, I've heard.
Yeah. You know, that sound and the little blue beetles I drop in front of those I wish to impress. Certainly knocks the ground out from under their feet.
Have you got your flashlight with the Blue Beetle on the lens?
Yes, right here, see?
That throws a powerful beam.
I'll need it tonight.
Whom are you visiting tonight?
I'm visiting the experimental construction department of the Darrell Airplane Company. I want to look over that super bomber. I want to make sure it doesn't crash tomorrow.
Be careful, Danny. Be careful.
Don't worry, Doc. I will. But I think the Blue Beetle will do a little nipping before this night's over.
Beneath the wings of the giant bomber in the experimental construction department of the Darrell Airplane Company, a shadowy, sinister figure moves, guided only by the light of a small pocket flash. Slowly he climbs the scaffolding directly under one of the powerful motors. In each hand he holds a hacksaw. In a holster at his waist protrudes the butt of a .45 Colt revolver. Silently he mounts to his goal.
That pursuit job was a cinch today. Tomorrow this bomber will crash. This sure is an easy way to make... The Blue Beetle! Oh, yeah? We'll take that, Mr. Blue Beetle! Got him. The Blue Beetle's not so invulnerable after all. Lucky I was healed or he'd have got me. I better beat it until Captain X-13 somebody's wise to us. Let the other workmen find the Blue Beetle's body here in the morning.
Out into the night ran the treacherous workman, the saboteur who had caused the wreck of one of the newest planes intended for Uncle Sam. In a fast motor car, he speeds away to report to the mysterious X-13 the discovery of their secret. As he reaches his destination, he comes to a stop before an iron gate. A silent figure slips forward and bars his way.
That you, Slug?
That's right.
This is Butch. Let me through. I gotta see Captain X-13. It's important news.
It better be good news. You know the captain.
He'll get a kick out of the news I got for him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I plugged the Blue Beetle
The Blue Beetle? Where?
at the ship. He caught me at work, and I let him have it.
Gee, that'll make the captain happy. Well, good luck.
Butch.
The Blue Beetle.
Drop that gun, Butch. You're better with a hackmayer than you are with a Colt.
I just sworn I got you.
You fired at that flashlight, but I wasn't behind it.
Well, you won't get away with it a second time. I'm gonna...
Let that be a lesson to you, Butch. Never lead with your right. There's dynamite in my left. Now I'll just tie you up for safekeeping, and then I go to Captain X-13.
Okay, Mr. Blue Beetle. That's what you get for mixing in things that aren't any of your business. Hey, Butch, are you all right?
Oh, what hit me?
Blue Beetle here. I sneaked up and sucked him when he started to tie you up. Come on, give me a lift. We'll carry him into the house and let Captain X-13 decide what to do with him.
So that is the so very famous Blue Beetle you have there, huh?
Yes, sir. He caught me working on the bomber. I threw a couple of 45 slugs at him, but I must have missed. When I got out of the car, he jumped me. He must have been in the back seat all the time. The rat there copped him a beano when he was starting to tie me up.
Must be liquidated. My seaplane, it is in the river. Put him aboard. We take him out to headquarters ship at daybreak and execute him. Then we come back here and finish the job.
All right, bring the thing in here.
You better let me go. My father will make it hot for you.
Who is this woman?
Jane Darrell, Chief. I caught her snooping outside.
Oh, so you are the daughter of Sidney Darrell of the aircraft factory?
Yes, and you better not harm me. You'll get the whole United States government after you if you don't let me go.
I am not a fool, young lady. To release you would be suicide for me. I choose not to die until my work is done. You will stay here.
I won't stay here. I'll yell and scream till everybody can...
Take her away. Find and gag her and put her with the other one.
What are you going to do with me?
Take you for the ride in my seaplane out to the headquarters ship. In the morning, you will play the feminine lead opposite his Blue Beetle in a double liquidation.
At daybreak, Captain X-13 and his crew of nefarious saboteurs and conspirators, with their two prisoners bound and gagged, take off down the river in their seaplane and head toward the sea. When the Blue Beetle regained consciousness, he managed to sever his bonds with his magic ray machine. Discovering Darrell's daughter beside him in the dark baggage compartment of the plane, he quickly removed her gag and bonds.
Who are you?
I'm Jane Darrell.
Jane Darrell. What are you doing here?
They caught me investigating their hideout, and they're going to liquidate me.
That's what they think.
Who are you?
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle?
That's right.
Well, then you're to be my leading man.
I don't understand you.
The captain said I was to be the leading lady in a double liquidation.
Oh. Well, there's going to be a liquidation, but you and I won't play the leading parts. At least we won't be the liquidees.
What are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is going to use his nippers on a certain Captain X-13 and his gang of saboteurs.
I'll help you.
No, you stay here. Maybe some shooting, and I don't want old man Darrell's daughter hurt.
I don't mind shooting, but I'm scared of the dark. Don't leave me here.
You'll do as I say, or I'll have to tie you up again. And I'd hate to do that. I'm going forward now. The Blue Beetle has a little job.
Where's the Captain X-13?
In the control cabin.
There's the headquarters ship, down there now.
I never been on her. They say she's one of the fastest things afloat.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be aboard her in 10 minutes.
And that'll be the end of the Blue Beetle.
And Darrow's daughter. Blue Beetle! Let me at him! Cock him on the beam! Out of the way while I drill him.
You're a man for punishment, Butch. Take that.
Tackle his legs! All right!
Never hit a man's knee with your jaw slug. Well, that takes care of you two, and it's for you, Rat, or whatever your name is. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. Here's a little jiu-jitsu. And a little rap on the head with Butch's gun to keep you quiet. What a bunch of sissies. Or else Doc's formula's giving me a super wallop.
Mr. Blue Beetle, you will please to drop the gun.
Captain X-13, I presume. Well, go ahead and shoot. Your bullets can't hurt the Blue Beetle.
We shall see.
Oh.
We shall see.
You're satisfied, Captain? Now drop that gun or I'll drill you where you stand. That's more like it. I get back to those controls and keep this plane in the air.
The automatic pilot is dead. He will direct the plane. You and me, we talk business, huh? You are a very brave and clever man. I can make you rich.
Get this straight, you cold-blooded fiend. Nobody can buy the Blue Beetle. Now you get back there
Can
and...
I be of any assistance, Mr. Blue Beetle?
No, Miss Darrell. This is the man's job.
Oh,
On second thought, you can take this gun, keep this mug covered while I tie him to this seat here.
gladly. Do you mind if I pull the trigger just a little bit?
Oh, no, don't do that. I have the wife and 2 children in Valdonia. They have nobody but me.
No,
to
you
get-
can't take it, Captain. You're afraid of a woman with a gun. I ought to let you pull that trigger just a little bit. But we'll have to save that job for Uncle Sam.
You are a very foolish young man. I could make you
Save
rich.
your breath, Captain. Your career as a saboteur and foreign agent is over.
You got him tied tight enough?
Sure. He's a sailor nuts I learned in the Navy. He won't get out of those. I just stick this handkerchief in his mouth to keep him quiet. There.
What about the others?
They'll be out for a long time, but I'll keep my eye on them from time to time.
Look.
Where?
Look down there. That big yacht anchored offshore.
She looks peaceful enough.
Don't forget the double execution planned on board for us.
That's right.
But look, the plane's spiraling down.
The automatic pilot must be directing this plane to that ship. Can you pilot a plane?
Certainly, I've got a pilot's license. My father makes them, and I fly
And
them.
take over the controls. Come on, snap to it before we get too low.
All right. What shall I do?
Zoom her up to 2,000 feet.
Right.
Level her off a bit. Steady now.
How's that?
That's swell.
What are you going to do now?
Put you ashore and turn those spies over to the police, and then come back.
No, you don't. Not without me. I'm in this with you to the finish. My father's honor is at stake.
The Blue Beetle works alone.
Not this time he doesn't.
This is dangerous business.
So what? I love danger.
You could be helpful.
Well, come on, tell me. What's your plan?
Well, now, let me see. They expected the captain to land her down alongside, but when we zoomed up, they got suspicious.
Look, what's that group of men on the forward deck doing?
Well, it looks like... Yes, they are.
What?
They're uncovering an anti-aircraft gun. Come on, turn the plane around. We're going ashore.
Look at this small small boat being launched.
They're probably sending some men ashore. We must prevent that.
How? There's no time to put me ashore now.
That's right. Here's my plan. We'll just have to take a chance. We'll zoom down as if we're going to set her down alongside. That'll quiet their suspicions.
Yes, go on.
Then when we get to level with the deck off to one side, you straighten her out and I'll machine gun the small boat.
But won't some of the others shoot back?
I don't think so. They'll be too surprised.
Well, let's go then.
Hold her steady now.
Okay.
That's it. That's got him. I'll swing across the bow of the yacht. I've got an idea.
What is it?
I'm going to try to disable it.
Here we go again.
Ah, that did it. I raked the pilot house with machine gun bullets. I'll zoom her up.
It's shooting at us.
Yes, that was close. Are you all right?
Sure, are you?
Yes, they can't get me. Zoom her up out of range.
All right. Look, that ship's moving ahead. It's tugging at her anchor chain.
I wonder why they don't weigh anchor.
It's picking up speed.
As she's dragging their anchor.
They're heading right for those rocks offshore.
Something has gone haywire. She's running full speed ahead right toward those rocks.
Well, shall we stick around?
No, we've got to get word to the Coast Guard. We'll head it off up the coast and turn those mugs back there in the cabin over to the police.
Look down below.
Why, that ship is out of control, or else they're going to deliberately wreck her.
And some of the men are jumping overboard.
They'll drown sure as Moses in that treacherous water. Struck those rocks at full speed. There you go, her boilers.
Maybe they had bombs on board.
That's right.
The ship's sinking.
The water's treacherous there. They'll all be drowned.
So that's what's called mass liquidation.
I'll say it is.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, but think of those poor devils who are the test pilots. They fly our experimental planes intended for the Army and for the Navy. It's horrible for them when the work of foreign agents causes them to crash.
What about that new Army bomber that makes its trial flight today?
That's right. I've got to get back and warn the authorities. The Blue Beetle still has work to do. Home, Jane, and don't spare the horsepower. What's the matter?
I don't know. He doesn't want to take gas.
The oil indicator is down.
Look below.
Something is hanging.
Maybe it's a feed pipe.
That's right. Here, put on the parachute. I've got one on, too.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take out fire insurance. If this plane catches fire, we're going to bail out.
And what about the men back there? Captain X-13 and the bunch.
It'll be just too bad for them. They'll crash and they'll burn with the plane.
Wait, I think I can land her in that little lagoon.
Better let me take over.
Yes, I guess you better.
Now, you sit back and relax. Everything is going to be all right.
Skillfully piloted by the Blue Beetle, the disabled plane comes to rest upon the quiet waters of a little lagoon. Tying up the rest of the gangsters, who were by this time regaining consciousness, and leaving Jane Darrell on guard with his automatic, the Blue Beetle went ashore to phone the authorities and then disappear. An hour later, in the apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, he is relating his experiences.
The shopkeeper where I phoned the police was scared out of his wits when I entered the shop in my Blue Beetle costume.
Well, I should think he would be. But what about the girl? You think she'll be safe on board that seaplane alone with those cutthroats?
Oh, yes. They were securely trussed up, and she was armed. Besides, I saw a Coast Guard cutter entering the lagoon as I disappeared into the rushes.
Evidently, when you shot the captain in the pilot house, as he fell, he jammed some signal for full speed ahead, which the engineers got. And before anyone could do anything, the ship piled up on the rocks.
Well, that may be for me. I left word at headquarters they could reach me here.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. Hello? Yes. Banker Ridley. The city hospital. An operation? The stock market crashes if he dies? Yes, I've got that. A suspected plot. Yes, I'll be right over. Goodbye. I've been assigned to guard duty over Banker Ridley at the city hospital. Mannigan and I. There's a plot afoot to do away with Ridley while he's on the operating table. Some racketeers want to clean up in the stock market, and his death will make that possible.
Well, go ahead, Danny, go ahead. But be careful, boy.
Don't worry, Doc. As the Blue Beetle, I have a feeling I'm invulnerable. So long, Doc.
What will happen to Dan Garrett, the Blue Beetle, on this new case? Will he be in time to save Ridley's life? Can he prevent the stock market crash? Will he be able to run down the criminals? Those are all questions that will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's Blue Beetle episode is entitled Murder for Profit. James A. Ridley of Ridley and Corcoran, wealthy investment brokers, died in City Hospital under peculiar circumstances. Was his death on the operating table murder? Will his death affect the stock market? Can Dan Garrett, rookie patrolman, who is also the Blue Beetle, solve this case and run the murderers to earth? As our story opens, Dan Garrett is visiting his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, in his little apothecary shop.
But, Danny, you say the authorities suspected an attempt would be made on Ridley's life?
Apparently. They sent Mannigan and me rushing over to City Hospital to guard Ridley as soon as they heard he was to be operated on.
But what made them suspicious?
I don't know. Unless it was because they knew his death would affect the stock market, give groups in the know a chance to clean up, to make a lot of money.
How?
Well, Ridley was an international figure in investment circles. He controlled several large corporations.
Yes, I know that.
His death will undoubtedly cause the stocks of those corporations and possibly others to drop temporarily.
Yes, but...
Doc, if some crooked professional speculators were sure Ridley would not come off that operating table alive, they could play the stock market and clean up a fortune.
But what about the other investors in the market? Wouldn't they stand to lose all they had?
Precisely. But the murderers of Ridley wouldn't care about that.
And why are you so certain it was murder?
Look, Doc, here's what happened. When Mannigan and I arrived at the hospital this morning...
Hey, Danny, it looks like something's up.
Yeah. Wait, I'll ask this guy coming along the hallway and find Dr. Bartlett. Say, you, where can we find Dr. Bartlett?
Dr. Bartlett can see no one.
We're from police headquarters. We've been sent to guard Banker Ridley.
You're too late.
Mr. Ridley's dead.
Dead?
Yes, he died on the operating table just a minute ago.
Manigan, you phone headquarters while I take a look around.
Okay, Dan, I'll do that.
I'll be in or somewhere near the operating room. I've got to find Dr. Bartlett. Oh, just a moment. Are you Dr. Bartlett?
No, I'm just an intern. Dr. Bartlett's office is 2 doors down on the right.
What's that you've got in your hand?
It's a scalpel.
A scalpel?
Yes, a very sharp knife for making incisions.
What are you doing with it?
Well, I'm not permitted to speak.
Come on, open up. I'm the law.
Well, you'll have to see Dr.
I'm
Bartlett.
seeing you right now with a bloody scalpel in your hand. Here in this room here, I want to talk to you.
But you...
In you go. Now tell me what happened in the operating room.
I assure you, it's against the ethics of...
Ethics be hanged. Talk. Did you kill Banker Ridley?
No, I tell you, I had nothing to do with it.
Then what are you doing with that scalpel?
I picked it up after the lights went on.
The lights went on. Were they off?
Yes. Just after Dr. Bartlett had made the incision in Mr. Ridley's throat and was about to operate on the diseased gland, the lights went out suddenly and a stench bomb exploded just inside the door. It blinded everybody and everything was confusion. When the lights finally went on, Mr. Ridley was breathing his last. An artery in his throat had been severed.
Where were you standing?
Across the table from Dr. Bartlett.
Then you could
Yes, but I didn't.
And what are you doing with that scalpel?
I told you, I picked it up when the lights went on.
Why?
I noticed it was bloody.
Well, wouldn't it naturally be? Hadn't it just been used to make an incision?
Not this scalpel. The one Dr. Bartlett used to make the incision had already been put back into the sterilizer.
But why should you pick up this scalpel?
Well, I thought there might be fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints? When everybody would be wearing sterile rubber gloves?
Well, I didn't stop to realize that.
Your story is pretty thin. I'm going to take you down to headquarters and let some of our...
From your story, I take it you suspect the intern of having killed Ridley during the confusion caused by the unexpected developments.
No, I don't, really. I think someone higher up is the guilty person.
Oh, surely not Dr. Bartlett. He's one of the most famous and respected surgeons in the country.
Ridley's death meant profit in millions to someone or to some group. You know the lengths to which some of our most respected citizens will sometimes go to acquire quick riches.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, money is all right when it does good. But money is evil when it causes evil.
Well, there's the first edition of the evening papers.
Listen.
Yes.
Well, it started just as we suspected. Listen to that.
Yes. Well, Danny, what are you going to do?
Patrolman Dan Garrett is off duty, but the Blue Beetle never is. I'm going into action.
Can I help you?
Yes, Doc, you can. What about that secret solution you made that dissolves steel?
You mean my Formula X4?
Yes, that's it.
I have some over here in this cabinet. Here you are. Now here's a little vial of it. But be very careful. It's powerful stuff.
Thanks, Doc.
What about your portable wireless telephone?
I've got that in my magic ray and my flashlight.
Good.
You know, Doc, if I can solve this case quickly, maybe I can save a lot of little investors from losing their life savings.
That's true, Danny. That's true.
Well, Doc, the Blue Beetle has some nipping to do tonight. So long, Doc. I'll see you when I've cleaned up this stock market racket.
Again, the Blue Beetle rides the night wind. In his speedy motor car, he sets out in search of the murderers of Banker Ridley. Will he unmask them? Can he uncover their plot to make millions by murder? Where will the Blue Beetle strike first? In a dark street at the rear of the Ridley home, a long blue motor car comes to a stop. A figure silently steps forth and approaches the high wall around Ridley's city home.
Now, here's the rear of Ridley's house. I'll have to watch my step. This wealthy neighborhood's well guarded. Here's a door in this wall. Locked, I'll bet. Just as I thought. Let me see now. Try one of these master keys. No, that one won't do. I'll try this one. That's the one. Better go easy. The hinges on this door will probably squeak. So far, so good. Better close this after me. Watchman finds this open, he'll be suspicious. Now to gain entrance to the house without arousing anyone. Hang that...
What's going on down there? Hold on, Sparrow, eat this bottle at you. Plain cat make as much noise as a garbage collector.
Here's a window. Probably wired down with a burglar alarm. Just attach these suction cups to it, and I'll cut out the glass, remove it without disturbing the frame. That's got it. I'll just remove the whole pane of glass and climb through. There. Now, for a look around with my flash. That's the kitchen. All clear here. This door must lead into the dining room. No, that's the pantry. The dining room is beyond. Where does this other door lead to? It's the hallway. The library should be up there on the right. Everything is dark. Well, this is my chance to search the place. I'll take the library first. The wall is hollow. Just the place for a wall safe. Back of the picture. See if I can move this panel. And there may be a button. Someone's coming. I'll hide behind these curtains until they go.
Who's in there? Come on or I'll shoot. Let's have a little light on the subject. Huh? Yeah. I just sworn I heard someone coming there. I was right. The picture over Father's wall safe. It's the Blue Beetle.
Drop that gun, Ridley.
Not me.
Sorry, Ridley, but I want to examine some of your father's private papers for a possible clue to his murder. He's out like a light. Well, I'll just tie you up, gag you, and then put you... Let me see. It's over there back of that couch. There. Now to open the panel. Just as I thought. A large wall safe hidden behind that panel. Now for a little Formula X4 poured on the lock. She's working, all right. Eating right through that steel. There, that does it. Jewels, stocks, and bonds. What's this? A letter. To whom it may concern. This is to inform the authorities that should my death occur due to other than natural causes, it would be advisable to investigate the affairs of my partner, Charles Cochran, and my adopted son, Samuel. Well, Mr. Ridley, the Blue Beetle will certainly investigate. I'd better take these papers and jewels along with me. They'll be safer with me than here with your adopted son, Samuel.
Off into the night sped the Blue Beetle on the trail of those responsible for the death of banker Ridley. Meanwhile, at police headquarters, Officer Manigan, playing a hunch, he has also decided to go to Cochran's office. In the still of the night, two cars are speeding toward the same destination. Each has a single occupant. One of the cars reaches its destination ahead of the other. A mysterious figure alights and disappears behind the building on the corner. Quickly, he mounts the fire escape. A minute later, a circle of light is playing on the door of a safe. In the middle of that circle of light is a large Blue Beetle.
The doctor's Formula X4 worked once before tonight. It ought to work here. Sure is powerful stuff. Now let's see what this safe contains. Stocks, bonds, and certificates. Here's a list of something. To be sold short for Samuel Ridley, Charles Cochran, and Mr. John Smythe. If and when. I wonder who this Mr. Smythe is.
You'll never know, Mr. Blue Beetle.
Officer Manigan. Isn't it late for you to be out alone?
No, none of that. I've got you covered, and I'll shoot you if you make a move. You're going to the station house with me. Maybe you can explain to the DA what you're doing in this office at that safe there.
I was looking for the lost cord.
Cut out the wisecracks and slip these bracelets on.
I'm sorry, Manigan. We both seem to be cornered. That door in back of you was blocked.
What?
What? Never take your eyes off your man until you've got him securely handcuffed, Manigan.
After taking the unconscious Manigan back to police headquarters and propping him up against the front door, the Blue Beetle sped on his way to the home of Charles Cochran. Arriving at his destination, he enters the Cochran home by means of a skeleton key. And hearing voices, he slips into an adjoining room and listens.
Here's your check, Dr. Bartlett, for $7,500. Your fee for operating on old man Ridley. The operation was successful, but the patient died.
Yeah, but what about the profit on the stock?
We'll settle that when we complete the transaction. I'm carrying your account under the name of Smythe, you know.
Yes, but what if...
Oh, are you worrying about the intern who was arrested?
Yes, frankly, I am.
Well, don't worry about him. He'll never testify in any court. I had someone bail him out, and he's here in this house now. We're sending him away tonight on a one-way ride.
What? You don't mean...
Exactly.
Oh, but you can't do that. Why, that's...
Murder? Yes, Dr. Bartlett. Murder. Just like your operation on my partner today. True, one of my men short-circuited the lights at the hospital, and another one, disguised as an orderly, dropped a stench bomb. But you, Dr. Bartlett, severed the artery in banker Ridley's throat.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. And he's going to nip a band of murderers.
Gus, Remo!
You cowboys?
Don't move, any of you. I've got men outside, and they're coming in to take you.
Pardon me, Mr. Blue Beetle. I doubt that statement. I happen to know that it is the Blue Beetle's proud boast that he works alone. Grab him, men.
Get away.
Stand away, Raymond. I'm going to shoot the Blue Beetle.
That's what you'll think, Cochran. Come here, Raymond. I'm going to give you a little ride through the air.
No, senor, it's a mistake. You know, dos Ramon.
Here, your knife, Raymond. Into his heart. Rip up the Blue Beetle.
Right, boys.
Oh, right on the toe of my boot, Gus. And now you, Raymond, up you go.
Oh, no, senor.
And across the room, and your boss is black.
Blue Beetle, get those hands up.
Young Samuel Ridley. You must be Houdini to have gotten out of those bonds, or else I've forgotten my sailor knots.
You've forgotten something else, Blue Beetle. I'll take whatever you took from my father's safe.
Certainly, Ridley. Here you are.
Good. I thought this gun would make you see reason.
Boxed you, Ridley. Now, all of you, stand over there. I'm going to release the intern you're holding prisoner, and then...
Good. Blue Beetle is out like a light. I'll tie him up and throw some water on Raymond there.
Right, boys.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not, Dr. Bartlett. I need the famous surgeon for one more little operation.
No.
Don't worry, Dr. Bartlett. It won't be murder this time.
But
I've got a better idea. You're just a little operation on the Blue Beetle's vocal cords and the muscles of his arms.
What good will that do?
He won't be able to speak or write when you get through with him. And he doesn't dare turn himself over to the police.
No, it's
But
fiendish.
necessary. Gus,
Yeah, boss.
take the Blue Beetle into the other room and put him with the intern. Then come back here.
Okay, boss. Gee, he's heavy. Maybe he's dead, boss.
He'll wish he were before I get through with him. The Blue Beetle's nipping days are over.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle? Will the arch-fiend Cochran be able to force Dr. Bartlett to maim him for life? How can the Blue Beetle get out of this spot? Not a soul knows where he is. Let's look in on Dr. Franz in his little apothecary shop.
I
I wonder how Danny's making out. I think I'll close up shop and work a while in my laboratory. Ah, there. The shades are down. Now I'll just bolt this door. That's it. And now, put out the light. There we are. Now, perhaps I can locate Danny with my new radio locator. He took his portable wireless phone with him this time, but he hasn't called me. Maybe he's in trouble. I can't seem to locate him. I'll just swing it north 2 more degrees. There. Now let's see. Ah, that's got him. The contact meter registers pretty weak, though. His vitality must be low. Now perhaps if I connected up my radio energizer to this locator, I could shoot some vitality to him through the ether. I'll just connect these 2 wires here, so, and then turn on the energizer and let him have it. Ah, there. There it goes, Danny. I hope it's reaching you and giving you renewed strength. It's all I can do for you.
Are the energizing rays sent out by Dr. Franz reaching the Blue Beetle? Has he again managed to outwit a clever and ruthless gang of murderous racketeers? How can he escape their clutches? Let's look in on the little room in the Cochrane home where the Blue Beetle was imprisoned with the intern from the city hospital.
Where am I? What's that noise? It's a midget antenna on my helmet. Dr. Franz must be trying out his new radio locator. What's happening to me? I feel as if I were being pumped full of energy. I can burst these bonds easily. Well, who's that over there on that cot? The hospital intern, of course. You. Can you hear me? Shake your head if you can. Oh, you can. Wait until I take that gag out of your mouth. There, that's better. Now I'll cut your bonds with my magic ray.
The Blue Beetle.
That's right. How do you feel?
A little weak.
You hold my hand a minute. Get some energy from me. Now do you think you could hold a gun on some men if I help you?
I could hold it alone. You certainly pepped me up. How did you do it?
That's a secret. Now, here is your chance to be a hero.
I'll do anything I can to get out of here.
Good. Have you a fountain pen?
Yes. Here it is.
Well, you hold it like this, you see, like a pistol.
This way?
That's right. That'll fool those men in the other room until we can pick up a real gun inside. Now, you follow me. We're going in and clean up those rats.
What's the matter with your eyes? They're shining like searchlights.
Due to a new invention of a friend of mine. Come on.
The Blue Beetle.
Gee, boss, look at his eyes.
This man, he is Durban.
Not to me, he isn't.
Don't shoot.
It's no use, Cochrane. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Throw down that gun. Drop it or I'll blast you all with my magic ray.
You better drop the gun, boss.
All right, Blue Beetle. You win up to this point. But how are you going to turn us over to the police? Why, you don't dare...
Here, you intern. Here's your chance to get even with the doctor and this gang who are holding you prisoner. Pick up that gun and keep these men covered until I tie them up.
Okay.
Here comes the law. I called the police on my wireless telephone. You'll all be in safe hands soon, safe for the citizens of this great city. No more will your secret machinations bring distress to honest investors. Gentlemen, the Blue Beetle's job is done. You'll soon be paying the penalty of your dishonest schemes. I'll leave you to the tender mercies of the district attorney.
In the early hours of the morning, Patrolman Dan Garrett, no longer the Blue Beetle, sat in Dr. Franz's living room.
Danny, you did a swell job. And now you'd better get some rest.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Doc.
I'll see who it is. Just a minute. I'm coming.
Is Patrolman Garrett here?
Yes. Who wants him?
The chief. Everyone's called back to duty.
Why? What's happened?
Some crooks have started a reign of terror, and they threaten to blow up the city.
There's no rest for the Blue Beetle or for Patrolman Dan Garrett. What will develop in the next chapter of Dan Garrett's life? As the Blue Beetle, will he be able to run down and apprehend the members of this dynamite ring? Can he outsmart this deadly gang of underworld characters? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. And now, here's the Blue Beetle himself to say a few words.
Folks, the moral of this story is that the confidence of our friends often gives us new strength and new courage. And also that our confidence and friendship for others often helps them. In other words, confidence and friendship among mankind is vital. And if everyone is sincere in everyday life, they will aid others or be aided by others, just as Dr. Franz sent new vigor and vitality to me in order that I might rise and fight. So my advice to young and old is to cultivate the friendship and confidence of your fellow men. And through that friendship and confidence, find new strength and courage to face the problems of each day.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Blasting the Dynamite Ring. A band of desperate underworld characters have started a reign of terrorism throughout the city. Their motive is wholesale burglary. Will they succeed in forcing the authorities to accede to their demands? Can they successfully defy the forces of law and order? Or will the Blue Beetle checkmate their efforts and bring their leader to justice. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, a rookie cop who operates as the Blue Beetle, has stopped for a little early morning chat with his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, before reporting for duty.
Well, Danny, what assignment has the commissioner given you in this new drive?
I don't know yet. I hope it's something exciting.
You'll probably get your wish. You and Mannigan always get plenty of action.
What do you suppose is back of these dynamitings, Doc? 3 this week already.
It's very strange. Fantastic, in fact. What can these racketeers hope to gain?
Blamed if I know. Looks as if they were trying to scare the authorities into meeting some exorbitant demand of theirs.
But surely the police can apprehend the ringleaders.
Believe me, if I get a chance, I'll run them to earth. If I can't do it as Dan Garrett, I'll do it as the Blue Beetle. Oh, what's that? Sounded like an explosion over on the west side. Someone's up front in your store,
I'll
Doc.
go see. Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Doc. Is Dan Garrett here?
Hello, Officer Mannigan. Yes, Danny's here. He was just
What's
about...
up, Mannigan?
Me and you have been assigned to the west side to investigate them explosions.
I thought I heard one just now.
That's right. Come on, I got the police car outside. Let's get going.
Okay. So long, Doc. Let's go, Mannigan.
Mister, that furniture factory that blew up.
Furniture factory?
Yeah. I heard somebody say it was bombed.
That's the 4th this week. Come on, Mannigan, let's see if we can help. There may still be some people in that burning building.
Right after you, my lad.
I'm going to search the cellar first.
Take it easy down there, Danny. The floors overhead may cave in any minute.
I'll have to take that chance. There's somebody down here in the cellar who's either dead or overcome by smoke. Give me a lift.
I can't get down to you, Danny. The fire's between us now.
Can you throw your coat down to me?
So let's try. Wait a minute. Here it comes. You got it?
Okay. I'm going to bring this guy up on my back. I'm using your coat as a hood.
You better wait till I can get the fireman in here with the hoses.
There's no time for that. I think I can make it alone.
I'm coming down, Danny. Wait for me.
No, Mannigan. No use both of us risking our lives. You stay there and grab me when I come up those stairs. Here I come.
Take it easy, Danny. Steady now, boy. You're almost up. Don't make it snappy. The floor's giving way. Here's behind. I got you. Look out, Danny!
He's coming around.
Yeah, he'll be all right. Look, he's opening his eyes.
I sure is a brave cop.
Yeah. Danny, are you all right?
Did I get the old man out safe?
Oh, you did that, boy.
Thanks to you.
I didn't do nothing. You done it all.
Mannigan, if you hadn't been there to give me a pull, I'd have collapsed right at the head of those stairs.
Well, now, you'll be all right after a rest and plenty of fresh air in your lungs. Here comes the ambulance for the old man you saved. Why don't you take a ride along with them? Maybe they'll give you a bed and a good meal, too, at the hospital.
Well, I think I'll take the ride. That bed and meal can wait. I want to talk to that old man when he regains consciousness. He may give me a clue to that dynamiting.
Will the old man be able to furnish a clue as to the dynamite gang? Will Danny continue his investigation as Patrolman Dan Garrett or as the Blue Beetle? Let's look in on the mayor of the city to see if we can discover what is back of these mysterious explosions.
Telegram for you, sir.
No, thanks. Now, wait a minute, George. There may be an answer.
Yes, sir.
If you don't have electricity shut off throughout the city tonight, something unpleasant will happen to you or your family. Signed, the Octopus. Say, what is this, a joke?
If it is, someone has a perverted sense of humor.
Why, this is preposterous. I never heard of anything so brazen.
What are you going to do, sir?
Get me the commissioner on the phone.
Yes, sir. Yes? Get the police commissioner on the phone. The mayor calling.
Thank you.
You'd better have a bodyguard, Your Honor.
Not for me, but for my boy. Since his mother died, he's had nobody but me to look after him.
Hello.
Hello, Commissioner? His Honor the Mayor calling. Here you are, sir.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. What's on your mind?
I want to read you a telegram I just received a moment ago. Where is it, George? Oh, thanks. Now, listen to this, Commissioner. If you don't have electricity shut off throughout the city tonight, something unpleasant will happen to you or your family. And it's signed, the Octopus.
That's bad.
Who is the Octopus?
As far as we can discover, he's a power in the underworld. Our best men have been working secretly to track him down. But so far, we've had no success.
Well, I want you to assign one of your best men to guard my son.
I'll assign Mike Manigan on the job. He's the best I have.
Good. I know him.
What about you? You should have a bodyguard.
Oh, never mind me. I can take care of myself. It's my son I'm worried about.
Well, everyone will be taken care of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner. As soon as you issued the necessary orders, I wish you'd drop over to my office. I'd like to discuss a plan of action to checkmate the Octopus and his gang.
In the meantime, Dan Garrett has talked with the old man whom he saved from the burning building. He learns that just before the explosion, the old man, who was the janitor of the factory, saw a bearded man with a limp disappearing up the stairs just outside the boiler room. Danny decides to keep an eye out for a bearded man with a limp. We next find him in the little apothecary shop of his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz.
Well, what do you make of it, Danny?
I think it's a diabolical plan of wholesale robbery, backed by terrorism and blackmail.
But I don't understand. How could any gang of thieves hope to...
As I see it, the mastermind of this gang has a well-thought-out plan. First, his unholy crew terrorizes the city by a series of explosions.
Yes?
Then they plan to suddenly plunge the city into darkness one night. And while the blackout is on, they'll systematically rob jewelry stores, banks, and fur storage plants.
What makes you think that?
The mayor got a telegram today warning him that unless he ordered the city's power supply shut off, something unpleasant will happen to him or his family.
But that's preposterous. I never heard of such unmitigated nerve.
These men are desperate characters, and their chief is a cold-blooded fiend.
What's the mayor doing about it?
He's talked with the commissioner of police. The commissioner assigned Manigan to guard the mayor's young son. He's also ordered every known gang hangout in the city raided. Every racketeer, big or small, is to be arrested, brought in for questioning.
And what are you going to do?
I'm going to put on my Blue Beetle armor. Going to take a little trip down to the municipal power plant. I have a peculiar feeling the Blue Beetle will come to grips with some of that gang tonight.
Out into the night sped the Blue Beetle in his super dynamic speedster to save the city's power plant from destruction and prevent wholesale burglary throughout the city. From another point, a fast motor car filled with dark-visaged men is speeding toward the same destination. Will they meet, or will one outspeed the other to prevent or commit a crime? As the Blue Beetle nears his destination, he sees another car pull up in front of the power plant.
That's a suspicious-looking car there. Several men are getting out. Tough-looking bunch. There's one with a beard and a limp. That's my man, all right. And there's the watchman coming up to me.
All right, boys. All right, now make it snappy. Right in here. And be sure to suck me hard and tie me up so I won't be suspected of being in on this.
Don't worry about that, Pop. We'll fix it for you.
Well, here's the dynamo room.
And here's the stock. Okay. Tie him up and put him over there in the corner.
Come on, Slit-Eye. Give me a lift with this bozo.
Okay, Gimpy, here we go.
Hey, Gypsy, what did you do with that sledgehammer?
Back of you. I'll be over to help you after we stop this.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Hey, there's the Blue Beetle. Give him a load of lead.
Put down that sledge or I'll blast you.
You and who else? I'll mow you down with this sledgehammer. Hold up, you guys, or you're liable to nick me. I can handle this smug alone.
Let me see you handle this one. Go on, empty your guns, you fools. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Now I'm coming after you, rats back there. Come on, let's beat it, Slit-Eye.
No, we gotta fight it out. You know the octopus. This Blue Beetle's only a guy in a masquerade costume. Let's get him, Gimpy. Give me that wrench. Here we go.
Give me that wrench, Slit-Eye.
Here is this Blue... right on the...
Your aim is bad, Slit-Eye. You should have ducked my left first.
But my aim ain't, Blue Beetle.
Oh, gotcha that time, Blue Beetle. Come on, Muggsy, I got him. I got the Blue Beetle.
Yeah, good work, Gimpy. That's tossing a hammer, all right. Yeah, you got him right in the eye. Boy, he certainly packs an awful wallop in that left of his.
Yeah, you sure got a lump in your jaw. Hey, what'll we do with him? He ain't dead.
Tie him up and take him out to the island after we wreck this place. The octopus will take care of the Blue Beetle.
Okay. Listen, slap some life into Slit-Eye there while I plant a bomb under that dynamo over there.
Sure. Hey, Slit-Eye, snap out of it. Come on. We're getting out of here.
No, what happened? Did the place blow up?
No, the Blue Beetle socked you.
Where is he?
Lying there. Gimpy plugged him.
Oh, good work. Where's Gimpy?
Planting a dynamite under those dynamos. Here he comes now.
Come on, let's go. I lit the fuse. It won't be long now.
Here. Give me a hand with the Blue Beetle.
Right, let's make it snappy. I don't want to be around when the dynamite goes off.
What about the watchman?
He'll have to take his chances. We ain't got room for him.
Okay, come on, let's go. I cut a short fuse.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle when the octopus gets him in his power? Will that be the end of the Blue Beetle? How can the police protect the citizens of this vast city against the depredations of this ruthless band of arch criminals? All night long, in the inky darkness caused by the disabled powerhouse, a band of hoodlums and underworld characters ravaged the city, bombing buildings, setting fires and robbing banks and jewelry stores. The police and fire departments did heroic work trying to stem the tide of terrorism. In the morning, the aroused populace stormed the doors of City Hall, demanding protection.
Where's the mayor? Why don't he do something? Yes, our homes and stores are being looted. Our factories are being dynamited, burned. What's the police doing about it, huh? Where's the commissioner? What do we pay taxes for? Look, the doors are open. Yeah, there's the mayor's secretary. Yes, well, the mayor's with us. Quiet, everybody. The mayor's going to speak.
Fellow citizens, I know you have put in a terrible night.
Quiet! Let the mayor talk.
Many of you have lost valuables. Some of you have had your shops broken into or your factories burned by the members of this band of money-mad cutthroats. Yes, you're right. Yes, my friends, you all have suffered losses. I, too, have suffered a great loss. Last night, at about 9 o'clock, my young son was kidnapped. And so when I say to you, my fellow citizens, that I shall leave no stone unturned to apprehend these malefactors, I am sure you will believe me and be patient with me and the commissioner of police.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how about bearing me in as a deputy?
Yes, me too. I was in the army. I can shoot. Thank you, my friend.
But I got 2 grandsons.
Thank you. I suppose there are some of you who would like to assist in this drive, and if there are, report to the commissioner at police headquarters. He can use every fighting man he can get. Now I must get back to my office and plan a campaign that will rid this city forever
of this criminal scum!
Throughout the city, the movement grew to join with the police in running down the dynamiters, arsonists, and robbers. Repairs were rushed on the power plant so that by nightfall the city might again be illuminated. Meanwhile, in an iron-walled room of a secret hiding place, on an island far beyond the city's outskirts, the Blue Beetle is slowly regaining consciousness.
Oh, what a head. That hammer Gimpy threw just grazed my temple. Half an inch to the right, and it had been no more Blue Beetle.
Hello, mister.
Hello, Sonny. What are you doing here?
The men brought me.
Aren't you Tom Rogers, the mayor's son?
That's right. And you're the Blue Beetle.
Yes, Tom, I'm the Blue Beetle.
Well, then I'm not scared anymore.
Why, of course you're not. We'll outwit these scoundrels yet. You and me together.
Gee,
Tom, I want you to help me.
me help the Blue Beetle? Gee.
Now, look, Tom, here's my plan. I want you to...
In an adjoining room, the octopus, mastermind of this devilish scheme to systematically drain the great city of its wealth, is conferring with his henchmen.
You have done very well so far. We already have $500,000 in cash and many jewels worth fabulous sums. In addition, we have 2 aces in the hole.
You mean the mayor's kid
And the Blue Beetle.
We can get a big price for the kid, but the Blue Beetle ain't worth nothing.
You forget, Gimpy. He wears a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor that is flexible as silk and stronger than steel.
So what?
With that armor and the magic ray, I can become the Blue Beetle.
Gee, Chief, then you become invulnerable like the Blue Beetle.
Exactly, Gimpy. But first, we must dispose of... Oh, that kid's crying again. Go in and make him shut up, Muggsy.
Okay, boss, I'll shut him up. What's eating you, kid? There's a dead man over there in that cot. Don't tell me the Blue Beetle's croaked. I'll have a look. The Blue Beetle. Wait, he ain't dead.
No. The Blue Beetle is more alive than ever.
So the kid double-crossed me. Why, I'll...
No, you won't. You white-livered skunk, because I'm going to...
He's got a Blue Beetle. Give it to him good. The Blue Beetle just knocked out Muggsy.
Oh, yeah? Come on, we'll finish him off this time.
All right, Slit Eye, come and get me.
I'll get you all right with this, you...
How do you like those potatoes, Slit Eye? You're next, Gimpy. You've got no hammer to throw this time.
Knock him good, Blue Beetle. Boy, right on the button.
Now for the octopus.
Look out, Blue Beetle. Behind you.
Stand where you are, Blue Beetle. Thought you had me, didn't you? Well, you'll never get out of here alive. This electric ray gun will burn you to a crisp in that steel armor.
Stop that, mister. You can't do that to the Blue Beetle.
Shut up, kid, or I'll blast you, too. Say your prayers, Blue Beetle, because
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh.
That was good work, Tom. We're just in time with that chair leg. Pick up that electric ray gun. We'll go after the octopus.
Right with you, Blue Beetle.
Now you stay in back of me. I don't want you to get hurt. Here we go. He's disappeared.
There he goes. Look through the window there. See him? He's running to the dock.
Yes, he's getting into an outboard motorboat. Come on, let's go.
Oh, gee. He got away from us.
Not yet, he hasn't.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take off my armor and swim after him.
Can you swim fast enough to catch him?
This is one time I'll find out. Here I go.
Gee, look at him go. Oh, boy, can that Blue Beetle swim? The octopus is shooting at him.
The Blue Beetle's still swimming after the boat. He's gaining. Boy, can he swim. He's gaining. The octopus is out of bullets. The Blue Beetle's gaining on him all the time. Boy, he's caught the boat. He's climbing in the stern of the boat. No, he's turning the boat over. There goes the octopus right into the water.
I can't swim.
Gee, the octopus can't swim. He's calling for help. Look at the Blue Beetle. She's diving under the upset boat. Now he's turning the boat over right side up. Gee, Mr. Blue Beetle is sure strong. Now he's going to rescue the octopus. Look at those strokes he takes. There, he's got the octopus. He should have let him drown. He's hauling him up into the boat. Now he's starting the motor up. He's turning around the boat, and here he comes. Boy, oh, boy. Gee, Blue Beetle, that was swell. See, what about the octopus? Is he...
No, he's not dead. He's just suffering from immersion. Suppose you tie him up while I get dressed. He's harmless now. I've got his gun.
He certainly was yellow, wasn't he, when he ran out of bullets and you ducked him?
All gangsters are yellow and they haven't got a gun. He's no exception.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Going to put on my blue armor, take you back to the city limits in that boat and phone the police.
But what about the gangsters in the house there?
They can't get off the island. We've got the only boat and it's too far to swim to the mainland.
Mr. Blue Beetle, you've done an awful lot for me, saving me from those kidnappers and everything.
Oh, that's nothing, Tom.
Well, my father will pay you a big reward.
The Blue Beetle seeks no reward, Tom. What he does for humanity.
Say, would you do me one more favor?
Certainly, if I can. What is it?
Would you give me that Blue Beetle off your helmet?
Here you are, Tom. A souvenir to remember the Blue Beetle by.
Gee, Blue Beetle, you're swell.
And so the Blue Beetle brought another gang of criminals to justice, turning them over to the police, but himself remaining hidden behind the disguise of the Blue Beetle. Later that day, after setting Tom, the mayor's son, ashore at the city dock and phoning the police where to find the octopus and his cohorts, he disappeared as the Blue Beetle to turn up later at Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop as Patrolman Dan Garrett.
You say, Dan, the octopus was about to shoot you with this electric ray gun you brought back with you?
Yes. He threatened to burn me to a crisp in my metal armor.
Oh, what a fiendish idea.
But very ingenious. I'd have been roasted alive without a clue as to the cause of my death if it hadn't have been for young Tom Rogers sneaking from behind and knocking Sled-Eye out with that chair leg.
Yes. Well, I'd better invent a non-conductive lining for your Blue Beetle armor, just in case you run into another electric ray gun.
That's a swell idea. You know, Doc, if I had the...
Just a minute, Dan. Hello?
Hello. This is Mannigan. Is Danny there?
Yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Dan.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Hello, Dan Garrett speaking.
Hey, Danny. You're wanted at police headquarters immediately. Me and you have got a swell new assignment.
Oh, yes? Where?
Out at John Doe's carnival.
Well, what's up?
Some slot machine racketeers are trying to make John Doe install some crooked slot machines.
Okay, Mannigan, I'll be right over. I've got to get going, Doc. It's a new assignment. Never a dull moment in this business.
Well, you said you craved action.
Yeah. Well, so long, Doc. I may be seeing you tonight.
What will develop from Patrolman Dan Garrett's next assignment? Will the Blue Beetle be called into action against the crooked slot machine racketeers? Can the Blue Beetle protect amusement seekers against dishonest exploitation? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. the copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine, on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled The Invisible Ghost. Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret operates as the Blue Beetle, today matches brains and brawn with a cowardly, ruthless gang of crooked slot machine racketeers. Can he spike their plans to flood the city with crooked gambling devices? Will he be able to uncover the mysterious leader who directs their activities? What is behind their endeavor to install their machines at John Doerr's carnival? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett is visiting his old friend and advisor, Dr. Franz.
Danny, I've been studying up on slot machines.
Yeah? You find out anything interesting?
Well, I'm convinced that the difference between an honest machine and a dishonest or crooked machine is very slight. In fact, I'd say the difference was purely academic.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, of course, you realize I'm referring now to nickel and dime or quarter in the slot machines, from which your return, if any, will be a handful of coins.
Yeah. That doesn't include vending machines for candy, chewing gum, cigarettes, etc.
Oh, no, of course not. I'm speaking about those machines where you put a coin in the slot, push down a lever, and pictures of fruits or birds or playing cards whirl around and stop in different combinations.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, if certain combinations come up, a certain number of coins will be returned to you. Sometimes as many as 40 may come out. That's called a jackpot.
Yeah, I know. I've seen some of the boys in the force play the machines in Charlie's cigar store.
And how often do they hit the jackpot?
I don't know. Not often, I'm sure.
Precisely. Those machines are fixed in advance to release a jackpot once every 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, yes, even every 100,000 times. In other words, if you were the only one playing the machine, you would have to put in 1,000 or more coins before you'd win the jackpot.
But a nickel apiece, that's $50.
$50 to win $2.
Ah, there must be enormous profits in those machines.
Yes, there is. Now, let's suppose the machines these racketeers are trying to install are reasonably honest. Say, 1,000 to 1, which is average.
Yeah.
In a place like John Doerr's Carnival, each machine should average 2,000 players a day. Let's say 10 machines were installed throughout the area.
Oh, that's conservative.
Yes, I know, but let's be conservative. 10 machines would get a play of 20,000 players a day, and the average amount spent on such machines is about 20 cents per person.
Well, that's 100,000 nickels at 1,000 to 1 ratio.
The machines would pay back 100 jackpots, or about $200.
Yes, but the intake would be $4,000.
Precisely. Intake $4,000, outgo $200. And crooked operators will go to any lengths to make profits like that. Just a minute, Dan. I'll see who it is.
Okay.
Hello, Doc. Is the pride of the police force here?
If you mean Patrolman Dan Garrett, he's waiting for you, Manigan.
Hello, Mike. Got the car outside?
Yep. Are you ready, Daddy?
Ready and waiting. So long, Doc. Those crooked slot machine operators are going to get a big surprise when they run up against Officer Manigan and Patrolman Dan Garrett. Come on, Manigan. Let's go.
Off on special assignment sped Dan Garrett and Officer Manigan in the police car. What is their destination? What will they find when they get there? Will it be a simple routine cleanup job, or will the Blue Beetle have to swing into action? Within 10 minutes, the police car bearing Dan Garrett and Mike Manigan is pulling up inside the gates of John Doerr's carnival.
Well, here we are at the carnival, Mike.
Yeah, where do we head first?
Now let's look around a bit.
Okay, Danny.
Knock down a Cupid down with a baseball. Change your arm, big boy. Maybe you should be with the Giants. Come on here, step right up.
I used to play baseball with the Brooklyn Sandlotters.
Why don't you try your hand at that baseball game?
I think I will. Maybe I can win a Cupid doll for my youngster.
Step right up here. Come on, step right up. That's right, there you are. 3 baseballs for a Giant.
Give me 3 of them balls. I'll show you what real pitching is.
Sure thing, Lieutenant. Here you are. 1, 2, 3. That'll be a dime. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Careful of your arm, Lieutenant Manigan. Remember, you're an old man now.
Oh, yeah? Now cut out the kidding and watch this.
Hey, better look out, fella. My pal here's cross-eyed.
Okay, brother, I'll stand over here.
Ball 1.
No, that was just practice. Now watch this one.
Ball 2. Nice going, Manigan.
Well, the sun was in my eyes. But watch this one.
Hey, I ain't no Cupid doll.
Boy, are you good, Manigan. You hit the proprietor right in the old conch. You sure know you're Cupid, though. What was that, Manigan?
Hey, look, over there. There's a crowd around that tent.
Come on, looks like trouble. That door's open.
What's happened?
A tent pole fell down inside Door's tent.
Hey, anybody hurt? Come on. Hey, come on. Get back, everybody. Get back.
Hold the crowd back, Mike, till I have a look inside, will you?
Okay, Danny. All right, get back, all of you. Make room here. Come on, make room here. Get back, all of you.
What happened, Door? Are you all right?
I guess so. A tent pole fell on me as I was sitting at my desk here.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll have Manigan call a doctor. You may be seriously injured.
No, don't call a doctor. I'll be all right in a minute.
Here, I'll get you some water from the cooler.
Oh, thanks.
What caused the pole to fall?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe one of the ropes holding it up rotted through and broke.
Or was cut. Here, drink this.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. I feel better now.
Have those crooked slot machine racketeers been working on you?
Slot machine racketeers? Oh, no, I'm sure they had nothing to do with this.
Have any of them been out to talk with you recently?
Well, yes.
When?
Last night.
Any trouble?
Well, we had a few words. They wanted me to put some of their machines in.
And you refused?
Yes.
Did they threaten you?
Oh, in a general sort of way. But you know how thugs and underworld scum, huh? They talk big, but most of them it's bluff.
Yes, I know, but sometimes...
Hello, Danny. Oh, hello, Mr. Dawes.
Oh, hello, Manigan.
What happened?
I'll tell you, going back in the police car.
Okay, Danny.
Mr. Dorr, you better have a couple of your men you can trust. Act as a bodyguard till I can get some men from the police department assigned to you. In the meantime, we're going to track down this gang of crooks and put them where they can do no more harm. Come on, Manigan. Back to headquarters.
At police headquarters, Commissioner Donnelly, upon hearing Dan's story, ordered full speed ahead in a drive to round up the crooked slot machine racketeers. Late that night, Dan Garrett is in secret conference with Dr. Franz at his little apothecary shop.
You know, I've got a hunch, Doc, that there's going to be something doing out at the carnival tonight after the crowd has gone home.
And I suppose the Blue Beetle will be buzzing around out there?
Right. And probably nipping, too.
Look out he doesn't get nipped himself.
No, not a chance. At least not permanently. Not with this Blue Beetle costume and mask. This Blue Beetle chain armor has saved my life many times. As long as I'm on the alert, nobody can overcome the Blue Beetle.
I hope you'll always be on the alert, Danny. I'd hate to lose you.
Oh, you've been a swell friend, Doc. I owe my life to you and this chain armor you made me.
I'm working on something else that will be a great help to you, I believe, in your crusade against crime.
What's that, Doc?
A fluid. that painted on your body or your suit of armor will make you practically invisible.
Hey, have you got any of it here?
Yes, but it isn't perfected yet.
What's it like?
Well, you know that every object we can see has some color to it.
Yeah.
And as long as that color is in the color spectrum, the human eye can see the object.
Yes.
But if the object is some shade outside the color spectrum, it is invisible to the human eye.
Oh, I see. And this liquid you're working on?
Outside that color band.
Then if I painted myself with this liquid, I'd be invisible.
Yes, temporarily.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got to find a fixer, something to add to the formula which will preserve the invisible qualities of the fluid longer. At present, it oxidizes too quickly and becomes visible to the human eye within a few minutes. Here's some of it here in this jar.
Say, that's very interesting. Well, if you had it perfected, I could use it on this blue...
Quiet. There's someone out in the front of the shop. You stay here, and I'll see who it is.
Hello, in there. Is anybody home?
Coming. Oh, hello, Officer Manigan. And what brings you here at this hour?
Oh, I was passing by and just thought I'd drop in. Is Danny here?
No, Danny's not here.
Well, then I think I'll wait a bit if you don't mind, Doc. Maybe he'll turn up.
Well, I hardly think you'll find Dan Garrett here tonight, Manigan.
By the way, have you seen the Blue Beetle around?
The Blue Beetle? You mean the fantastic character who's always outwitting the police?
He won't outwit them forever. Someday I'm going to catch up with that baby, and when I do...
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have...
By the way, Doc, some neighbors of yours was telling me they've seen the Blue Beetle in this neighborhood late at night.
What?
Would you be knowing anything about that?
Well, I rarely go out at night. I spend most of my time in my laboratory.
Is that it back there, that room?
Yes.
I never saw one of them things. You mind if I take a look around?
Well, I'd rather you... you see, I'm making some experiments.
I won't touch anything, Doc. I just want to look. Well, of all the...
What is it? What do you see?
So, that's a laboratory. What a place.
Yes, that's the laboratory.
Must be great to have brains like you, Doc. Well, so long, I've got to be going. Tell Danny I was in.
Yes, I will, Manigan. Good night, and keep your eyes open for the Blue Beetle. Danny, where are you?
Right beside you.
What?
Yes, when I heard Manigan outside, I quickly coated myself with your new formula. When he looked into the laboratory, I was standing right in front of him.
Well, that certainly was a great test. But the effects are beginning to wear off. I can see a slight tinge of the Blue Beetle armor shining through.
Say, Doc, I've got to be on my way. I'd like to take some of this liquid along with me and use it tonight.
All right, Danny, all right. But be careful. Remember, the effects fade away quickly.
Thanks, Doc. Say, those racketeers will get the surprise of their lives when they hear the Blue Beetle but can't see him.
You'd better hurry, Danny. It's about closing time for the carnival.
Yeah. The Blue Beetle will have to really ride the night wind tonight.
What will the Blue Beetle do over at John Doerr's carnival? Will he run head-on into a band of slot machine crooks? Can he again make himself invisible with Dr. Franz's magic formula? On through the night speeds the Blue Beetle in his fast motor car. As he nears the carnival, he parks his car in a hidden spot and approaches John Doerr's tent on foot.
So you won't sign up, eh?
No, not for any crooked schemes like yours.
Okay, it's your funeral, Doerr. Work on him, Frenchie. How about it, Doerr?
The answer is still no.
Give it to him again, Frenchie. So you won't sign, eh? Well, here's some more of the same.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Oh, there is no Blue Beetle here.
It's a trick. Doerr's got a phonograph planted someplace.
That's so. Well, here's something planted, and it wasn't a phonograph.
Oh, hey, Frenchie, what is this?
Me, I do not know. I see nothing.
Well, maybe you can see stars.
Come on, let's get out of here before I go up me nut. I can't fight ghosts.
Wait a minute. Let me help you on your way with my foot. Now get going, both of you. And if the Blue Beetle ever sees you again, I'll blast you wide open.
Come on, Frenchie. We got to tell the boss about this.
Are you all right, Doerr?
I don't know. I can't see you. Am I blind?
No, Doerr, you're not blind. Now do as I tell you. Phone police headquarters and report what just happened.
All right. I will do it.
And don't worry. The Blue Beetle's on the job. I'm going to trail those men. Maybe they'll lead me to their hangout. Now get going. The Blue Beetle's got a lot of nipping to do.
Will the Blue Beetle catch up with the thugs who are beating John Doerr? What about the invisible paint? Will it wear off before the Blue Beetle reaches his destination? What will he find when he gets there? Out of the carnival grounds dashed the Blue Beetle, just in time to see the two thugs drive off in a long sedan. Jumping into his own car, the Blue Beetle gave chase until out on the river road.
Those thugs are taking the road that leads to the old haunted house. That must be the headquarters. I'll have to take a chance. My invisible paint is wearing off. I'll force them off the road, and they'll have to stop. All right, you thugs. Hop out and make it snappy.
It's the Blue Beetle.
Oui, I can see him now.
Come on, let's get him.
Oui. This time we don't fight ghosts.
Come on, me hearties. I'll take you both at once. That's for Old Man Doerr. And that's for law and order.
Strap him up, Frenchie. Strap him up.
Kick him in the head.
Oh, no, you won't, Frenchie. That'll take care of you.
Put up your hands, Blue Beetle, or I'll drill you so help me.
Not tonight, you won't. Here's a face full of knuckles for you.
Oh.
Well, he's done for a while. Let's see. I'd better not use my invisible paint. I may need the little that's left to use later. How can I get into that house up there? I think I'll just take one of these thugs over here and...
What are the Blue Beetle's plans? Is the haunted house the headquarters of the crooked slot machine racketeers? Let's look in on this weird and mysterious-looking place.
Look through the peephole and see who that is, Snag.
Okay. It's Croker and Frenchie.
All right, raise the iron panel and admit them.
Okay. Hello, Chief. Me and Frenchie's back.
Yeah, so I see. What have you to report?
Well, Frenchie and me, we went to see Old Man Doerr like you told us, and we gave him the works. But he wouldn't sign up for the machines.
Did you tell him the Duke sent you?
Sure, boss.
Why didn't you use further persuasion?
We was just going to when suddenly there was a funny humming sound and a crackle.
Go on.
Well, from out of the air, a voice what said he was the Blue Beetle told us to lay off the old man.
Was it dark?
No, it was light enough, but we couldn't see nobody but the old man.
Go on. Then what happened?
The Blue Beetle started slapping us around.
Ah, ridiculous. You must have been drunk.
On me word, Chief. We were sober as a judge. Am I right, Frenchie?
Oui, it is as you say.
Huh? What's the matter, Frenchie? Why don't you raise your head?
Oh, my neck, she is hurt. The Blue Beetle, he hit me hard.
Yeah. Like I said, Chief, when we couldn't see no one to fight, we beat it out of there. But the Blue Beetle followed us in his car, and just down the road here, he forced us over to the side, and we had to stop. Then he rushed us, and before we could plug him, he conked us both on a bean, and we passed out. When I come to, I was in the car, and Frenchie here was driving.
And the Blue Beetle?
He had disappeared.
A likely story, Croker. Suppose you step aside. I want to talk to Frenchie.
He'll tell you the same story. Gee, boss, we got to be ready. The Blue Beetle may be here any minute.
Yeah, the Blue Beetle is here.
What do you mean?
Frenchie, take off that hat and coat.
Gee, the Blue Beetle himself, disguised as Frenchie.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he is
Stand
going
where
to...
you are, Blue Beetle. I've got you covered.
Put away that gun. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle seems fond of appearing and disappearing.
Every time he does appear, another bunch of rats are brought to justice.
I'm happy at last to have met the Blue Beetle face to face. But I regret that the meeting must be so brief. I have seen you. I wish to see you no more, so... Here, down you go, Blue Beetle, through the trapdoor into my subterranean sewer. You like to chase rats, as you call them? Well, you can get your stomach full of them down there. Maybe they'll turn the tables and chase you, Mr. Blue Beetle. Kroger close the trap door.
Sure, boss.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say, boss.
Now, listen to me. You'd better get this straight with no bungling if you don't want to join the Blue Beetle.
Not me, boss. It was Frenchie's fault the other time. He didn't slug the old man hard enough before the Blue Beetle showed up.
I don't want any excuses. I want results this time.
Yes, boss.
You go and see John Doerr again. Tell him there's $1,000 a week in it for him if he signs up with us. If he refuses again, tell him the Blue Beetle's dead. Offer to prove it to him by bringing him here. Go easy on him this time. But either get his signature to a contract to install our slot machines at the carnival or bring him out here. Have you got that straight?
Sure, boss.
You better have. Now, one thing more. If you don't come back with Doerr's signature or with Doerr himself, you'll be pushing up daisies when spring comes round again.
Hey, listen, boss. That's a cop.
Yeah. How did they find out?
You stupid fool. You must have left that trail a mile wide.
No, boss. Nobody saw us but the Blue Beetle.
You hide, Kroger. Behind that screen over there. They've got nothing on me. I'll meet them. Snag. You stand by.
Okay, boss.
Open up in the name of the law.
Snag. Raise that iron panel.
Yeah, sure.
All right, boys. You got your guns? Here we go. Come on.
Good evening, gentlemen. Calling rather late, aren't you?
The law's on the job 24 hours a day.
Well, that's admirable. Something wrong?
Yes, you.
Me? What have I done?
Your thugs have tried to kill an old man, and you were trying to install your crooked slot machines at the carnival.
I assure you, you made a mistake, Sergeant.
I ain't, Sergeant. It's plain Officer Mannigan, and we ain't made no mistake. The Blue Beetle phoned us 10 minutes ago.
Now I know you're mistaken, Officer Mannigan. The Blue Beetle couldn't have phoned you.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
It must be a ghost. The Blue Beetle.
No, not dead. Just invisible.
No, it can't be. I saw him drop down that...
Oh, well, what's that you're trying to
He's
say?
trying to tell you, Mannigan, that he saw me drop to my death through that trapdoor you're standing on.
Holy Moses, I never noticed it. How'd you get off quick? Hey, where are you, Blue Beetle?
I'm here, there, everywhere a criminal tries to hide.
Let me out of here. Let me out of
Not
here.
till you've confessed to this crime.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, confess, you crook, or I'll choke it out of you.
No. Take me away from here. Take me to police headquarters. I'll confess. Only don't let the Blue Beetle's ghost get me.
All right, boys, put the handcuffs on.
All right, Mannigan.
Very good work, Blue Beetle, wherever you are, and thanks. But don't forget, someday I'm going to catch up with you. And when I do, I'm going to run you in just on general principles.
That's okay with me, Mannigan. But remember, you first got to catch me. So long, Mannigan. Give my regards to the commissioner.
And so the Blue Beetle broke up another racket that was preying on unsuspecting amusement seekers. What happened when he fell through the trap door? How did he escape from his living tomb? Let's look in on Dr. Franz' little apothecary shop, where Patrolman Dan Garrett is relaxing after a strenuous night.
Oh, Danny boy, you sure have luck.
Don't I? You know, when I felt myself falling, I twisted myself so I landed on my feet. The twist must have thrown me to one side so that instead of landing on the concrete floor, I landed in a fairly deep stream of water that flows under the cellars of that haunted house.
Remarkable.
Wasn't it?
What did you do then?
Well, I let myself be carried along by the stream, keeping my head above water whenever I could.
And how far did it carry you?
Oh, about 500 feet underground. When I came up in the open, I quickly covered myself with your invisible paint, rushed back to the house, and entered with the police.
Excuse me a minute. Someone's out front in the store.
Oh, hello, Doc. I want some quinine. My youngster's got a touch of the flu.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear that. Just a minute. Here you are. That will be 10 cents.
Here's a quarter. Say, did you hear? That mysterious killer on horseback has killed another cop.
Another one? That makes the 6th in as many days. Oh, here's your change.
Thanks. Yep. Strange the police can't seem to do nothing about it.
Well, here's one policeman that's going to do something about it, and right now.
Oh,
So it's Patrolman Dan Garrett, eh?
Yes. So long, Doc. If Manigan calls, I'm over at police headquarters.
What is this new scourge that has struck the city? 6 policemen shot in 1 week by a mysterious horseman. Undoubtedly a strange, deadly maniac. Will Dan Garrett run him to earth? Or will it take the Blue Beetle to avenge these deaths? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. And now, here's the Blue Beetle to say a few words.
The moral of this story is that courage will often win against any and all odds. If you are right, stick to your gun through thick and thin, and you'll come through somehow. All of the real leaders of our day in every human endeavor have courage. Call it nerve, bravery, whatever you will. But acquire it if you haven't already got it. And hold on to it, for it's very, very precious. This country we live in was built on courage.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine, on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Death Rides on Horseback. A mysterious masked rider has been waging a one-man war on the city's police department. Several policemen have been shot down, murdered in cold blood by this fiend on horseback. Every man on the force has sworn vengeance against this mysterious killer. Patrolmen in pairs patrol their beats, but always the killer marks his victim, shoots him down, and gallops away to a secret hiding place in the vast wilderness of the city park. Can no one track him down? Is there no one to put an end to this one-man blitzkrieg? What is his motive? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is also the Blue Beetle, is with his friend and advisor, Dr. Franz, in his apothecary shop.
Danny, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get that killer if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Danny. You know this mysterious killer shoots policemen on sight.
I know that. But he'll have to be pretty quick on the draw to beat Manigan and me.
I'd feel easier about you if you were dressed in your blue chain armor of impenetrable steel.
Well, so would I, but first I've got to meet this mysterious horseman in the uniform of a police officer. Manigan and I are going to take a little jaunt through the park in a patrol car.
Well, you'll know best, Danny.
But be careful. I will, Doc. Well, I've got to be moving along. I'm meeting Manigan at headquarters at 10 o'clock. Nearly that now. So long, Doc. I'll see you later.
Well, as I see it, Danny, this mysterious killer may be the Blue Beetle.
What makes you think that?
I don't know. It's sort of a hunch I have.
But the Blue Beetle has never been a killer. At least not of the forces of law and order.
That's true, but still he's always working undercover. He may not be the killer, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn he is in cahoots with him.
You've got the Blue Beetle on the brain.
Maybe so, but someday I'm going to land that baby and then...
Hey, what's that stoplight ahead? It's changing.
Okay. Danny, will you see if you can find me keys on the floor there? I think they slipped out of my pocket when I got in the car.
Okay. No, I don't see anything.
All right, copper. Is Garrett turning this?
Oh, he got me, Danny. The killer.
Where, Manigan?
In the neck and shoulder. I didn't have time to draw my gun.
I wasn't even looking. Those keys of yours.
Yes, I know, Danny.
Here, move over this way. Let me slip under the wheel.
Where are you going?
I'm going to drive you to the hospital first, and then
No, I'm not hurt bad. Let's get after that baby that just winged me.
Well, are you sure you can hold out?
Sure I can.
Well, okay then. Here we go.
Off through the park sped the police car after the murderous horseman. Twice the two policemen spied him galloping across the great lawn and around the reservoir. But each time they tried to cut him off, he changed direction, and finally he disappeared. Late that night, at the little apothecary shop.
Dr. Franz. Hey, Dr. Franz, where are you?
Oh, hello, Danny.
Well, what's up? I just ran into the killer and...
You're not hurt?
No, he got Manigan, though. Dead? No, nothing serious, they said at the hospital. Flesh wound, that's all.
Oh, how did it happen?
Well, we stopped for the traffic lights in the park. I was looking for Manigan's keys on the floor of the car when suddenly the killer appeared out of nowhere, started firing, and then dashed away in his horse. We gave chase, but lost him in the woods.
Oh, what are you going to do now?
The Blue Beetle is going to nip this killer and nip him good.
Your chain armor and mask is in the back room there. I rather expected you'd be needing them tonight.
Thanks, Doc. And is my equipment in that secret place in my belt?
Yes, everything is complete.
Fine. I borrowed a horse from the stables of the mounted squad when no one was looking. He's outside now. As soon as I get into my Blue Beetle armor, there'll be another mysterious horseman in the park. But this one will ride as an avenging angel.
Will the Blue Beetle catch the mysterious killer on horseback? What will happen when these two horsemen meet? Can Dan Garrett as the Blue Beetle avenge the death of his brother officers on the police force? Let's look in on the editorial rooms of the York City Chronicle.
Hello? Yeah, that's the Chronicle. Okay, give it to me over the phone.
Charlie, I'm worried about Joan Mason.
She's out on this mysterious killer case.
Yeah. I didn't assign her to it. In fact, I tried to discourage her, but she insisted she was tired of writing about gardens and babies and society chit-chat. Said she craved action.
She'll get action if she runs into the killer.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I've got a couple of our men tracking her just in case.
She's got the stuff reporters are made of, or I don't know anything about her.
I guess you're right. Frank speaking. What? No sign of her since she what? Say, I told you not to let her out of your sight. I don't care what happened. Get back there and find that Mason girl and bring her in with you, or don't come back.
What's up?
That was one of the men I sent to trade Joan. He says he saw her disappear behind some bushes at the foot of a cliff in the wildest part of the park. And when he got up to that point, there was no one in sight. Just then he heard hoofbeats approaching. He hid and saw a horseman dash by him, and he...
What do you make of it?
I don't know. But I'm going to call the commissioner and give him this information. We've got to find that girl.
What has happened to Joan Mason? Who was the mysterious horseman Editor Crane mentioned? Was it the fiendish killer, or was it the Blue Beetle? In the still of the night, a lone horseman steals along one of the park's many bridle paths. Suddenly, he draws rein.
I wonder who that is ahead there, silhouetted against the sky. It may be a mounted officer, or it may be he's moving off, down toward that traffic light on the highway. Let's go, Bright Star. Pull up there. You can't escape me. Empty your gun. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
Oh, it's the Blue Beetle. Try and catch me.
I'm gaining on him. Now for a leap to his back. There. All right, killer. I've got you. Pull up or I'll choke the life out of you.
I can't stop this boss. He's running away.
Give me those reins.
It's no use. You can't stop him now.
And I'll turn him. He's heading right for that cliff.
Here, we're both the kills. Let it drop off.
Not yet. I've got you, and I'm not going to leave you.
If you want to die, all right. Here we go. Here's all Deacon.
What happened? Did the Blue Beetle, riding behind the killer on the killer's horse, ride to his death against the side of the rugged cliff? In a cavernous hall, a masked figure stands over the prostrate form of the Blue Beetle.
At last I have the pleasure of entertaining the Blue Beetle in my secret hideout.
What happened? Where am I?
You're in a subterranean hideout. My trained horse stopped short as we entered, and you flew over his head and landed on yours.
But the rock wall.
It opened to receive us. There's a secret entrance controlled by photoelectric cells, set up high in 2 trees outside. Only a tall person on horseback passing between that can break the circuit which opens the secret entrance.
Very ingenious. And now?
Now I wish to talk with you. That's why I have you there in that cell. Why I led you into this rest house.
Rest house?
Yes. The Blue Beetle has been so active recently that we feel he should have a rest. Perhaps a permanent rest.
Yes, I see. You say we. Then you are not in this alone.
By no means. I'm only an agent. A special agent of a very powerful political ring who wish to discredit the present commissioner of police and put in their own.
You think that murdering a policeman in cold blood, as you have done, will discredit him?
Listen. Cops killed my brother. I hate cops. If you were a cop, I'd have shot you down like a dog.
You're insane.
No, ambitious.
For what?
Power.
What can you hope to gain by murdering policemen?
Cops are $1 a dozen. They'll never be missed. But if we can make the citizens lose confidence in the present administration, we can put our own men in command of the city.
You'll never put it over.
Who'll stop us?
The Blue Beetle.
What? So where you are, in that cell? Don't make me laugh. Listen. You think you're smart because you cleaned up a few so-called big shots. You never even got near the top. Why, when I'm commissioner of police...
You?
Yes, me. The political power I represent has promised me the job. There's only one person standing in my way.
Who?
You. I'd have put you out of the way long ago. But Scarlatti...
So it's Scarletti that's behind all this.
Yes. I don't think for a minute you'll ever have a chance to spill the beans unless you agree to come in with us. You'll end your career in this little cell. The chief admires you and can use you. He wants you to be on our side. He wants you to lay off his friends. Now, there's plenty of dough in it for all of us, and you'll get yours. I don't think you can agree to work with us and then double-cross us. We'll be wise to any trick you try to pull.
I see. When does Scarletti want his answer?
Take your time. There's no hurry. Take a week to rest up here. You've been pretty active recently. You need the rest. Of course, there's no food here, no drinking water. Unless I open this valve to the park reservoir and flood your cells. But what's a little thing like that to the Blue Beetle?
The answer is no. Go ahead, do your worst. Tell Scarletti that I say there's not enough money in the United States Mint to buy the Blue Beetle. I'll get Scarletti and others like him, no matter how high I have to fly.
All right. I'll take your message to Scarletti, but when I return, you won't be alive to hear his answer. Now let's see you swim out of this, Mr. Blue Beetle.
will happen to the Blue Beetle now? Can he escape from this subterranean prison before the water reaches the level of his mouth? What has become of Joan Mason, the girl reporter who vanished just outside the secret hideout? Far away in another part of the city, Dr. Franz is working in his laboratory.
Strange, I haven't heard from Danny. I hope he hasn't... Ah, that must be Danny now. Hello?
Hello. Hello, is that you, Doc? Can you hear me all right through this portable wireless telephone?
Yes, Danny. Where are you?
I'm imprisoned in an iron cell below ground somewhere in City Park. I'll tell you more about it later.
What can I do to help?
Well, I need some more electric juice in my magic ray machine.
Yes.
If I can get some more juice, I may be able to burn through these iron plates before the water rises too high.
Water rises too high? Are you in danger?
Look, Doc, please don't ask questions. Just do as I say. It's your only chance to help me.
All right, Danny. I'll do what I can.
Good. Now hook up that energizer of yours to the radio locator. Tune in the midget antenna in my Blue Beetle helmet and shoot some energy through to me. You know, like you did last time.
Certainly, boy, certainly. Just a minute now. There's the locator working. 2 points west and a half more. That's it. Hello, Danny. Danny, my dial indicates contact.
Okay, Doc. Okay, shoot the juice through.
Here it comes. Hello, Danny. Are you getting anything?
Sure thing, Doc. Coming through fine. The power of my magic ray is building up. Now, look, I'm going to try to burn my way out of here. I have to work above my shoulders. The water's up to my chest already.
Well, hurry, Danny, hurry.
Listen, Doc. Listen, here it burns. I'm cutting right through the steel with my magic ray.
Hurry, Danny. Hurry, boy, hurry.
Doc, can you give me a little more juice?
I can't give you any more. You're getting the limit.
Okay, Doc. Okay. The water's up to my neck, but there's only one more side to cut away. Then I'll be able to put...
Danny! Hello, can you hear me? Answer me, Danny. What's happened? Danny?
And so, Chief, I turned on the valve and let him drown.
I am sorry. He was a clever boy, but too honest.
What do you want done with that girl reporter?
She must disappear permanently.
I'll take care of it.
Good. Listen, I am a respectable businessman. Everybody know I'm a respectable. I am a friend to everybody. You are my agent. You take care of a thing. Someday you'll be police commissioner.
Thanks, Chief.
And now you go. Take Rocco and a bug with you. No, this way.
Yeah.
Nobody must see you leave my house. And remember, if my name is connected with this, you will also disappear permanently.
Meanwhile, in the subterranean hideout, a ghostly figure is stealing up a winding stairway. Ahead of him, a spotlight plays on the wall as he mounts. In the middle of that circle of light is a large blue beetle.
What's that noise?
Let me know. My paper will make it hot for you.
Just a minute. I'll see what I can do for you.
Who are you? The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. Who are you?
John Mason of the Chronicle.
How did you get in there?
Some man put me in here. Hey, don't ask questions. Get me out of here. I'm cold and I'm hungry.
Now, take it easy. I'll see if any of the master keys I have will fit. There you are.
Thanks.
Say, you're a good-looking girl.
Never mind the compliments. Let's get out of this place.
First, tell me how you got in.
Well, I told the editor of my paper I wanted to work on this case.
Dangerous work for a girl.
Oh, I love danger.
You must. Go on.
Well, today I saw a horseman disappear in the bushes at the foot of the cliff. When he didn't reappear, I grew suspicious.
So tonight, I decided to investigate. Just as I pushed my way through the bushes, I heard a horseman coming. I ran along the foot of the cliff. I must have tripped and fallen, because the next thing I remember, I was lying at the bottom of the old abandoned bear pit.
Yes? And then what happened?
I noticed a large iron trap door in the floor of the pit. I raised it and found a flight of stairs. It was pitch dark, but I decided I was going to finish what I started. So I descended.
In pitch darkness?
Yes, I've got to show that editor that a woman can make as good a reporter as any man living.
I see. That accounts for it. Go on.
Pretty soon, I turned a corner. I saw a light. By lantern light, a man was reading some documents. He must have heard me because he flashed a spotlight in my eyes. I turned to run, but it was too late. He grabbed me and put me in that room there where you just found me.
How would you like to help me catch the killer? And also get a front-page scoop for your paper?
I love it.
Very well. I think we're going to see some action very soon. You stay hidden until I can get a gun for you.
All right.
Can you shoot?
Sure, I'm a Texas Ranger's daughter.
Go and unlock the girl's cell and bring her down to my office.
Oh, boy, will I. She's a beautiful.
Why, it can't be. Why, he's...
Very much alive and ready to nip.
Rocco, cover the exit. You mustn't get out of here alive.
We'll see who gets out of here alive, you foul murderer. Your time's up.
Oh, yes? Well, I can still shoot straight.
Your killing days are over. You can't injure the Blue Beetle. Little kick with my foot and you're disarmed. And this, and you're out like a light. Come on, you thug, Roscoe or Paco or whatever your name is. You're first.
Hey, boss, you get in from that side. And I'll get him from
And the
this
Blue
side.
Beetle will get you both like this, by the throat. I ought to strangle you both, but I'll let the law do that. You and your chief here and the so reputable Scarletti. There, I'll just knock your heads together. Let go of you and let you fall. Miss Mason, you can come out now.
Oh, I'm already out. I had these men covered with the gun you kicked out of the killer's hand.
That's fine. Now, here's your chance to get a scoop for your paper.
Well,
You know Scarletti?
sure. He's the big wine distributor.
Yes, and he's also the top man of the underworld. He's bigger than the Duke, the Octopus, and a lot of others.
Really? That respectable businessman?
The same. If his scheme for political control had clicked, the killer there would have been made commissioner of police.
That murderer?
Yes.
What a diabolical scheme.
Yes, the city would have been systematically robbed and the police made helpless.
Oh, what a story for the Chronicle. Why, this story will make me.
I hope so.
What are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle has one more call to make tonight.
Hello. I'm a telling you, I'm a respectable businessman. I know. No. How much money? Summertime, I wish I was so honest. No, I don't want some part of it. Why you not talking to someone like the Adder? He's a crook, but me, I'm a respectable businessman. Goodbye.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, you hypocrite.
Why you come here? I'm a respectable...
Yes, I know you're a respectable businessman to most of the world, but not to the Blue Beetle.
What do you mean? You know, kind of pick... That's the noise.
That's the law. Coming for you, Scarletti.
Oh, no.
Yes, your sins have found you out. Your candidate for police commissioner is already a prisoner. Incriminating documents connecting you with many murder projects and underworld rackets are in the hands of the York City Chronicle and will be published. Put down that gun, Scarletti. It's too late for... So, you choose suicide rather than face the music. Well, your death will help to clean up a lot of rackets.
Open up in the name of the law and open this door.
Break it in, Patrolman Mandigan. The Blue Beetle has a present for you.
All right, Blue Beetle. All right, I've got you covered.
Wait. He's gone.
Hey, Mannigan, look on the floor there.
It's Scarletti. He's wounded.
There's a note pinned to his body.
Yes. It says, Gillespie, king of the underworld. A present from the Blue Beetle to Detective Manigan.
Again, the Blue Beetle has crossed swords with gangland and come off the winner. Can the great city now rest in peace? Will the criminal element lie low now that their hypocritical chief has been unmasked? Let's look in on Dr. Franz' little apothecary shop.
Well, Danny, you certainly had me worried when your voice was suddenly cut off in that flooded cell.
Boy, that was a close call. The water rose to the level of my mouth just as I finished cutting a way out of it. So I had to swim underwater to the stairway, but when I reached that, I was safe.
Well, now, Danny, you better get some rest. It's almost daylight. You can turn in on the couch there.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I think I will.
Excuse me. Hello? Who? Dan Garrett? Yes. Yes, he's here. Oh, Danny, it's for you.
Okay. Hello? Dan Garrett speaking. Oh, hello, Manigan. You did? Gee, that was great. You ought to get a promotion. Huh? Insurance racket. Well, that sounds like an interesting assignment. The commissioner wants to see me at 8 o'clock in his office? Okay, I'll be there. Good night. Sorry, Doc, I can't stay with you. I've got to get home and lay out my dress uniform. I'm due at the commissioner's office in a few hours, and I've got to look my smartest. So long, Doc. There's no rest for the law.
And so Dan Garrett gets ready for a new assignment. What will develop in the insurance racket? What new dangers will he face? Can it be that there are still some criminal masterminds at work in the great city? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Death Strikes from the East. In the city's Chinatown, sons of the Orient are restless, uneasy. The police department expects war between rival tongues to break out at any moment and is prepared. What is behind this uneasiness? Is it something that concerns only the Chinese? Or is there an Occidental hand at work, pulling the strings like a phantom puppeteer? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is the Blue Beetle, discusses the situation with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, in his little apothecary shop.
You know, Doc, leaning here on this counter, it's hard to realize that you and I are only a few city blocks away from the Orient.
You're referring to Chinatown?
Yeah. I wish I knew what was going on down there.
Do you think rival towns are about to war on each other?
No, I don't.
Then what do you think is causing this unrest the newspapers speak of?
Fear and resentment.
Resentment? Of whom?
Of us.
You mean the police?
No. The white race.
But what have we done to them? We don't molest them.
No, it isn't that. I think there's some sort of a racket going on down there.
Are you going to do anything about it?
Well, I'm going to ask the chief to assign me to a beat in Chinatown.
You'd better be careful, Danny. You could disappear down there and no one would ever find you.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I've got a friend down there.
A Chinese?
Yeah. Restaurant keeper, Ling Wan. Cultured gentleman. I saved his life once, and he's never forgotten.
I'd imagine he could be very helpful.
Well, I've got to run down to headquarters now. Maybe Manigan and I can both get assigned to that district.
Well, good luck to you, Danny boy.
Thanks, Doc. So long. Patrolman Dan Garrett is headed for the Orient.
You know, Johnny, it's a wonder to me there ain't more big fires down here in Chinatown.
Why, Mike?
Well, everything's so congested. How's a fire engine ever going to get through here?
Well, I'd be willing to bet that if I should sound the siren on this car, we'd have a clear track ahead almost immediately.
Yeah, them babies can certainly scatter in a hurry. Hey, what's that now?
That bug's smashing up that Chinese restaurant. Come on, Manigan. That looks like Ling Wan's place.
Okay. Hey there, you heathen slughead. Lay off or I'll blast you. All right, pipe down. Where's the guy what done this?
The whirlwind has struck. Who knows whither the whirlwind goeth?
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Whirlwind me eye. It was a bunch of hoodlums.
Hello, Ling Wan.
Ah, my friend, the Honorable Dan Garrett. After the whirlwind, the face of the sun appears to spread light upon a dark and dreary scene.
I'm afraid the face of the sun has appeared too late to be of any help to you, Ling Wan.
That which has been is done.
Yeah, but we're the law, and we want to know who done it.
Ling Wan, this is my friend and brother officer, Mike Manigan.
The devastation which is mine is honored by the presence of a friend of the brave and honorable Dan Garrett.
Well, now, we'd like to get the facts in this case.
Suppose you let me talk with Ling Wan, Manigan. Well, you make a report on this. I've had a hunch something like this was happening frequently here in Chinatown. You say, Ling Wan, that if a merchant refuses to pay tribute money to the one you call the Purple Dragon, or to buy his merchandise through him, his shop is wrecked as yours was just now?
That is true, my friend. The Purple Dragon controls the commerce of Chinatown.
Well, what happens if the merchant still refuses to deal with the Purple Dragon after his place of business is wrecked?
Some member of his family disappears. If it is an elder son, he meets the hatchet man in some dark street. If a younger son, he is found strangled. If the merchant has only daughters, one of them is kidnapped and offered as a human sacrifice to please the Tibetan earth goddess.
Do you mean to say that they're actually sacrificed? Killed?
There is a ceremonial conducted by the Purple Dragon, which includes human sacrifice. Before the ceremony, however, the victim's hair is cut off and sent to her parents. If a sufficient amount of money is paid, the victim is released.
Good Lord, Ling Wan. Why haven't the police been informed of this?
One does not seek certain death needlessly. The Purple Dragon spies are everywhere.
Little Juan, you're taking a great risk in having me in your home. But I assure you something will be done immediately to end this state of affairs. Who is this purple dragon? Have you any idea? He must be a powerful Oriental.
There is a growing suspicion that the purple dragon is not of our race, but of yours.
What? A white man?
I am sorry to say it, my friend, but it is so.
Well, Dan Garrett is going to do something about that. And he's starting right now. I've sworn to uphold the law, to serve justice, to drive every crooked racketeer from this city. This extortion racket must be smashed. Doc, I've never heard of such a fiendish method of extracting money from honest businessmen.
And you say Ling Wan believes the purple dragon to be a white man?
That's right.
He must be a very rich man.
Yes, I imagine there are very few who refuse to pay tribute or to purchase their supplies through that crook.
Well, so far as you know, the purple dragon has confined his extortion activities to Chinese merchants.
Yes. I feel certain that if his operations extended beyond the confines of Chinatown, the police would have heard of it.
I wonder what the extra's about.
Well, just a minute, Doc. I'll buy a paper.
Read all about it. Commissioner Warren's daughter kidnapped.
Here you are, boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Extra, read all about it.
Well, what do you know about this, Doc?
Well, what is it, Danny?
Commissioner Warren's daughter was kidnapped last night as she left a dance at the casino.
Commissioner Warren?
Yes, the commissioner of markets.
Oh, I wonder what's back of that. The kidnappers can't expect to get much money out of Warren. He's not wealthy.
No, and he's one of our most efficient officials. Say, you don't think...
Well, what is it, Danny?
I'm going over to Commissioner Warren's house and make a little investigation. Hey, what's that?
Someone just threw a stone through the store window.
Oh, here it is. There's a note tied to it.
Well, what does it say, Danny?
It says, devastating tornado descend upon honorable place of business. If inquisitive patrolman Garrett extend nose into Chinatown. And it's signed the Purple Dragon.
Let me see that note.
Yeah. It's apparently written with a brush, such as Chinese use.
Yes, but it wasn't written by a Chinese.
What do you mean?
The Chinese writing is distinctive. The technique of Chinese brush writing is such that even if the Chinese were writing in English, the brush marks would be distinctively Chinese. This note was written by a man who at one time might have lettered addresses on shipping cases. A shipping clerk, I would say.
Well, that's very interesting, Doc.
The Purple Dragon, or whoever writes his notes for him, is a white man.
Well, Doc, this note spikes my guns. I can't endanger you and your business.
Oh, don't be silly, Danny. Don't be silly. Your duty comes first. I can take care of things here. And just let somebody start something. There are things in my laboratory back there that will make them wish they'd stayed away.
Well, I've got to be going, Doc. Take care now and don't worry. I'm not going to Chinatown. My next call is in the opposite direction. Commissioner Warren, I've been assigned by the police commissioner to do a little investigating in this case.
Yes, I'm glad you have, my boy.
I'd appreciate any information you could give me, Commissioner.
I'll give you what I can.
Have you any enemies?
Yes, plenty of them. In my position, there are bound to be individuals and groups who resent my interference with their attempts to extort money from the firms that do business with the city.
So, there is an extortion racket.
Well, yes. At least I am convinced that many merchants are paying out money to protect their goods and places of business from destruction.
In Chinatown, for instance?
Well, yes. How did you know?
I have a friend in Chinatown.
I see. Well, to be frank with you, I've been conducting a quiet investigation down there.
Do you think your daughter's kidnapping is in retaliation?
I'm certain it is.
Why?
Now, this note, I received it about an hour ago. Here, read it.
The Tibetan earth goddess is angry. You are interfering with her plans. Unless you cease your efforts, you will never see your daughter again. Signed, the Purple Dragon. The note was written by a white man also.
Beg pardon, what did you say?
Oh, I said this note was written...
Excuse, please. Messenger leave package for Honorable Commissioner.
Thanks, Ling Chow. Who was it?
Ling Chow, no see. Messenger, push button, leave package on doorstep, run away.
All right, Ling Chow, you may go.
Better not open that, Commissioner. Might be a time bomb or some type of infernal machine that'll explode when opened.
It doesn't feel heavy enough.
Any sound of ticking?
Not that I can hear.
Better let me have that package. I'll open it. You stand over there.
Now be careful, Garrett. Force can't afford to lose men like you know.
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, here goes.
What is it?
A box full of golden hair.
My daughter. Her hair is that color. You don't think that
No, she's not dead yet, but something will have to be done quickly, and I'm going to do it.
What are you going to do, Dan?
I've got a hunch, and I'm going to play it.
What can I do to help?
Call up the Income Tax Bureau and find out, if you can, which 2 or 3 persons in the city showed the greatest increase of income last year. Also, find out anything else you can about them. When you get the information, phone it to Dr. Franz or to me at his shop. I'm certain that one of these persons will prove to be the Purple Dragon.
What does Dan Garrett plan to do next? Will his activities draw down upon his good friend Dr. Franz the wrath of the Purple Dragon? What will happen when the Blue Beetle faces the Purple Dragon? Meanwhile, in a room adjoining the auditorium of a little Chinese theater, deep within the confines of Chinatown, a group of hard-faced men are receiving instructions from their chief.
I want you men to get this straight. There must be no slip-up. At 11:30 tonight, you have Commissioner Warren in this theater, or else. I don't care how you get him here, but get him.
Sure, boys, we'll get him.
You're bringing him in the back way. Put him in one of the boxes to the left of the stage. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You 2 men stay with him. Tell him if he makes a move to escape, he'll never see his daughter alive again. You got that straight?
Yeah, we got that straight.
Well, and you leave the rest to the Purple Dragon.
In Dr. Franz's laboratory, Dan Garrett is donning the mask and blue chain armor of the Blue Beetle.
Oh, Danny, Commissioner Warren called just before you arrived.
Oh, what did the commissioner have to say?
He said the 2 most financially successful men last year were Roger Gillespie, the contractor, and a fellow by the name of Anthony Rondos. Gillespie seems to have made a fortune during the building boom last year, and Rondos apparently made a great success of the importing business.
Rondos is our man, I'm sure of it. Where's he live, did Warren say?
Yes, he recently bought the Ridley home.
I know that place.
Yes, Danny, I know. I remember you visited the house secretly one night while you were making an investigation of Banker Ridley's strange death on the operating table.
That's the place. Well, that'll be the Blue Beetle's first call tonight. So long, Doc. Yes, this is Rondos. What's that? Now, listen, Maisie. I won't be able to see you tonight. I'm going with some of the boys to a show. A Chinese masquerade. What? Why, I'm going as the Purple Dragon. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah. Yeah, well, goodbye. I got to get going. The Blue Beetle. Yes, Mr. Purple Dragon, alias Tony Rondos, extortionist and blackmailer, the Blue Beetle. Oh, you're wise to my racket, eh? Yes, and I'm going to end your racket tonight. That's what you think. But no one is going to end my racket tonight or any other night. Don't bother to shoot. Your bullets can't pierce this chain armor I'm wearing. The Blue Beetle is... Oh, my throat. Good work, Wang Tao. Pull the silken cord tighter around the Blue Beetle's neck. And that's enough. He's gone under. Let him drop.
Is the Blue Beetle dead?
I don't know, but tie him up and throw him in the vault downstairs. Oh, here. Here's $100. Buy yourself a new opium pipe. I'm going down to Chinatown. I'll deal with the Blue Beetle later.
I demand to know where you're taking me.
To see your daughter, Commissioner Warren.
Where is she? Where have you hidden her? If you've harmed the head of her head, I'll see that
Don't
you...
worry, Commissioner. She ain't dead yet.
Her hair's a little short since the purple dragon cut it off. But that was necessary for the part she's playing tonight.
Part? What part?
She's playing a part in a Chinese play.
What sort of a game is this? My daughter's not an actress. Let me out of here.
Quiet, Commissioner, if you want to see your daughter again, alive.
All right. What is it you want?
The purple dragon wants you to resign as commissioner of market.
What? Never. I've sworn to protect the merchants of this city against extortion rackets, and I intend to do it.
Better think it over, Commissioner. This part your daughter's playing is awful dangerous.
Come on, Commissioner. This is the place. In you go. Maybe you'll change your mind when you see the play.
Meanwhile, in his laboratory, Dr. Franz is working on some of his interesting experiments.
Now, let's see. 4 cc's of number 17. Someone out front in the store.
Coming. You all the same Doc Franz?
Yes, I'm Dr. Franz. What can I do for you?
Only, how do I look in this Chinese costume?
Why, Danny, bless my soul. Well. You know, for a minute, I thought Confucius himself had entered my shop.
And my disguise is good?
Oh, it's excellent, Danny, excellent. But why is the Blue Beetle dressed as a Chinese coolie?
Well, the Blue Beetle is attending a theater party in the old Chinese theater tonight as an uninvited guest. And I think that when the party is over, the purple dragon and his extortion racket will be a thing of the past.
Anything I can do to help?
Yes. I saw among your collection of curios an ugly Chinese warrior's mask. I'd like to borrow it for tonight.
Why, certainly, Danny, certainly. I'll get it for you. It's in this chest right over here.
I'm going to throw a scare into some real as well as fake Chinese tonight.
Here it is. There.
Hey, what an ugly mask. Here, let me put it on. There we are. Now, how do I look?
Oh, terrifying.
That's good. Well, the stage is set and the audience is waiting. Good night, Doc. The Blue Beetle is playing a new role tonight.
In a dimly lit auditorium, a hushed group of Chinese merchants await the performance they have been ordered to attend. In a box at the left of the stage sits a man, apparently the only Occidental present. Beside him sit 2 grim-looking individuals in Chinese costume. A strange power seems to hold the audience hypnotized as the curtain begins to ascend and reveals a large altar in the center of the stage, surrounded by lighted candles. Upon the altar is stretched the bound figure of a white girl, shorn of her hair and clad in a white silk kimono, embroidered with a large purple dragon. Before the altar stands a gigantic Chinese, his head covered with a golden helmet and his face hidden behind a cruel, hideous mask. His upraised hands clutch a 2-edged sword. Back of him, a group of 12 tense, muscled Chinese, likewise masked. Suddenly,
mighty Tibetan goddess angry, the white infidel has defied her will, so Tibetan goddess must be appeased. Human sacrifice must be made upon the altar.
No! No, that's my daughter.
Tibetan goddess, speak again. Have I say death to white maiden?
No. I'll do anything. What is it you demand?
White infidel interfere with priest of Tibetan earth goddess. He encouraged Chinese merchants to withhold tribute. I, priest Purple Dragon, demand you resign from high office.
No, I won't resign. This is a racket. You and your gang of cutthroats are fingers.
3 times earth goddess has spoken. Her verdict is death to white maidens. Only her blood upon this altar will appease earth goddess.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. Reincarnation of the Oriental God of final judgment.
There's the Blue Beetle, that crazy Chinese mask up there.
Oh, he's a fake. The real Blue Beetle is in the vault of my home. Wang Chao put him there.
Earth goddess in passion. He calls for sacrifice. Oh, earth goddess, I give you your...
Drop that sword or I'll blast you with my magic ray.
The word of earth goddess is in ruling. He cannot be touched. Ruling gives earth goddess her sacrifice.
Get the Blue Beetle. You ruin our racket. Oh, what's he? Lynch him. One bang.
Come on, all of you. Real Chinese, fake Chinese. I can handle you all. This is for you, Muggsy. There goes your masked purple dragon. And here you go. And here comes the police to pick up the pieces.
Hey, come on, let's get out of here. The cops are...
No, you don't. There'll be room for you in the wagon.
Look out, Blue Beetle, that Chinese, the sword.
That will take care of you. These Chinese devils are soft. Thanks, Commissioner, for the warning.
Hey, you merchants in the audience. Here's your chance to clean up your own racket.
Go to it, China. Clean out the rats that have been infesting your business. No more will the purple dragon shake the sword of human sacrifice over your heads. He has been unmasked by the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle's work is done.
And so the Blue Beetle smashed another racket and regained for his fellow citizens the admiration and respect of a grateful people. Later that night, Patrolman Dan Garrett, no longer in the costume of the Blue Beetle, sits in Dr. Franz's laboratory discussing the case with Dr. Franz.
Well, Danny, what gave you your first clue?
The package of hair the commissioner received.
And to think that such things can be. Why didn't some of those Chinese merchants report this racket to the police?
Fear of vengeance. You know, Doc, fear is the greatest enemy of mankind. Back of every hatred, every failure, every broken human relationship.
That's very true, Danny.
Well, Doc, run along now. Got to get some sleep sometime.
That's true. Patrolman Dan Garrett has to rest if the Blue Beetle wants to fly.
Good night, Doc. I'll drop in tomorrow and see how you're coming along with that new portable television set you're building.
So Dr. Franz is working on a portable television set. Will it be successful? How can the Blue Beetle use it to run down criminals? What will be the Blue Beetle's next case? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled The Sea Serpent. Rumors have reached the city that a sea serpent has been ravaging the nearby coast. Already, several bodies have been washed ashore. Each of them has borne the mark of a serpent's fangs. What is behind these rumors? Are they true? Is there really a sea serpent ravaging the coast? Or is there a definite plan on foot to frighten people away from the shore resorts? As our story opens, Dr. Franz is listening to the radio while dusting the shelves of his little apothecary shop and awaiting the usual morning call of his young friend, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle.
Morning, Doc. Oh, hello, Danny. Hey, what's that, a radio? Don't tell me you're going to modernize this quaint little shop of yours. Oh, it's not that bad. I just thought I'd like to have a little music once in a while. The customers also like to get the baseball scores and the news. Fine. What are you and Mike Manigan doing these days? Any special assignment?
No, it's been a little quiet since we chased those racketeers out of Chinatown.
What do you think about this sea serpent scare?
I don't really know what to think. Are there such things as sea serpents, Doc?
Well, the term sea serpent has been associated with huge dragon-like creatures we read about. But as a matter of fact, a serpent can be any size.
According to reports, the bodies of these bathers who were bitten showed signs of having been poisoned.
That's strange.
We interrupt our regular program to bring you a special news bulletin. Breaker City. The body of another bather was brought ashore by lifeguards this afternoon. The bather, a man about 50, showed signs of distress while swimming about 300 feet offshore. His cries for help were immediately answered by lifeguards who rushed to his rescue. However, when brought to shore, he failed to respond to efforts at respiration and died on his way to the hospital. Doctors who examined the man reported finding marks upon the man's leg resembling snake bites. They contend that the man did not drown, but died from the effects of poison. Late news dispatches will be given over this station as received. We continue now with our regularly scheduled program.
That's very strange.
Yes, in fact, I'd say the whole thing looks very fishy to me, if you'll excuse the pun.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, our territory doesn't extend beyond the city limits, but I'm going to ask the commissioner to let Officer Manigan and me take a run down to Breaker City and see what we can uncover.
That's a good idea, Danny. The sea air will do you good.
If I go, I'll drop in to see you when I get back.
Are you wearing the poison detector ring I gave you, Danny?
Wouldn't be without it.
You may find it useful on this case. Remember, the stone turns from green to yellow in the presence of poison.
I know. Well, so long, Doc. If I catch a sea serpent, I'll stuff him and bring him back to you.
Sure, it's dark driving through these pine woods.
Yes, and the rain doesn't make driving any easier.
You know, it seems kind of strange to be working on a case in cities. They don't feel right somehow. I guess I missed the feel of the police cap and the shine of me police badge.
You still look like a cop, Manigan.
Do I, Danny?
Yeah. Nobody'd ever mistake you for anything but an honest-to-goodness cop.
Well, then that's what I am. And I'm proud of it. Hey, say, there's a light ahead.
Oh, that must be the lake house. Maybe they can put us up for the night. We can drive over to Breaker City in the morning.
Yeah, that's a swell idea. I'll pull in and you run in and see if they can take care of us.
Okay.
Good evening. Kind of wet outside, isn't it?
Yes. Well weather for ducks.
Traveling far?
My friend and I are on our way to Breaker City. We saw your lights and decided to stop off for the night. Are you the clerk?
I'm the owner. Own several hotels around the lake here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Got any accommodations?
Sorry, but we're all filled up.
Business must be good. Or has the rain forced the tourists inside?
Yeah, it isn't the rain. We're having the best season we ever had.
Is that so? I thought the summer resorts were complaining about poor business.
Not here at Pine Manor Lake.
Well, I guess we'll have to keep going.
It isn't far to Breaker City. You'll find plenty of accommodation there.
Well, if you're filled up, they'll be too.
I hardly think so. They're not doing so well this season. This sea serpent scare seems to be keeping people away from the seashore. But one man's misfortune is another man's gain. We seem to be getting the business that usually goes to the seashore.
Is that so? Well, that's very interesting. Good night. I'm more anxious than ever to get to Breaker City.
Say, Danny, this is a swell room they gave us overlooking the ocean and only $4 double.
Yes, we must be the only guest in the hotel.
Yeah, the lobby is as dead as a museum after closing hours.
How about a bite to eat before we turn in?
That's a good idea. Let's go in the coffee shop here.
Sir, gentlemen, what'll it be?
Some Java, a piece of apple pie a la mode, and a slice of cheese.
Okay. And yours, mister? Well, my friend here is dieting, but I'm hungry. Bring me a glass of hot milk and a toasted roll.
For such a husky lad, you're a small eater, Danny.
But what I eat makes muscle. Say, look through that window out there on the boardwalk. Isn't that Joan Mason of the Chronicle?
Yeah. Well, she's coming this way. And there's a man following her. Hey, Danny, come on.
Take your hands off that girl.
Dan Garrett.
Beat it, wise guy, or I'll croak you.
You and who else? Drop that gun.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do you like this?
After him, Danny. I can't run. He got me in the leg.
Is it bad?
No, just a flesh wound.
I'd better stay here and look after you and Miss Mason.
Oh, Danny, I was never so glad to see anyone in my life.
Are you all right?
Yes, but what about Officer Manigan here? He can't walk.
I'll be all right if Danny will lend me a shoulder to lean on.
Oh, come on, Mike. We'll get you into the hotel and call a doctor. In the morning, we'll send you back to the city, a wounded hero.
Okay. But right now, I want that piece of apple pie a la mode with cheese and the cup of Java.
You say, Joan, you talked with one of the lifeguards who's made several rescues?
Yes, I told him I was investigating the sea serpent story for the Chronicle.
What did he say?
He said that in each case he'd seen, something that looked like a serpent's tail lash out of the water just before the victim cried for help.
Well, have you found anyone else who claims to have seen the sea serpent?
No, I haven't.
That's strange.
Yes, isn't it?
Where did you pick up this man who was following you?
In a restaurant on the boardwalk. He came in while I was eating and followed me when I left.
Well, this sea serpent scare is either a practical joker's plan gone haywire, or it's a well-thought-out scheme to ruin the season for Breaker City.
Doesn't look like a joke to me. Mr. Downs, the owner of this hotel, is ready to commit suicide. He's losing thousands of dollars every day.
Well, you better get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning.
What about Manigan?
Oh, I'll put him on the train and ship him back to the city. The doc said his wound wasn't serious, but he won't be much help to us here.
How about meeting me out on the pier? They're pulling in the net to sunrise, and they may catch a sea serpent.
I'll be there with some salt for his tail. Hey, we better hurry, Joan. They're starting to haul in the nets.
I'm right with you. Oh, there's Mr. Downs. I want you to meet him. Good morning, Mr. Downs.
Oh, hello, Miss Mason.
This is Dan Garrett.
Beautiful day, sir.
Maybe to some people, but not to me.
You seem down in the mouth.
You'd be down in the mouth if everything you'd strive for was gradually slipping away from you.
I understand you're financially interested in Breaker City.
I own the Sunset Hotel, for one thing.
This sea serpent business is making it tough for you.
Tough is not the word.
I'm on a special assignment from the New York City Police Department investigating this case.
Oh, are you? Well, I certainly hope you can clear up this mystery. It's costing us hotel and concession owners thousands of dollars a day to keep open. And there's no business except day excursionists.
Well, I'll certainly do what I can.
Suppose you and Miss Mason come with me. I want you to meet Professor Meredith. He's an authority on fish and such things, and he's in charge here.
I'd like to meet him.
All right, boys. You can begin hauling in the net.
Oh, Professor Meredith.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Downs.
Good morning. I'd like to have you meet Miss Mason of the Chronicle, Mr. Garrett of the York City Police.
Oh, I'm happy to meet you both.
Thank you.
By the way, who's that man standing over there? The one with the dark hair.
Oh, that's Fred Nash, one of the lifeguards.
Dan, he's the man.
Yes, I thought I'd seen him before.
I beg pardon?
I was just telling Miss Mason how long it'll be before you pull up the net.
Oh, they're pulling them up now. In just a moment, we'll discover if our haul contains the sea serpent. All right, men. Bring the net over the pier. And keep the sides up. We don't want to lose any fish. Okay. Here she comes. That's got it. Now roll a bit. Well, that's quite a haul.
Plenty of variety, Professor.
Aren't those sharks there?
Yes, small ones. There are several skates, weak fish, and channel bass.
There's one there that looks like a balloon.
Oh, that's a blowfish.
Well, there's a sea serpent.
Only a Neil, Miss Mason. But a big one. Well, I guess we'll have to try again.
What's the use, Meredith? You won't find anything. You might as well admit we're licked and close up.
I'd give a lot to know just what's out there.
Well, I'm going to find out if it's still there.
Why, what are you going to do?
I'm going to find out if these waters are safe to bathe in.
Mr. Downs, you're not thinking...
Yes, I am. I'm going into that water. If the sea serpent is there and wants human flesh, he can have mine.
That's madness.
What have I got to lose? I have no family. Everything I have is invested in this beach. If I can bathe here, so can everybody else. I'm going to get it over with.
Stop him. He's gone crazy with worry.
Hey, you lifeguards, grab him.
Oh, there he goes, right off the pier.
I'm going after him.
No, Dan. There go the lifeguards. They'll get him.
Keep your eyes on them, everybody. I'm going in, too.
No, Danny, no.
Let go of me, Jones. I'm going out in that rowboat under the pier.
Look, Mr. Downs is swimming away from the guard.
He's a strong swimmer. Whatever made him do it?
This thing has preyed on his mind for a long time.
Look, one of the guards is calling for help.
One of you men run for a doctor and phone the lifeguard station for a pulmotor.
Look, Mr. Downs has grabbed the lifeguard and...
Something's happened to Downs.
He's let go of the lifeguard and it's sinking. Hurry, Daddy, with the boat. Oh, the serpent's got Mr. Downs. He's got him. I know it, I know it.
What is this slimy thing that lurks in the waters off Breaker City? Is it a sea serpent or a poisonous fish? Will Danny solve this mystery, or will the Blue Beetle have to go into action? Time later at the Breaker City Hospital, Dan Garrett and Joan Mason are waiting outside one of the private rooms for Professor Meredith.
How is he, Professor?
Mr. Downs is dead.
Dead?
Yes.
Well, didn't the pulmotor help him?
Mr. Downs didn't die from the effects of submersion. He died from the effects of a poisonous bite.
Then you think...
There were 2 punctures on Mr. Downs' leg, like those left by the fangs of a fairly large serpent.
No one saw anything in the water.
Strange how the effect of that serpent's bite is exactly like the bite of a cobra. The reactions are identical.
Could it be a water moccasin?
You don't find water moccasins in the ocean, and their venom doesn't work in the same way. It works on the blood. Cobra venom works on the nerve centers, paralyzes the muscles, controlling the act of breathing.
Could it be a fish?
I hardly think so. No. The punctures were more like those of a fairly large snake.
There aren't any cobras that live in the water, are there?
The nearest thing I can think of is a serpent which is found in the tropical waters of the Pacific Ocean. But it's never been found in these waters.
Well, I've found out what I want to know.
What are you going to do now?
I'm going back to the city to check with my friend Doc Franz. He may be able to help on this case.
When are you coming back?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think I'll stay a while and see what else I can pick up in this case from my newspaper.
Okay, but keep away from those 2 lifeguards. They're bad medicine.
So you suspect the 2 lifeguards of being implicated in these deaths?
Yes, I do. I'm convinced of it.
What makes you so sure?
All the time I was rowing the boat with the 2 lifeguards and Mr. Downs back to shore, the stone in the poison detector ring was bright yellow.
But perhaps the poison in Mr. Downs' body...
No. You see, after they took him away, the stone was still yellow.
Well, what about the man who tried to abduct Miss Mason and shot Mannigan? Didn't you say he resembled one of the guards?
He was one of the lifeguards, but I didn't let on I recognized him. I didn't want to spoil my chances of getting enough evidence to convict him in this larger case by showing my hand in the case of simple assault.
Very wise, very wise. Well, what are you going to do now?
Put on my Blue Beetle armor and mask and...
I'll answer it. Hello? Patrolman Dan Garrett? Yes. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Danny. Long distance.
Long distance. Probably Joan Mason. Hello? Oh, hello, Professor Meredith. What? Joan Mason has disappeared? But she hasn't checked out of the hotel? Well, I can't get down there myself, but I'll see that several of our best men are sent down right away. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What's the trouble, Danny?
It looks as if someone had kidnapped Joan Mason. Help me with my Blue Beetle costume, will you, Doc?
Why, certainly, Danny, certainly. Where are you going?
I'm driving down to Breaker City.
But you just told Professor Meredith you weren't coming
down.
down.
That's right. Dan Garrett isn't. But the Blue Beetle is. Certainly pleasanter driving down in the moonlight than it was in the rain. Oh, there's somebody walking ahead of me in the road. He's got a long stick and a flashlight. Probably been fishing by moonlight. Want a lift?
Oh, thanks, mister. Gee, you're going to a masquerade in that costume?
Yes, as the Blue Beetle.
Say, I've heard of the Blue Beetle.
You have, huh? What do people say about him?
Well, they say he's a crusader against crime, and that he's invulnerable.
Probably the truth.
Gee, that's swell. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm taking a ride in the moonlight. Were you going fishing in the moonlight?
No, I'm going home.
Oh. I thought that was a fishing rod you had there.
No, that's for catching snakes. Here, you see the forked end on it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see it now. What do you do with the snakes?
Sell them.
Sell them?
Mm-hmm.
To whom?
Oh, a couple of fellas back there in the woods.
What do they do with them? Eat them?
Eat them? No, folks don't eat rattlesnakes.
You mean to say you catch rattlesnakes alive and sell them?
Sure. Dead rattlers ain't no good to them fellas.
Say, if I gave you $1, do you think you could lead me to the place where these fellows you mentioned live?
Well, sure I can. But you don't have to pay me $1, mister. I'll take you there for nothing.
Okay, son. But you'll get the $1 just the same. I'll turn around at the next crossroad, and we'll pay a moonlight visit to your rattlesnake buyers.
So, Miss Mason, it's very unfortunate for you that you got as far as you did with your investigation. I'm sure your newspaper will miss your valuable services.
What are you going to do with me?
Make sure you won't disclose the information you have to anyone.
You can't get away with this.
Oh, you are in error, Miss Mason. We have gotten away with it in the past. We will again. The vacation business has been detoured to Pine Manor Lake. It will still follow that detour after your body is found floating in the ocean, a victim of a poisonous sea serpent.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't dare? Fred, Joe.
Yeah, boss?
Suppose we leave Miss Mason with the Rajah there for a while we step outside. Her education has been neglected. She has never met a 6-foot cobra.
No, you can't do that. You can't.
Raise the lid of his cage and let him...
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. And he's going to nip harder than your cobra can strike.
Open the cage, Joe, then dive out the window. I've got the Blue Beetle covered with this gun.
Save your bullets. You can't injure the Blue Beetle.
Is that so, wise guy? Well, how do you like this?
Oh, let that be a lesson to you. Never telegraph your punches.
Back up, you Blue Beetle.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, well, how do you like this, Blue Beetle? A rattlesnake around your neck.
You're a fool. No snake can bite through this chain armor. Here, I give it back to you.
Ah, take him off. He'll kill me.
You're yellow when you're cornered, you murderous crook.
Look out, Blue Beetle. Don't stay over the King Cobra's cage. Get me out of here.
Take him off.
Get me out of here.
I'll paralyze him with my magic ray. There, that'll hold him for a while. Now for the one around your neck, Slavitt. There. I should have let you die the agonizing death some of your victims have died.
I'm bitten. I'm poisoned. I'm going to die.
Not by poison, Slavitt. The law will take care of you in the proper manner. Here, Miss Mason, give me a hand. We'll handcuff these lifeguards to the snake's cages. They're still unconscious. Now, put these snakes back in their cages. There.
You certainly have a powerful punch, Blue Beetle.
I need that power. Now, Mr. Slavitt, we'll take care of you.
Keep them away from me. Keep the snakes away from me.
Here, get in this room here.
What are you going to do with me? Don't let them at me. Don't let them at me. Don't let them.
Here, get up on this chair and climb up onto those rafters.
Oh, I can't.
Now, I'll just pull the King Cobra's box over here, under you, and open the lid. Then we'll shut the door and let the Cobra guard you till the police arrive. I don't think you'll try to escape. Come on, Miss Mason. I'll drop you off at your hotel. You can phone a front-page scoop to your paper.
And the heading will be Sea Serpent Hoax Exposed. Murderous racket smashed by the Blue Beetle.
But, Danny, how did the lifeguards operate? They couldn't take the cobra into the water with them.
No, they extracted the poison from his poison sacs. Used it in 2 hypodermic needles taped together. The hypodermic syringes were small and easily concealed in the palm of their hand.
But when did they inject the poison into their victims?
As they rescued them. If some poor devil was taken with a cramp and called for help, the lifeguards would swim off or row out to him. Then when they got to him, they'd put their twin needles in him and give him a shot of poison. Those points made a double incision. Then they'd bring him into shore to die a painful death from cobra venom.
What were the rattlesnakes used for?
To feed the cobras. Professor Meredith told me that.
Oh, I see. Well, how do you account for the stories of people actually seeing the sea serpent?
Oh, they let their imaginations run riot after the lifeguards started the serpent story.
I see. And you got your first clue from the poison detector ring I gave you?
Yes, Doc. It was your gift to me that really saved the businessmen of Breaker City from ruination.
Well, you did a good job, Danny.
Yes, but I'm glad it's over. I never liked snakes. And I'll fight them whether they crawl on their bellies or walk on 2 feet.
And so another fiendish racket was smashed by the Blue Beetle. What will Dan Garrett's next assignment be? Where will the Blue Beetle strike next in his crusade against the underworld? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled The Frame-Up. Stanley Rogers, convicted of killing Bat Doyleson, small-time loan shark and gambler, is in the death house at the state penitentiary, awaiting death by electrocution. Rogers, scion of a prominent and respectable family, claims he shot in self-defense. But the jury thought otherwise. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle, is entering the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, his confidant and friend.
Hello, Doc. Where are you?
I am back here. Is that you, Danny?
Yes. What are you doing?
Well, I'm working on some experiments in my laboratory. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
I've been waiting for you to show up.
Anything special?
Here's something in the personal column of this morning's paper that might interest you.
To the Blue Beetle. I am desperate. My brother awaits death by electrocution for a crime he did not commit. Can you help me? Brenda Rogers. Well, that must be Stanley Rogers, who shot Bat Doyleson, a small-time racketeer.
Yes. Rather strange case, if I remember correctly.
Rogers admitted he shot Doyleson, but claimed it was in self-defense.
He shot him with a pistol he found in Doyleson's apartment, I believe.
Yeah.
Wasn't it brought out in the trial that Rogers owed Doyleson a large sum of money?
Yes, he borrowed from him on several occasions to cover his gambling losses.
Where did Rogers meet Doyleson?
He was introduced to Rogers by a girl, chance acquaintance at a gambling club.
Oh, it's too bad. Rogers comes of a good family. I can't understand his getting mixed up in such a thing.
Well, he was a little wild at college. Too much money to spend.
Orphaned at an early age, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was really raised by an older sister who spoiled him.
Well, he's certainly in a spot now.
Yes, he is.
What are you going to do about that notice in the newspaper?
Well, I'm going to pay a visit to young Rogers in the death house and have a talk with him.
As Dan Garrett or as the Blue Beetle?
As the Blue Beetle.
But how are you going...
I'd like to use some of your invisible paint, Doc, so that I can get to Rogers without anyone knowing it.
It'll be dangerous if you're caught. I haven't been able to perfect the liquid yet.
Well, it'll serve my purpose. I won't be with Rogers very long.
Well, be careful, Danny boy.
I will. Don't worry, Doc. Well, I got to get down to headquarters now. If I can, I'll be back later to change into my Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
I'll be here to help you at any time you want me, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. So long. I'm going to read up a little on the Rogers case.
get your feet off that table and stand at attention when your superior officer enters the room.
Hello, Danny. It's you. I was just getting a little shut-eye.
The night's the time for sleeping.
Yeah, I know, but I've been on extra duty lately.
And you have to catch up on your sleep at headquarters.
Yeah, that's it. And besides, I was waiting for you.
I want to ask you a few questions, Mike.
Well, fire away, me boy. If it's about crime and criminals, Officer Mike Mannigan is a regular encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia?
Yeah, that's it.
What do you know about Bats Doyleson?
Oh, him. Huh. He was a small-time loan shark before the Rogers boy bumped him off.
Do you think Rogers' killing of Doyleson was premeditated?
No, I don't.
Neither do I.
This Doyleson guy was a bad egg.
Now, where could I find out more about him?
Well, maybe Charlie Storm of the Sun could help you out.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll give him a ring.
Say, Dan, why are you so interested in this Rogers case?
Huh? Oh, I'm interested in the loan shark racket, and I want to find out all I can about those connected with it. Hello, son? Give me Charlie Storm, please.
And maybe the commissioner would assign us both to it if we asked him.
Later, perhaps, Mike. At present, Oh, hello, Charlie. This is Dan Garrett. Say, what do you know about Bat Doyleson? Yeah? Yeah, Maroney? Top man, huh? Really? That high? Say, that's very interesting, Charlie. I think I'll get busy and really dig into this loan shark business.
Well, Danny, what did you find out at police headquarters?
I phoned Charlie Storm of the Sun.
He should be able to give you valuable information.
He told me that a man named Maroney was the top man in the loan shark racket.
Was Doyleson associated with him?
No. Doyleson's racket was to hang around the gambling halls and racetracks by means of attractive girls in his employ who strike up casual acquaintances with heavy bettors, get himself introduced to a loser as a wealthy playboy whom one might touch for a loan.
I see. But you say he wasn't working with Maroney.
No. In fact, he was planning to set up a rival loan business, working among the poorer class of unfortunate people who really need money.
But that's a legitimate business.
Not the way these loan sharks run it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, let's say a man borrows $100.
Yes?
He also has to take out life insurance to the same people to assure the loan being paid back in case he dies. These costs and interest on the loan are pyramided so that in some cases the borrower has paid over 5 and 6 times the amount of the original loan, and he still owes the principal.
Why, that's crooked business.
Of course it is. And that's the racket the Blue Beetle is going to smash.
Where is the Blue Beetle going to light first?
In the cell of Stanley Rogers at the state penitentiary.
Have you the liquid of invisibility, Danny?
Yeah, right here, Doc. I'm going to use it. So long, Doc. The Blue Beetle's going to fly right into jail.
Meanwhile, in the electrocution chamber at the state penitentiary, some officials are testing the lethal equipment.
How about the electrodes, Sam?
Clean as a knife blade, Warden.
And the straps?
All in order, sir.
Have you tried the switches?
I was just about to do that, sir.
All right. Shoot some juice through and check your dial.
Yes, sir. Just a moment. I'll give her 1,800 volts and jump her to 2,000.
All right. What's your dial indicate, Sam?
2,000. That should be strong enough for young Rogers.
Yes, too strong, in fact. But the court has ordered his execution, and it is our duty to carry out their order.
Want any more?
Nope. Shut everything off. That's all for today. I'm going to my office. I'd like to see you there later to check details for the execution in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Has Father Callahan seen young Rogers today?
I think he's with him now, sir.
Ask him to see me in my office when he's finished with Rogers.
My son, are there any messages you'd like me to give to anyone?
Oh, what's the use, Father? Everyone thinks I'm a murderer.
Well, what about your sister Brenda? She still believes in you.
What can I say to her that she doesn't already know?
Perhaps a little word of farewell?
Farewell? Farewell? Yes, I'm going to farewell. I'm going to burn for something I didn't do.
There, my son. You mustn't let yourself go like that. Try to face things bravely, secure in the knowledge that there is another life after death.
But I'm not ready for death yet, Father. I want my life now. Why can't somebody do something for me? I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you.
Everything possible to do has been done, my son.
No word from the governor, Father.
I'm sorry, my son. Perhaps later tonight. Your lawyer has been in touch with his secretary. We are all doing everything we can.
Thank you, Father. I'm sorry I acted as I did. Please leave me now. I'd like to be alone.
Very well. Good night, my son.
Good night, Father.
Oh, guard, will you come with me, please? I'd like to speak with you a minute.
Sure thing, Father. Right with you.
What was that humming? Was that the sound of...
That was the sound of the Blue Beetle's magic ray.
The Blue Beetle?
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
But I can't see anyone.
I am invisible.
What are you doing here?
I've come to help you.
Who sent you?
Your sister.
My sister? But how did she...
Never mind how she got in touch with me. Now listen to what I have to say. Speak softly so the guard won't hear you. This invisibility of mine may not last long.
All right.
Now, tell me what happened the night you shot Doyleson.
I didn't shoot him.
But you admitted in court
Yes,
that...
I know I did. And at that time, I thought I had shot him.
I don't understand.
The night of the shooting, I'd gone to Doyleson's apartment to ask him for more time in which to pay my obligation.
Oh, hello, Rogers. Come to pay your notes?
Well, I'd like to talk it over with you.
Come in. Oh, you know Maroney here?
Yes, I met him at the Golden Pheasant Club.
Hello, Rogers.
Hello, Mr. Maroney.
Well, I'll leave you two together. We've got private business to talk about.
Oh, look, Maroney, why don't you step into the bedroom there and wait till I finish with Rogers? Won't take long, and you and I can finish our business.
Okay, but make it snappy. I ain't gonna all right.
Now, what have you got to say, Rogers?
Well, I can't tell you what I owe you now. If you'll wait till I get the principal of my father's estate next year, I'll pay you double.
I can't wait that long. When I lend money, I got to get it back to lend to somebody else. That's how I make a living.
But I thought...
Don't be silly. Now, listen. Every dollar I lend brings me back $5 or even $10 interest. The guys that borrow from me pay me back, or else.
But I can't pay you back now.
Well, then tomorrow morning, your boss is going to know about this.
You can't do that. I'd lose my job at the bank. The disgrace would kill my sister.
Say, there's an idea. Your sister's got what it takes. She's a swell-looking gal. I could use her in my business.
What do you mean?
I could use her at the gambling joint. She could lead the customers on, persuade them to gamble heavily. They lose money, need to borrow, then she introduces them to me.
That's what happened to me.
Sure. That's the way the old Army game works.
Why, you dirty, slimy rat. My sister wouldn't wipe her feet on you.
Well, maybe after I told her the jam you're in, she might consider my proposition. That is, if she loves you. Maybe she'd be worth more to me.
You wouldn't dare approach her with any spite.
Go on, beat it, kid. I got other business tonight.
I won't leave this room till you promise not...
Beat it, I say, or I'll bounce something off your head. Go on.
You bounce nothing off my head. This will stop you.
Put down that gun, Rogers. You can't get away.
And that's just the way it happened.
Then you did shoot Doyleson, Rogers.
I thought I did at the time, Blue Beetle. In the excitement, I imagined I pulled the trigger. But since then, as I think back, I know I didn't pull the trigger of that gun.
Did you take the gun to Doyleson's place with you?
No. I saw it lying on the table near where I was standing in Doyleson's apartment.
But a bullet was fired from that gun. Maroney testified. Wait a minute. Maroney. Say, that gives me an idea.
You think you can save me from... Oh, I don't want to die. I didn't shoot Doyleson. I didn't.
Take it easy, Rogers. Look, call the guard and ask him to get the warden here in a hurry. Tell him you want to make a statement.
But what good will that...
When the guard unlocks the cell door to let the warden in, I'll slip out.
All right, I'll do it. Oh, God! God! I want to see the warden. Oh, warden! Oh, warden!
What has the Blue Beetle in mind? Who is Maroney? And what has he to do with this case? A little later, Dan Garrett is sitting in Dr. Franz's laboratory in the rear of the little apothecary shop.
But, Danny, what makes you think Maroney shot Doyleson?
I don't know. Just a hunch, I guess.
But apparently only one shot was fired. According to Maroney's testimony at the trial, it came from the gun that Rogers held.
That's Maroney's testimony. He had just as much of a motive as Rogers for wanting Doyleson out of the way.
You mean his rival loan racket?
Precisely. Doyleson was muscling in on his territory, as I told you. And Maroney was there that night to threaten Doyleson, I'm sure of it.
But Rogers admitted on the stand that he pointed the gun at Doyleson, fired it, and Doyleson dropped with a bullet through the heart.
But did the bullet that killed Doyleson come from the gun held by Rogers?
Well, that I don't know.
I'm going to call the ballistics department right now. Check with our expert, Pat Sullivan.
Go ahead, Danny. There's the phone right there.
Thanks. And another thing. Rogers must have been an expert marksman to have shot Doyleson through the heart.
The distance was about 20 feet, wasn't it?
According to testimony. Hello? Hello, police department. This is Patrolman Dan Garrett. Say, give me ballistics. Hello, Sullivan? This is Garrett. Do you remember the Rogers-Doyleson case? Well, tell me something. Was any examination made of the bullet extracted from Doyleson's body to establish the fact that it was shot from the murder gun? Is that so? Yes, I understand. Say, could you get hold of the gun and the bullet and check them? Oh, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What did he have to say?
The bullet was never checked against the gun.
Well, that's strange.
Yes, it is.
But Sullivan's going to check them now, isn't he?
Yes, and the Blue Beetle is going to check on Mr. Maroney.
Anything special you'd like to take with you?
Yes, Doc. What about the midget portable television set you were working on?
Well, it isn't ready yet.
Well, how about the midget portable sound recording device?
Oh, that's ready. I'll get it for you.
Thanks, Doc. I'll need it tonight.
All right. Here you are, Danny. Now, just slip it under your Blue Beetle armor.
Okay.
And where will the Blue Beetle fly tonight?
To call upon Mr. Maroney first, and then upon the governor of the state.
Hello? Yeah, this is Maroney. Say, listen, you ain't letting anybody get through to the governor, are you? What? That's right. Keep everybody away from the governor. You know what'll happen to you if someone gets to him with a plea for a stay of execution? Well, see that you keep on the job. You're the governor's private secretary. Should be easy. Okay. But remember, if Rogers don't burn, it'll be just too bad for you. Goodbye.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Well, what do you want, masquerader?
The murderer of Bats Doyleson.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got the wrong address. You want the state penitentiary.
You shot Doyleson, Maroney.
Yeah? How are you going to prove it?
With the bullet that killed Doyleson. And your gun there.
Think so? Well, I'll just give you a taste of this gun like I gave Doyleson.
Emptied your gun, Maroney, just as I thought you would.
Why, you...
Your bullets can't injure the Blue Beetle. Give me that gun.
Come and take it, wise guy.
That'll be easy. And I'll take your confession just as I recorded it. On the device under my Blue Beetle armor. Back on your heels, murderer. Back on your back. That'll keep you quiet for a while. I'll just tie you up and take this gun. The cops are already on their way over here. There's a hot seat waiting for you, Maroney.
Any other business, Jennings?
No, Your Excellency. It's nearly morning, sir. Why don't you get some rest?
I think I will. You know, it's strange no one has approached me with a petition for clemency in this Rogers case.
Well, Your Excellency, it was a case of deliberate murder.
Well, what's it sound?
The Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle?
Yes, Your Excellency, and yes to you also, you gangster-controlled private secretary.
I'll call the police, Your Excellency.
This is an impudent...
Stay where you are, Jennings. I want you and the governor to hear something.
But I've no time for things like this. I've got to get some rest. Besides, this is highly irregular.
Yes, but an innocent man's life is at stake. In 20 minutes, Stanley Rogers may be dead. Unless you sign a stay of execution, Your Excellency.
But there's no reason, no new evidence.
Here's new evidence, Your Excellency, right here, in this little black box, this portable recording device. Listen.
Hello? Yeah, this is Maroney. Say, listen, you ain't letting anybody get through to the governor, are you? What? That's right. Keep everybody away from the governor. You know what'll happen to you if someone gets to him with a plea for a stay of execution.
What's this?
Well, see that you keep on the job. You're the governor's private secretary.
Oh,
It should be
Jennings.
easy.
Well, I
Keep quiet, Jennings, and listen.
Okay. But remember, if Rogers don't burn, it'll be just too bad for you. Goodbye. The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. Now, what do you want, masquerader?
Murderer of Matt Doyleson.
Oh, yeah? Well, you've got the wrong address. You want the state penitentiary.
You shot Doyleson, Maroney.
Yeah? How are you going to prove it?
With the bullet that killed Doyleson and your gun there.
Think so? Well, I'll just give you a taste of this gun like I gave Doyleson.
My shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
Oh, no. I don't want to die.
Steady, son, steady.
Oh, all right, Father. I'm all right now. It was just the sight of that...
Faster, pilot, faster. An innocent man's life is at stake.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Sit here, my son.
Adjust the straps.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Faster, driver, faster. An innocent man's life is at stake.
I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff,
10 seconds.
they comfort me.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle, with a reprieve from the governor.
What sort of a ghastly joke is this?
This is no joke, Warden. The Blue Beetle comes as a messenger of justice. Here, take this paper. You'll find it's a bona fide stay of execution, signed by the governor of this state.
But I don't understand.
You're about to electrocute the wrong man, Warden. Stanley Rogers is innocent. The real murderer is on his way here, under police escort. I hope you'll have the guest chamber ready for him. Good night, gentlemen. The Blue Beetle's job is done.
Just in the nick of time, the Blue Beetle saved an innocent man from death in the electric chair. Only 10 seconds between death and life for a foolish lad who liked to gamble. Later in Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop, patrolman Dan Garrett is discussing certain features of the case with Dr. Franz.
What did Pat Sullivan, the ballistic expert, find when he checked the murder bullet? That the murder bullet was fired from a gun I took from Maroney. But that still doesn't account for the fact that the gun Rogers thought he fired at Doyleson showed that a bullet had been fired from one chamber.
Well, I hopped over to Doyleson's apartment before I came here. There's a bullet embedded in the woodwork behind the piano. I phoned the inspector, and he's sending someone over to investigate and make photographs.
Then you think...
Maroney fired that bullet into the wall out of the gun Rogers dropped after he ran from the apartment.
I see. Maroney must have shot Doyleson with his gun from the door of the bedroom as Rogers was pointing his gun at Doyleson.
That's correct.
And in the emotional stress of the moment, Rogers believed he himself actually fired the shot.
Yes, Maroney realized that and framed Rogers.
Oh, shameful, shameful. And to think that the governor's secretary was involved in this.
Well, he was in fear of his life. He didn't dare cross up Maroney.
Well, Danny, you've done a fine night's work. You'd better get some rest.
Yes, Doc. I can use it. Well, so long. I'll see you later. Dan Garrett is going to put the Blue Beetle to bed.
And so the Blue Beetle has done another noble deed, saved a life, and brought a murderer to justice. What will his next adventure be in his crusade against crime? That question will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Spirits Don't Talk. In every city and small town throughout the country, there are certain individuals who claim to have supernatural powers, mediums who claim that through them the dead speak. Only a few have firmly believed in their supernatural power and endeavored to use it for good. Even they have been exploited for dishonest purposes by unscrupulous individuals and groups of individuals. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle, is discussing the fortune-telling racket with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz.
Tell me, Danny, why is it the district attorney hasn't done something about this situation?
Well, in the first place, it's hard to get witnesses to testify against these fortune-tellers and mediums. In the second place, what can witnesses testify to?
Why, that they were told that
they'd take an ocean voyage or meet a blonde man who would be the great love of their life. Can't put anybody in jail for that.
No, I suppose not.
That isn't the part of this racket that causes the police and the district attorney concern.
Oh, what does?
You see, when a person starts going to fortune tellers, he or she is a marked man or woman. He or she is registered, as it were, by a great ring.
Registered? Ring?
Yes, everything about the client is noted by the fortune teller. Assistants note the wearing apparel, its quality, style, where purchased, and so on. Traits of character are studied, weighed, and measured. Clients are urged to talk about themselves. And if possible, names and addresses are secured. All this information goes into a central bureau to be tabulated and cross-indexed for future reference.
Well, bless my soul. I had no idea such an elaborate system existed.
Sure, there's a regular ring that controls the racket.
Well, what about spiritualism and mediums? Are these so-called mediums part of this racket?
Most of them. They constitute the most dangerous part of the racket.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when they get hold of a client, some susceptible individual who believes it's possible to talk to the loved ones who've died, they work on that individual's mind, influence that individual to commit acts he or she would never think of committing if left alone.
What's the connection between fortune tellers and mediums?
The fortune tellers pick out easy marks, and if considered worthwhile material to work on, they're inveigled into visiting a spiritualist or urged to sit in on a seance.
My. People are so gullible.
Yes, they are. They have to be protected from themselves.
Somebody's in the store. I'll be back in a minute.
Probably Mike Manigan. If it is, send him back.
Hello, Doc. Is Danny the daredevil dude patrolling this beat?
Yes, Danny's back in the laboratory.
Probably cooking up a witch's brew of some sort. You mind if I go in?
No, go right back, Officer Manigan.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Danny. Are you ready to visit the mediums?
Ready and waiting. Hey, you look very smart in your civvies.
Yeah, I think your advice was good. They'll never suspect we're cops in these clothes.
I don't know about that. My wind-blown bob and your red face. You don't look like bookkeepers.
Where are you two boys going?
To a seance.
You mean seance, Doc?
Yeah, we're going to talk with the dead.
Who's the medium?
Well, he calls himself Professor Windrip.
And where's the seance being held?
At Windrip's house out on Elm Street. You know that old place that sits back from the street?
Yes, I know it. People used to say it was haunted.
That's the place.
Well, come on, Patrolman Garrett. Pardon me, Mr. Garrett.
You go ahead, Mike. I want to ask Doc something. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, I'll wait out front for you.
Say, Doc, can I borrow your X-ray camera with a special infrared lens?
Oh, certainly, Danny. I'll get it for you. Just a minute.
Now, what can I carry it in?
Oh, here. It's quite flat. Here it is. Yes, put it in this briefcase.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I'll see you later, if the spirits don't get me.
In another part of the city, an interesting discussion is being held. Banker James Henley is talking with his son John and his nephew William.
I want you, John, and you, William, to accompany me to the seance, Professor Windrip. May be able to communicate with my dead son, Rodney.
Oh, Dad, it's all a fake. This spiritualism and mediums and such stuff. I don't believe Professor Windrip or anybody else can communicate with the dead.
Well, I do. You only have to take one look at the professor to know that he's unusual. He has that faraway expression that psychic people have.
Oh, nonsense.
William is right, John. Professor Windrip is gifted beyond most mortals. I'm sure he will be able to communicate with my elder son who was killed in Spain. Perhaps Rodney will be able to advise me in my financial affairs. He was always so right about things. And I'm getting old, and I need his advice.
Yes, and I'm sure his advice will still be good, Uncle James.
Yes, William. I'm glad you have the right attitude toward these things.
Well, let's get started to the seance. The sooner we get there, the sooner it will be over.
Who's going to be out at Windrip's place, Danny?
Not sure. Charlie Storm with his son told me that Banker Henley's a frequenter of Windrip's seances.
Well, how are we going to get in there?
Charlie got me 2 cards from a girlfriend of his, who's a hostess in one of those gypsy tea rooms.
Do you think they'll suspect us?
I don't know, but let me do the talking. You just keep still and look psychic.
And how does a guy look when he looks psychic?
Just stare straight at everything and everybody. Just as if you were looking through them at the immortal spheres.
That's the way I look when I've been hit on the head.
Well, I'll sock you one before we go in, if that'll help.
Yeah, never mind. I can look psychic without your help.
Okay. That's the house ahead.
Yeah, it's a pleasant-looking spot for a murder. Are you healed?
No, I didn't bring a gun.
Well, I did. And
If any goes to the pot of spirit, that's gay with me. I'm going to use it.
Now, here we are. Come on, Mike, and remember to look psychic.
Okay, Danny.
Good evening. All you expected?
We have cards.
Very good. Will you come in, please? The seance is about to begin.
Thank you.
Who are these gentlemen, Gherkin?
They have cards, sir.
Are you Professor Windrop?
Yes, I am.
This is Mr. Michael P. Manigan, and I'm Mr. Van Norden Garrett. We were recommended to you by the Gypsy Tea Room. My friend here is psychic.
Oh? I see. Well, come in, gentlemen. Right in here. This is Mr. James Henley, the banker, his son John, and his nephew William, Mr. Manigan and Mr. Garrett.
Pleased to meet you.
Now, will you all take seats, please? You and Mr. Manigan sit here, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
We sit in a circle and hold hands. Mr. Henley, you sit here on my left, between Mr. Garrett and me. John, you sit on my right, and William, you sit next to your cousin John, between him and Mr. Manigan. Here we are.
This is a lot of poppycock. John, be quiet. If you don't want to sit in, leave the room.
Oh, all right, Father. I'll keep quiet.
I'm afraid your son is not in a receptive mood, Mr. Henley.
No, he'll be all right, Professor. He's young, that's all.
Yes. Now, we'll each take the hand of the persons on either side of us, and I'll put the lights out with this switch in the floor at my feet. Quiet, everybody. Relax. Banish thoughts of this mundane world, and let your minds wander out into the infinite. What was that sound?
My teeth chattering.
Father! Is that you, Rodney, my son?
Yes, Father. Your son who was killed in Spain.
Speak to me. Rodney, are you well?
I cannot rest. A heavy burden lies on my soul.
What is the burden on your soul, Rodney?
My brother John does not love you. Only William loves you.
That's a lie. William is a crook. This seance is...
Lights. Switch on those lights.
What happened here?
John, what's wrong?
Well, I'll be... What happened? What happened here?
Oh, look, my son John there on the floor.
Stand back, everybody. Manigan, cover those exits. He's dead, all right. Stabbed in the back.
Wait a minute. What is this? Who are you to give orders in my house?
Patrolman Dan Garrett. My psychic friend is Officer Manigan.
And if anybody attempts to leave this room, this gun of mine will speak. And it won't be a psychic message either. Call headquarters, Danny. This is a case of murder.
An hour later, back at the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz, Dan Garrett and Dr. Franz are examining two photographs which have just been developed.
Now, Doc, this is the first one I snapped with the X-ray camera. It shows the interior of the room where the seance was held.
What's that dark spot there on the wall?
Where? It looks like a loudspeaker behind a large painting.
That's probably where the voice came from that old man Henley thought was the voice of his dead son, Rodney.
Yeah, he was the old man's favorite son. He volunteered to fight in Spain and was killed in battle.
Let's see the other photograph.
Yeah, right. I took this one just as John said. This is a lie. It shows the group seated in a circle.
Look there.
It's the murderer. His hand is clutching the dagger, raised to strike.
It even shows the cotton he wrapped around the hilt to avoid leaving fingerprints.
This photograph alone will convict the murderer of John Henley.
Are you going to phone police headquarters to hold
No. If they hold him, we may not be able to run the higher-ups in the racket there.
Oh, then you think the murderer of John Henley was not the top man.
No. He was just part of the ring. The brains of the racket are higher up.
But they should have realized that John Henley's death would bring down the police on their necks.
Somebody made a miscue there. I don't think the ring planned John's death.
What do you think their plan was?
Simply to use the dead son Rodney's fake voice to work on the old man and influence him to let his nephew William advise him. And in time persuade him to make William his heir.
But why?
William is probably being used by this gang of racketeers. If the old man should die, leaving his vast fortune to William, then William would be blackmailed into coming across with a large sum of money to the racketeers.
Oh, what devilish things evil minds can think up.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Doc, put those negatives in a safe place.
They'll be safe with me, Danny.
All right. Well, the Blue Beetle is going into action on this gang of crooked buzzards.
Well, what are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is paying several visits tonight. Before another day dawns, the spiritualist racket will be smashed.
Who is the murderer of John Henley? What will the Blue Beetle discover at Professor Windrip's residence? Whose warped mind is behind all these fiendish schemes to prey upon honest but superstitious and ignorant persons? Off through the night speeds the Blue Beetle in his crusade against crime. In another part of the city, a man is issuing orders to his subordinates. A dark, sinister-looking man whose tight-lipped smile has no mirth in it. His business is creating spirits of those who have departed.
Joe, that last batch of cloth you bought me was certainly cheesy. My old nightshirt would make better ectoplasm than that junk.
Yeah, but you see, boss...
Never mind the alibis. Trade it in and get something thinner. Bart.
Yes, sir.
You still recording famous voices off the air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See my secretary and get a list of the 400 best families.
Yes, sir.
Call on them one at a time. See if you can sell them the idea of having each voice in the family recorded as a memento for their relatives after they pass on. Make copies of each. We can use them in our seances.
I'll do it right away, sir.
Good. And as you go out, tell Sweeney and maintenance to order 24 more loudspeaker sets through my radio stores. 50 dozen crystal balls and 75 cases of playing cards.
Right away, sir.
Did you send for me, Chief?
Yes. Now, look, my apple-cheeked little trigger man. Professor Windrip phoned me that he has reason to suspect that some photographs were taken at his seance tonight by Patrolman Dan Garrett. The negatives may still be in his possession, or they may be in the possession of Dr. Franz that runs that little apothecary shop. I want those photographs.
Okay, Chief, I'll get 'em.
If you meet with resistance, let your conscience be your guide.
I got you, Chief. My trigger finger's awful nervous tonight. It must be the weather.
The professor calling, LG. Show him in.
Oh, hello, LG. This is certainly a terrible state of affairs.
When did the cops release you?
Just now. Someone bailed us all out, and I came right to you.
I'll bet you left a trail a mile wide.
No. I changed trains 3 times in the subway. Walked through Ralph's department store and then took a taxi here.
Good.
Well, what do you advise me to do? My business is ruined.
Your business? You should have thought of that before you killed John Henley.
I killed him. You mean William?
I mean you. William wouldn't have the nerve.
But William hated his cousin. He was sitting right next to him.
And so were you.
What makes you think so?
A little bird told me. I've got spies down at police headquarters. They heard the questioning of your people by the police.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. They said you were playing up to old man Henley.
Well,
Now, say, you aren't figuring on trying to double-cross me on this, are you?
Why, no, LG, I assure you.
You'd better not if you know what's good for you.
Now, what about those 2 policemen, Mannigan and Garrett?
They'll be taken care of. When the case comes up for trial, they won't be there to testify.
Yes, but the photographs. I'm sure I heard the click of a camera during the seance.
The room was dark, wasn't it?
Pitch black.
Okay. Then you don't have to worry. I'll leave everything to me.
Now, what do you think I'd better do now?
Go out to your place and play dumb. I'll be out there later, as soon as I've had a talk with William Henley. He'll probably spend a few days on his uncle's yacht. In the meantime, I've got my men guarding everybody concerned. I imagine the Blue Beetle will stick his nose into this, and if he does, it'll be just too bad for Mr. Blue Beetle. Now, look, Henley. I don't think you killed your cousin John.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Well, okay. Now, you just take it easy. Lay up to your uncle, and you'll be the white-haired boy. He always believed anything his son Rodney told him.
But this murder, what about that?
We're going to let Professor Windrip take the rap. He's all washed up with us.
I see.
Later, you will introduce your uncle to another medium, and we'll go to work on him again, in your favor. You'll be his heir.
Yes, but he may live a long time, and I need money now. My creditors are hounding me, and I can't wait.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. Just as soon as he makes a will in your favor, he'll meet with an accident.
You mean?
He'll be talking with his dead son, Rodney, direct. Very clever scheme, but it won't work.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip.
Shall I let him have it, LG?
Drill him. Go ahead, shoot. Your bullets can't injure the Blue Beetle.
But this belaying pin will.
Good work, Gus, good work. You throw a mean belaying pin, he's out like a light.
What'll I do with him?
Tie him up, weight his body with an anchor, and toss him overboard.
Okay, LG. Well, Mr. Blue Beetle, you're going for a nice swim. And you ain't coming back.
Say, aren't you a bit ruthless, LG?
In my racket, you have to be. Now, you be a good boy, and we'll all be rich.
Well, what are you going to do now?
I'm going ashore. Professor Windrip is going to have a caller and get a big surprise.
All right, Gherkin. I'm going to get some sleep. This has been a very trying evening.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Did you dismantle and hide the phonograph equipment and records?
Yes, sir. Everything's been taken care of. Will you be sleeping late in the morning, sir?
Yes, Gherkin. Call me about noon.
Very good, sir. What?
Good heavens. Who can that be at this time of night?
Well, I'll see, sir. It may be Mr. LG, as you call him. Good evening, sir. The master's just retiring.
Well, he'll see me. Oh, there you are.
Oh, yes. What have you found out, LG?
The Blue Beetle paid a visit to Henley's yacht while I was talking with William Henley.
Well, how did you get rid of him?
He's bathing in the Sound with a 50-pound anchor tied to his feet.
Great heavens.
Yes, he was in the way. Just as you're in my way, Professor Windrip.
What do you mean?
You're all through, Professor. You almost cleared our racket. I can't wait for the law to take its course. Besides, you might spill the beans.
Oh, no.
I'm taking no chances. I'm going to close your mouth right... Drop that gun, LG, or I'll blast you with my magic ray.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. You must be a strong swimmer, Blue Beetle.
I am, and I learned a few tricks from Houdini. Otherwise, I'd be lying at the bottom of the Sound.
Get him, Gherkin. Get him from behind.
Oh, no, you don't. Not this time, Gherkin. The Blue Beetle's on the alert. And here's one for you, Professor Windrip. Murderers. Now I'll take that gun, LG.
Certainly, Blue Beetle.
Here it is, right in the... Just a little jiu-jitsu. Now I've got the gun.
What are you going to do? You've got nothing on me.
Oh, no? I swam back to the yacht after I freed myself from the anchor rope and had a little talk with William. Was he surprised to see me? He's going to talk and talk plenty.
He can't prove who killed John Henley.
But the photographs Dan Garrett took at the seance can...
What do you know about those photographs?
The Blue Beetle knows everything.
Now listen, Blue Beetle. Those photographs will never be shown at any trial. Pudgy has seen to that.
What do you mean?
Pudgy's my trigger man. I sent him to interview Dan Garrett's friend, Dr. Franz, the chemist. If the photographs are there, he'll get them or else.
Open this door and I'll break it in.
Well, Mr. L.G., the law's caught up with you. Your racket's smashed, and you'll burn along with Professor Windrip.
Not yet, I won't. I'll cheat the chair with this poison.
No, you don't. The law's going to send you and the murderous Professor Windrip where you can't cause any more harm.
All right, now, all right. Reach for the ceiling. Well, if it ain't the Blue Beetle, Professor Windrip and the Limey Serpent. What a haul. And who's this?
That's L.G., the ringleader of the gang. He just tried to take poison, and I hit him. Here, Manigan, catch this gun.
What? Well, okay, Blue Beetle.
Sorry to leave so suddenly.
Hey, wait a minute, Blue Beetle. You're under arrest. Well, hanged if the Blue Beetle didn't dive out of the window. Well, boys, slip the handcuffs on these babies and we'll take them along. I'll catch the Blue Beetle the next time.
And so the Blue Beetle caught and turned over to the police several racketeers. But what about Doc Franz and the photographs? What has happened to them? Has Pudgy carried out the orders of his chief, the infamous L.G.? Let's hurry back to the little apothecary shop of Dr. Franz.
Doc Franz, where are you?
Hello, Danny. Why, what's your hurry?
Are you all right?
Never felt better in my life.
But the gunman, did Pudgy...
Rosy-cheeked, rather confident gentleman called earlier tonight. I was in my laboratory at the time.
Yeah, well, what happened?
He mentioned something about some photographs. Was rather insistent that I give them to him.
Well, did he...
Yes. He pointed a gun at me.
What did you do?
Squirted a syringe full of concentrated ammonia in his eyes.
Good. Where is he now?
I tied him up to keep him from playing with my chemicals in there.
Ah, that's great. And the photographs are safe?
Everything's under control.
Ah, fine. Those photographs will convict Professor Windrip of young Henley's murder, and William's testimony will take care of L.G.
What does L.G. stand for, Danny?
Well, according to William, L.G. stands for live ghost, the man behind the spirit. Well, if you'll excuse me, Doc, I'm going to turn in. The Blue Beetle's had a very busy night.
And so all loose threads were tied together, and another racket smashed, thanks to Dan Garrett, Mike Manigan, Dr. Franz, and the Blue Beetle. What new adventure awaits the Blue Beetle? This question will be answered in the next episode of the Blue Beetle. And now, here's the Blue Beetle himself to say a few words.
The moral of this story is that there's no honor among thieves. In other words, never become associated with anyone in any endeavor or plan that is not absolutely straightforward. If you do, you can expect to be double-crossed or become the cat's paw or the fall guy. Remember to always look up, never down, and to associate only with those persons you can respect.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. Don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle.
Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals.
A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled Thoroughbreds Always Come Through. Horse racing is called the sport of kings, but common people enjoy it also. Enormous sums of money are bet each year on horse races. Enormous sums of money are won and lost each year on horse races. And where enormous sums of money are involved, clever crooks will be ever scheming to divert some of that money into their dishonest hands. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett is discussing with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist, a recent death at a nearby racetrack and its possible ramifications.
But, Danny, what makes you think Buddy Winston's death was murder?
Something the jockey said before he died in the hospital.
What was that?
He said, "Say goodbye to the real White Star for me. He's a thoroughbred."
White Star was the name of the horse he'd been riding for some time?
Yes. He's owned by the B&T stables. Buddy rode for them.
Is White Star a thoroughbred?
If he is, he hasn't raced like one. He's been running down at Greenwood, but so far he hasn't won a race this season. In fact, he hasn't even been in the money. Everyone calls him a dog.
Being in the money means coming in first, second, third, or fourth, doesn't it?
That's right.
And now he's being brought up here to Parkingham Racetrack.
Yeah.
But tell me, Danny, why did Buddy Winston's last words make you feel he was murdered? His body was found in that wild stallion, Thunder Mike's stall. Apparently, he'd been kicked in the head by the stallion.
Yes, but what was he doing in the stallion's stall? He had no business there. That horse belonged to the Williams stables.
Oh, well, this horse race business is beyond me. Some horses run around in a circle, and one of them wins, and a few people win some money, and a lot of people lose some money.
Well, that's just about right, Doc.
And what are you going to do about Buddy Winston's death?
First, get Mike Manigan and run out to the racetrack and look around.
The big race is on today, isn't it?
Yeah, and White Star has entered.
Well, what chance has he? Many of the horses in the race are top-flight thoroughbreds, aren't they?
According to the newspapers.
Well, Danny, if there's something crooked going on, I know you will find it out and be in there investigating.
You bet. It's my duty to uphold the law and bring every crook to justice.
Be careful, Danny. Be careful, and good luck, boy. Good luck.
Thanks, Doc. So long. I'm going to find out what makes White Star twinkle.
As I see it, Danny, Jockey Winston knew too much about something crooked in this horse racing business and was bumped off to keep his mouth shut.
That's my theory, too.
Well, what do you figure he knew?
Oh, some crooked work in connection with White Star.
What, that dog? Say, me boy, that horse couldn't run fast enough to keep his feet warm.
That's what everybody thinks. But I've got a hunch he's booked to win this race today.
Oh, don't make me laugh, Danny. He ain't been in the money this season, and against thoroughbreds like Sassafras and Blue Egret and San Simeon. He look like he's running backwards.
Just the same. I've got a hunch he'll win.
Yes, but take my advice. Don't back that hunch with a real money bet.
Don't worry, I don't play the races. I like to see horses run, but I don't bet on them.
Well, here we are. You go get the tickets while I park the car.
Okay, Mike.
For clubhouse tickets, left-hand line for grandstand, keep moving. Have your money ready here.
2 for the grandstand, please.
You don't need no tickets, officer. Need man will pass you in.
Oh, thanks, but I'm off duty. I prefer to buy tickets.
Okay, $5 for 2. That's right. Hey,
Hey, Johnny, did you get the tickets?
Yeah, here we are. Let's go this way.
Hey, how about a cold drink, Danny?
No thanks, Mike. I'm going to stroll around this paddock and see what gossip I can pick up.
Okay, I'll hold a seat for you up in, let's see, Section C, 4th row up. That'll be near the finish line.
All right, Mike. I'll be back before the big race. Hello. You the jockey that's riding White Star today?
Yeah, that's right.
Your name's Jessup?
Yeah.
Mine's Garrett. Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Anything wrong, officer?
Oh, no. I'm not here to arrest anyone. I like horses, so I thought I'd come down here and look around.
Oh.
Is that White Star there?
Yeah, that's him. He's a beauty.
Certainly is. Can he run?
Like a streak.
What's been holding him back?
Well, I don't know. I ain't never ridden him in a race. Winston used to ride him.
Oh, that's right. I suppose he gets his name from that white star on his forehead.
Yep.
Well, good luck today.
Thanks, mister.
Oh, just a minute, officer.
Yes?
Are you here in official capacity?
Oh, no, just shaking hands with the horses.
Well, don't be talking to my jockeys or fooling around with horses before a race.
Are you the owner of White Star?
I represent the owners.
Oh, I see. Think he'll win today?
Looking for a tip?
Maybe.
Well, don't put your money on White Star.
No? Why, your jockey here thinks...
Never mind what he thinks. He's paid to ride, not to think. I tell you to put your money on some other horse. White Star isn't ready yet. New track, new jockey,
I see. Okay. Well, goodbye, Jessup, and good luck. And thanks for that tip, mister. It's a sure thing I won't bet on White Star. Well, there's Blue Egret, number 1.
She's a nice-looking filly.
No filly will win this race.
It's sassafras for my money.
Yeah? What about White Star?
That dog, don't make me laugh.
San Simeon likes the distance.
Anything can happen in a mile and an eighth.
Yeah? I'm taking a long shot. $2.50 to 1 on White Star ain't peanuts.
If you win. In an 8-horse race like this one, he ain't got a chance. He cuts up so much at the post, he may even be left.
Look, they're at the post.
Blue Egret sure looks good.
San Simeon's nervous.
Kilometer don't like the number 4 spot.
White Star's pretty steady. Stands there like a thoroughbred.
Come on, Blue Egret, come on.
Sassafras out in front.
What's that horse coming through next to the rail?
Number 7. Rainy Day.
Boy, look at him come.
San Simeon's dropping back.
Where's my horse?
Last.
Look, he's moving up. He's past San Simeon.
He's almost neck and neck with Rainy Day.
Sassafras first, Blue Egret second, Rainy Day third, White Star fourth at the quarter.
San Simeon's out of it.
Look, White Star's passing Rainy Day.
Well, what do you know about that?
Yeah, he's moving up on Blue Egret.
Yeah, Blue Egret can't stand the pace. I told you no filly would win this race.
Come on, White Star. Come on, show him how.
Well, I'll be... He's past Sassafras at the far turn. And he's in the lead.
Boy, oh boy, $100 I win.
The race ain't over yet.
It is for you guys. Look at White Star coming down the stretch. Come on, White Star. Come on, baby. Kick dust in their faces. Come on, White Star, that up, baby. It's a walk away. Boy, oh boy. White Star wins by 7 lengths.
Well, Danny, what did you think of the race?
White Star certainly ran like a thoroughbred.
Yeah, he sure did that. Say, the bookies must have cleaned up.
Why?
Well, nobody was betting on White Star. All the big money was on the favorites.
I've a hunch that the owners of White Star had plenty of money bet on their horse.
And what makes you think that? I figured they'd be as surprised as anybody else.
The man I met at the stables while I was talking to Jockey Jessup was too anxious to have me bet on some other horse. I'm suspicious of him. He represents the owners.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I'd have placed a bet on White Star.
I didn't think of it at the time. Hey, you can let me off here, Mike. I'm going to drop in on Doc Franz.
Okay. Well, I may have a look into this case myself. It don't smell right to me.
Well, keep your eye open for the Blue Beetle.
Oh, him. Someday I'll hook him.
If you do, let me know.
I will not.
Well, good night, Mike.
Good night, Danny.
Oh, hello, Danny. And how were the races?
Oh, great. Some fine horses running.
I heard some of it over the radio. White Star was a great surprise.
Yes, and I can't quite figure it out. Something's wrong somewhere.
Why?
Well, a horse as good as White Star couldn't run as poorly as he has in the past. You can't disguise class. Wait a minute. Disguise. That's it.
You got something, Danny?
Almost. Say, I wonder if... No, it's fantastic.
Excuse me, Danny.
Yes?
Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Danny. A young lady's voice.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yes? Who? Millie Jessup. Oh, the jockey's sister. Yes. What? Oh, I see. When did it happen? Yes, I certainly will. Where? Yes, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Goodbye.
Something important, Danny?
Yes, Doc, that was Jessup's sister on the phone. You know, the jockey who rode White Star. I met him today. He's been arrested on some trumped-up charge. He remembered me and asked her to call me. Afraid to call me himself.
Do you think it has anything to do with the race this afternoon?
I'm sure of it. Well, so long, Doc. I'm going down to headquarters. The Blue Beetle may fly tonight, so I'll be back later for the Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
I'll be here and have everything ready, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. Goodbye. Now, tell me all about it, Miss Jessup.
Well, just after the race today, when Eddie, my brother, was changing his clothes, he overheard a conversation that led him to believe that White Star was going to be shipped to another track tonight.
But White Star's supposed to race in the Alice Whiteman Memorial Stakes here next Saturday.
That's right. So my brother went to Mr. Gottschalk, who represents the B&T stables, and asked him about what he overheard.
What did Gottschalk say?
He told Eddie his ears were too big.
A
little later, somebody went to the racetrack stewards and claimed that they'd been robbed of some diamond cufflinks. A search was made, and they were found in Eddie's locker. But I know he didn't do it, Mr. Garrett. I'm positive he did it. Eddie isn't that kind of a boy.
Now, Miss Jessup, don't get excited. I'm sure this is a frame-up to get your brother out of the way for a while.
He was afraid to talk to you himself, so he asked me to.
Well, that was wise. There's crooked work going on somewhere, and I'm going to find out what it is.
What are you going to do?
Talk it over with someone who will clear up this racehorse mystery. And if it's a crooked racket, he'll smash it in quick order.
What is the explanation of Jockey Jessup's arrest? Why is White Star to be transported to another track? How can a losing horse be made into a thoroughbred overnight? Will Dan Garrett solve the mystery, or will he turn the job over to the Blue Beetle? In another part of the city, interesting instructions are being given over the telephone.
Oh, look, Spinelli. You're clever with the paintbrush. You've done a swell job on that horse, Sagebrush. You've kept him looking like the real White Star. Yeah, they were bred to have the same conformation. He may not be able to run like him, but he sure looks like him. What? Yeah, I know. I know it was difficult. But you're getting paid plenty. Now, here's what I want you to do. We're shipping White Star to a little track in the south. And I want you to disguise him so that no one will know.
Oh, Danny, where is the Blue Beetle flying tonight?
Out to the racetrack.
But there's no horse racing at night.
No, but there's a horse moving. And the Blue Beetle is going to find out why.
Well, be careful, Danny. I I inspected your blue chain armor and mask. It seems in perfect condition.
Thanks, Doc.
Taking anything along besides your magic ray and Blue Beetle spotlight?
Oh, just a little paint remover.
Paint remover?
Yes. I've got a hunch a little paint remover may come in handy to remove a disguise.
I hope you're successful.
So do I. Well, so long, Doc. The Blue Beetle is off to the racetrack.
Hey, Mitch, pull a horse van in here and park.
Okay.
I'll soft-foot it into the stables and see if Spinelli's finished with White Star. If he has, I'll give you the old hoot owl.
Yeah? And what then?
I'll come running with White Star, and we'll lead him up into the truck.
Okay.
Now, keep your motor running. As soon as we get him loaded, we'll high-bail it out of here.
I got you. Okay.
Come on, we'll let the loading ramp down. You take the other side.
Yeah. I got it.
Now, ease her down. That's got it. Now, remember to keep your motor running.
Don't worry. I've done this before.
Okay. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Easy, White Star, easy. Soon you'll look like Sagebrush, the dope. He's a look like you, but he's gonna run like you. Easy, boy, easy. Here. A little more pain on the forehead, then nobody's know you the White Star. Everybody think you just a dog. The boss is make a plenty money on you. Every time you race, you get other name. You look like other horse.
How you coming, Spinelli?
As you frighten me. Was that you, Froggy?
Yeah. I got the horse van down the road. Is White Star ready to go?
Yes. How's he look?
Move your lantern over this way. Say, that's a swell job. Nobody'd recognize him. You're an artist, Spinelli.
Spinelli's a great artist. I am the...
Douse the glim. Somebody's coming.
Look on the wall.
Yeah. A spotlight with a large... The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Beat it, masquerader, before I drill you.
Go ahead and shoot. And draw every stable boy and guard in the place here.
Hey, it's all right, Froggy.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to cut in on this racket, or I'll expose you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't the boss in this racket. You have to see Gotcha.
All right. Reach for the roof, boys. It's the law.
Mike Madigan.
The dumb copper.
Yes, it's Officer Manigan, and he ain't so dumb. So, Blue Beetle, you want to chisel in on this racket, eh?
You have sharp ears, Madigan.
Listen, copper. If you're wise, you'll put up that gun and forget you ever saw us. The boss will pay plenty to keep this quiet. It's a gold mine.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't prospecting for gold. I'm gunning for racketeers.
Well, you ain't gonna get this one. That for you, copper.
And this is for you.
Good work, Spinelli. Got the Blue Beetle with the lantern.
Hey, look. Look, the lantern, she's broke. She's set fire to this straw.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Fire! Fire! Somebody turn in the alarm.
Fire! All right.
Here, Spinelli. Help me toss the Blue Beetle over into that stall.
All right.
There. That'll be the end of Mr. Blue Beetle. He'll burn up with the stable, I hope.
Hey, what's about this Officer Manigan, huh?
Load him on your back and bring him out to the van. We'll drop him off a bridge somewhere.
Oh, he's very heavy.
Okay, I'll take him. You lead White Star out. Mitch is waiting down the road with the motor running. Come on, make it snappy. Now, here we go.
Well, the Blue Beetle certainly had a narrow escape that time.
Yes. Spinelli hit me from behind with a lantern and knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I was in a water tank next to what had been White Star's stall. The whole place was ablaze.
But how did you escape burning to death?
The asbestos lining you made for my Blue Beetle armor saved me.
Oh, yes, I remember. I made it so if some racketeer happened to get a hold of your electric ray gun, he couldn't burn you to death in your Blue Beetle armor.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, what became of Manigan? Didn't you say he was there?
Yes, but a thug named Froggy knocked him out. I didn't see anything of him afterward.
Did you see the morning paper?
No. What did they have to say about the fire?
Here, read it.
Fire caused considerable damage to stables at Parkingham Racetrack last night.
Several horses were burned. First, it was thought White Star had been burned. But later, the sensational stakes winner was found in one of the stables, not touched by the fire. He is booked to run in the Alice Whiteman Memorial Stakes on Saturday. Say, something's rotten somewhere.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, White Star was in the part of the stables that burned last night, but he was disguised by a coat of paint. I caught one of the crooks at work.
But it says there in the paper.
No, but if those crooks can disguise one horse, they can disguise another.
Well, what are you going to do?
Run out and have a look at this White Star.
Just a minute, Danny. I'll see who's out front in the store.
Oh, hello, Doc. Is Danny here?
Yes, he's in the back. My there, Mike, you have quite a cut on your chin.
Yeah, sure. A horse kicked me last night.
Hello, Mike. What's this about a horse kicking you?
Oh, hello, Danny. Yes. You see, I was investigating this White Star case, and I got kicked by a horse.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, but you're just in time. I'm going out to the track myself. Why don't you come along? Maybe you can find the horse that kicked you and arrest him.
That's a good idea. Come on, now, let's go. I got the car outside.
Goodbye, Doc. If I find out what I expect to find, the Blue Beetle will fly again tonight.
Danny, would you like to try out the portable television set? It's ready for a test.
Oh, that's great. I'll pick it up when I come back for my Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
Well, goodbye. Goodbye and good luck.
All arrangements have been made, gentlemen. Sagebrush, disguised as White Star, will race in the Whiteman Memorial on Saturday and lose.
What about the real White Star?
He'll run at Shadyside, disguised as Sagebrush, and win. We'll get long odds on him and clean up.
Who's riding here on Saturday?
Oh, a new jockey. It's his first big race. He'll think he's riding on the real White Star.
What's that humming sound?
Maybe the electric fan in the other room.
What about Jessup? Doesn't he suspect that
He's out on bail. But he'll be kept away from the racetrack. If he opens his mouth about anything, he'll get what we gave Winston.
Well, I hope your scheme works. We've invested plenty, and we expect to realize on our investment.
Don't worry, gentlemen. Your investment is safe. You've already cleaned up plenty on yesterday's race, and you'll make a fortune if you let me run things.
What about the policeman and the Blue Beetle that discovered Spinelli and Froggy, as you call him, at work?
They've been disposed of. Their mouths have been closed forever.
What's that noise?
The Blue Beetle.
Dead. Come to life.
Yes. Too bad Buddy Winston can't be brought back to life. Murderers.
This time I'll make sure of you, you Blue Beetle.
Go ahead and shoot, Gottschalk. But first, look at this little black box.
I'm not interested in little black boxes. You're in my way, and
every action, every word you say is being registered in this portable television set.
That was the sound I heard.
Yes, like an electric fan.
And you were?
Standing behind the curtains, televising everything that took place here.
The police?
Yes, the police. They've been receiving everything I've picked up here. The case is complete, gentlemen, with every television set owner in the city as added witnesses.
The Blue Beetle was in with these crooks, eh? Put the bracelets on them, boys. And to make doubly sure of the Blue Beetle, I'll handcuff him
Sorry to hurt you, Manigan, but the Blue Beetle has to keep his hands free. Goodbye, gentlemen. It'll be a long time before you see another horse race.
Well, I can laugh now, Danny, when I think how you bluffed those crooks. But at the time, I was worried.
Yes. If I'd known you'd left a tube out of the portable television set, I'd have had to use different methods.
Luckily, the crooks didn't know it.
They were so surprised and frightened, they made a full confession when Manigan and the boys got them down to headquarters.
Well, the next time, I'll make a closer check. I'd have never forgiven myself if harm had come to you.
Oh, forget it, Doc. You're the best friend a fellow could have. I don't know what I'd have done without your help.
Oh, you'd have come through successfully just the same. Remember, thoroughbreds always come through.
And so another crooked racket was smashed by the Blue Beetle. What new assignments will the Blue Beetle set for himself in his crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next episode of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The friend of the unfortunate, enemy of criminals. A mysterious, all-powerful character, a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Smashing the Arson Ring. Numerous fires of suspicious nature have stirred the civil authorities to a point where a concerted drive is underway to discover who and what is back of this unprecedented wave of mysterious conflagrations. Has the city's fire inspection department become obsolete? Is the increase of destructive fires in abandoned factories and old law tenements due to coincidence? Or is an organized campaign of wholesale arson being engineered by a mastermind? As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in secret is really the Blue Beetle, discusses the situation with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
And, Danny, do you really believe that there's a ring of professional arsonists who are setting these fires?
I'm positive.
You know, we've had a long dry spell. There's such a thing as spontaneous combustion.
I know that.
Then on what do you base your suspicions?
The fact that in each case the burned building had been vacant for a long time, or had been operating on a losing basis and was heavily insured. Like those old tenements on River Street.
But surely the owners would be taking a terrible risk of discovery if they set them on fire.
Not if I hired professional arsonists. They're pretty clever, you know.
Yes, but look at the property loss, and in some cases, loss of life.
The property losses in each case I've found are all covered by fire insurance. A loss of life, such as in that last tenement fire, is another thing. That's equivalent to wholesale murder.
You're right, Danny. And if someone deliberately set those fires, that person should pay the extreme penalty.
They will, if I can get the evidence I need to convict them.
Well, what do you intend doing?
I'm asking the chief to put me on special duty to investigate these mysterious fires.
With Officer Madigan?
Yes, if Mike wants to work on them with me.
Well, he will, all right. He likes excitement as much as you do.
I know. I can't stand inactivity as long as there are criminals to run down. I'll only be happy when I'm on their trail.
Well, I do hope you'll always be as successful in the future as you have been in the past.
Oh, there go the fire engines. That's my exit cue. So long, Doc. From now on, Dan Garrett's a smoke eater.
Old man Gordon will build a new apartment house, but the insurance will collect on this job.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. These houses aren't worth a powder to blow them up.
Look, there's a girl up there. That third floor window.
Yeah. She's going to jump.
She'll be killed if she does.
Hey, don't jump.
Look, there's the cop warning her not to jump.
Yeah. Now he's going right into the building.
Yeah, and there's another cop going right after him.
Why, they'll be burned to a crisp in that inferno.
Boy, look at the flames pouring out of that window underneath.
Yeah, looks like curtains for them babies.
Not yet. Look, the firemen just got a hose up that ladder. They're pouring a stream of water into the windows.
Too late, I'll bet.
That's the end of the cops and the girl.
Yeah. Gee, what a crash.
Look up there on the roof.
Yeah, it's the two cops and the girl.
Oh, what do you know about that? They went up instead of down.
Just in time, too.
Firemen are slanting a ladder over to them from the hook and ladder truck.
Yeah, but it won't reach. It's too short.
Well, why don't they jump across to the next roof?
It's too far. 20-foot gap. They'd never make it.
The firemen could stretch a net so if
They can't get near enough to the building. That fire's too hot. See it pour out of those lower windows.
I guess they're trapped.
No, look.
Yeah. One cop's hanging to the edge of the roof by his hands. Now the other one's crawling over him.
What are they going to do?
The second cop's hanging from the first cop's feet. Look, he can almost reach the ladder. Look, there's a fireman going up the ladder.
Say, the girl's climbing down over the two cops hanging there. Look out! Gee, she almost lost hold.
The fireman's got her. She's safe.
She's safe. Yeah, but, say, it looks like she fainted.
Well, how them two cops gonna get down?
I don't know. They're still hanging up there.
Firemen are backing the hook and ladder truck a bit. Now the end of the ladder is right under him.
Watch him. There he goes. He dropped.
He made it!
Now there's only the cop hanging to the roof. He can't make it, though.
Who is he?
Looks like Patrolman Dan Garrett. The other cop was Manigan, his pal.
And that's Garrett, all right.
Yeah, but how's he going to get out of this jam? Oh, look, the fire's licking up to him now. He's trying to climb back onto the roof.
There he goes. He made it.
How is he going to get down from there?
Search me. Boy, I wouldn't like to be in his place.
Hey, he's disappeared.
No, he ain't. There he is. He's got a long pole.
What's he going to do?
Pole vault across to the other roof.
Gosh, I hope he makes it.
There he goes. He made it. Oh, boy, he ought to get a medal for this day's work.
Well, Danny, I understand you distinguished yourself at the fire today.
I almost extinguished myself. It was all I could do to hold on when Manigan and the girl were both hanging on to me. He's no lightweight.
I'm proud of you, my boy. That took nerve.
You've got to have nerve to make good on the police force.
I know, but you covered yourself with glory.
The important thing is, I got some valuable information.
Yes? From whom?
The girl I rescued, Elsie Williams.
Yes?
I talked to her at the drugstore where the fireman took her when she fainted. She worked for Gordon, sort of a secretary and rent collector.
Is that how she came to be in that building when the fire started?
Yeah, she was collecting rents. She told me she saw a one-armed man leave the cellar entrance in a hurry as she entered the building.
Well, what's suspicious about that? He might have been a friend of the janitor.
Miss Williams told me that she'd seen him in a huddle with her employer early this morning, before the fire.
But that still doesn't prove anything.
Now, wait. As he left, she heard him say to Gordon, "Don't worry, your troubles will soon be over. We won't miss."
Has Gordon been having trouble of some sort?
Yes, financial troubles. Been losing money on his houses. He also has a loft building that's been empty for months.
That certainly looks suspicious.
Yes. And I figure my trail begins with Mr. Gordon.
Well, what are you going to do?
Call upon Mr. Gordon and make him talk.
Yes?
Patrolman Dan Garrett to see you.
What's he want? I'm busy.
He says it's very important to you.
Oh, well, I'll see him.
Patrolman Dan Garrett, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, come in, officer. Oh, what's on your mind? Very busy this afternoon. Fire this morning and everything. Very upsetting. Heavy financial loss.
To you or to the insurance company?
What's that?
I asked you to whom the fire was a heavy financial loss. To you or the insurance company?
Now, look here. Just because you wear that uniform, don't think that you can be impertinent to the taxpayers. I'll report you to...
Just a minute, Mr. Gordon. I'm here on official business. Your buildings were heavily insured. You stand to gain rather than lose by this fire today. The fire chief reports evidence of incendiarism.
What do you mean? How can you report such a thing? I'll have his badge.
Look, Mr. Gordon, I'm here to help you if I can. You tell me who the ringleaders are in this arson racket, and I'll do what I can to get you off lightly when your case comes up in court.
Court? Why, who said anything about court?
I did. You're going to be arrested shortly on suspicion of being party to a conspiracy to defraud the fire insurance company.
No, you can't do that.
No. Why don't you break down and give me the information I'm after?
What do you want to know?
Who was the one-armed man who was seen to leave the building just before the fire?
One-armed man? Why, I don't know anyone.
And who had a confidential talk with you earlier this morning?
My secretary has
Don't
been
bring your secretary into this. After all, she almost lost her life today, collecting rents for you.
All right, I'll tell you. His name is Joe Durando. He's called Stumpy. He works for the Modern Wrecking and Construction Company.
They wreck buildings and construct buildings. Get you coming and going. Quite a profitable business, I'd say.
Now, listen. I didn't want to do this thing. They threatened to undermine my tenements so they'd collapse. If I didn't hire them to burn them down, the buildings collapsed, I'd get no insurance at all. It'd be a total loss.
So that's their racket. What do they get out of it?
$1,000 down and 20% of the insurance.
Not bad. And I suppose they get the job of rebuilding?
Yes, that's part of the contract.
Who's the head of the company?
I don't know. Stumpy always spoke of his boss as the skipper.
Stumpy must have been in the Navy at one time.
I don't know that.
What does the gang use that makes the fires spread so quickly? Gasoline?
No, naphtha.
Will you go down with me to the DA and tell him what you've just told me?
Now, look here, officer. My life isn't worth a dime right now for talking with you.
Don't worry. The DA will have you guarded day and night. What was that?
Boy, that sounded like my secretary's voice.
Come on, let's see who it is.
Not here.
Look, those men. They're carrying her off.
You're right. Hey, stop.
Look out.
Okay, Chopper. That'll fix you for sticking your nose into what don't concern you. Come on, Gordon. Take a walk with me.
Oh, no.
Come on. I've got this gun in your back, so don't open your trap. You and me is going for a little ride. The skipper wants to see you.
Later that evening, high up in one of the city's skyscrapers, Stumpy is reporting to his skipper.
You see, it was like this, Skipper.
Yes?
I seen the copper go into Gordon's office, and I figured maybe Gordon's secretary had spilled the beans to Garrett after he rescued her.
Uh-huh.
So I called some of the boys.
Of course.
Then when the copper stayed in with Gordon so long, well, I figured the heat was being turned on. So I decided to pick up Gordon as well as a girl.
You took a terrible risk by kidnapping them in broad daylight.
Well, what else could I do, Skipper? The heat was on.
Where are they now?
I got them tied up on one of your barges down at the end of River Street.
You bring them out to my yacht about midnight. We'll see how much they've spilled to the police.
Okay, Skipper.
And keep away from waterfront saloons. If you get drunk tonight, you're all through.
Sure, Skipper. You can trust me. I won't take not even one drink.
You'd better not if you know what's good for you. I've got a couple of jobs for you tomorrow, and I want you sober.
And you can trust me, Skipper. I know where my bread and butter comes from.
All right. Remember that. If you want to be able to continue eating bread and butter.
What will happen to Elsie Williams and the brave little secretary? Will Gordon be bumped off for talking? Can Dan Garrett recover from the blow on the head in time to catch the thugs? Or will he lose the trail completely? Meanwhile, at Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop, Patrolman Dan Garrett is talking with Dr. Franz while donning his Blue Beetle chain armor and mask.
Doc, I've got a hunch.
Well, has that sailor costume you brought along something to do with your hunch?
Yes. I'm going to put it on over my Blue Beetle costume.
Well, what's the idea?
Well, I'm convinced that the arson trail leads down by the waterfront.
That's an interesting thought. A fire trail leading to water.
Yes, but nevertheless, that's the way I see it.
Well, what gives you the idea the trail leads in that direction?
Stumpy's reference to his boss as skipper, which may mean that Stumpy's been a sailor, or that the head of the arson ring may have headquarters on a ship of some kind.
I see.
Also, I learned from Gordon today that naphtha is being used to saturate the buildings before setting them afire. Naphtha is used extensively around ships to remove grease and paint and rust.
Well, what are you going to do?
Disguise myself as a sailor and see if I can pick up Stumpy's trail in one of the waterfront cafes.
That will be dangerous, Danny.
I love danger, Doc, when it's in the line of duty or part of my crusade against crime.
Well, you'd better let me change your face a bit with some makeup. I'd act a little tipsy if I were you. It would be more convincing.
Say, that's a great idea. I'll hide my Blue Beetle mask until I go into action as the Blue Beetle. And when I do, some people are going to get a big surprise.
What's the matter, sailor? Lost your sweetheart?
Looking for my friend Stumpy. Lost my pal Stumpy. You know Stumpy?
Sure, I know Stumpy.
Gotta find Stumpy.
What do you want with him?
He's gotta give me a job. He's my pal. Said if I ever wanted a job ashore, he'd steer me into a good job.
Well, I ain't seen him. Maybe you could find him down at the end of River Street.
End of River Street? What's Stumpy doing down there?
Sometimes he sleeps on one of the modern wrecking and construction company's barges.
Oh, that's swell. Promised me a job, he did. I'll go find him and buy him a drink. Oh, Stumpy! Stumpy! Stumpy!
Hello, Gus. This is Maisie. Look, there's a guy coming down there looking for Stumpy. Yeah. Says he's a pal of Stumpy's. Pretending he's drunk. But he ain't. He's cold sober, and he ain't no pal of Stumpy's. Okay, goodbye.
Hello there, sailor. Rough night at sea.
Yeah, can't find my pal Stumpy. You know Stumpy? One-armed Stumpy Durano?
Sure, I know him. He's down on the barge there. Come on, pal, let me see you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, matey.
Why, don't mention it. I'm a seafaring man myself.
Seafaring men gotta stick together. Stumpy's a seafaring man.
Now, watch your step, matey.
Ah,
Yeah, here's the barge. Stumpy'll be glad to see an old friend.
Stumpy's
You'll find him right down there. And if he ain't down there now, you can talk to the rats until he comes.
Hey, that's you, Gus?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I just knocked an old pal of yours into the hold of this scow.
Who was he?
I don't know, but Maisie phoned he was asking for you and playing drunk up at the cafe.
Yeah, probably a dick.
Yeah. Well, what'll I do with him?
Put the hatch cover on and pile some bags of sand on it. I'll go up and phone the skipper at the office.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
And if this egg in the hole gets noisy, open up the hatch and fill the hole with sand. That'll keep him quiet for a long time.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle now? Can he escape from the rat-infested tomb? Or will he be smothered to death by sand? In the meantime, several telephones are busy.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes, you're right. Something should be done about these costly fires. What?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. I'll be glad to serve on the Citizens Committee. Thanks. Anything for the good of the city. Oh, by the way, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have you and your wife spend the weekend on my yacht sometime. Oh, no, not at all, not at all. It'll be a pleasure. Yes? Yes, all right. Well, just let me know when. Goodbye.
Stumpy on the other phone, sir.
Hello? Yes? What? That sounds suspicious. It may be that patrolman Dan Garrett playing detective. What? Yeah, it's a good idea, Stumpy. Tell Gus to open up the sand elevator and fill the hole. Yes, sink her if necessary. We're insured. I'll meet you out at the yacht in a half hour. Bring Gordon and the girl. If we find out that they've squealed, you'll know what to do. Goodbye.
Hello? Dr. Franz speaking.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes, Danny, yes.
I'm talking through my portable wireless telephone.
Well, where are you?
In the hold of a sand barge at the foot of River Street.
Are you in danger?
Not yet.
Well, what happened?
Someone knocked me into the hold, and now they're filling the barge with sand.
But, Danny, you'll be buried alive.
Now, look, Doc. Telephone the police to come at once to the Modern Wrecking and Construction Company's warehouse. I'm in the barge, tied up to the pier. Hurry, Doc. Hurry.
Where are you taking us?
Out to the skipper's yacht.
Who's the skipper?
Don't you wish you knew and could tell somebody?
I know who you are and what you do.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna do you no good. You'll never tell.
What do you mean?
The skipper ain't taking no chances on you or your boss there squealing. Hey, Gordon, you awake? He's awake.
You'll never get away with this. Patrolman Dan Garrett is on your trail.
So you did squeal. That's who the guy was that Gus knocked into the hold of the sand barge. Well, he'll never tell nobody nothing. He's buried alive by this time. Well, that must be the skipper now, on his way out to the yacht. We'll both make it about the same... Or maybe it's somebody... Pipe down or I'll slap you overboard. I should have left a gag in your mouth. That's what a guy gets for being soft-hearted.
Okay, there.
Skipper?
Yes. That's you, Stumpy?
Yeah.
Keep that girl quiet. Follow me to the yacht.
Okay, Skipper. Now, just for yelling, I'm going to gag you up again.
No.
That'll hold you.
I regret very much, Miss Williams and Mr. Gordon, that you saw fit to express yourselves to the authorities to the extent you have. In my business, long tongues mean short lives.
What are you going to do with us?
My lawyers...
Your lawyers will assist in settling your estate, Mr. Gordon. Only your heirs will benefit by your long tongue.
No, you can't mean that...
Catch my meaning very quickly, Mr. Gordon. We're all going for a little sea voyage, but you and Miss Williams aren't coming back.
The Blue Beetle!
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Stumpy.
Drop that gun, Stumpy. You might injure the young lady.
Why, you...
Sullivan, I'm Tony.
Hold your whole crew, you murderous arsonist. It won't save you. Your racket is smashed. And your cloak of respectability will no longer shield you.
Listen, you guys in the doorway. Don't let this guy bluff you. Grab him.
Don't move, any of you, or I'll blast you with my ray gun. The police will never take me alive.
Stop him. Stop the skipper. He's going to jump
I
overboard.
live by fire, and I'll die by water.
Well, tell me, Danny, how did you escape from the hold of that sand barge?
I discovered one of the hatches wasn't tight. So as the hole filled with sand, I climbed up in the sand, raised the hatch, and crawled out.
That was a narrow escape.
Yes.
Well, what did you do then?
I heard a girl scream across the water, so I figured it must be Miss Williams' voice. I dived overboard,
swam out to a speedboat moored nearby and climbed aboard. Luckily, I found the ignition key in the switch and started her up. The rest was easy. Drove the boat out to within a quarter-mile of the yacht Typhoon, dived over and swam out to her. From then on, it was just a matter of getting aboard without being seen.
You certainly had an exciting night.
Yes, but that's what the Blue Beetle craves.
Oh, by the way, Danny, did they find the skipper's body?
Not yet.
Well, as he said, he lived by fire and died by water. My, what a strange epitaph.
Yes. But I'd prefer one which would read, "Here sleeps the Blue Beetle. He did his job now and rests in peace." And that's just what I'm going to do. Good night, Doc. Nor fire nor flood can turn me from my self-appointed task. I'm going to get some sleep.
And so the Blue Beetle smashed another crooked racket and chalked up another victory for his crusade against crime. Further adventures of Patrolman Dan Garrett will be presented in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine on sale at your newsstand. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of The Blue Beetle is entitled Rounding Up the Payroll Bandits. The police department of York City, facing a general shakeup because of pressure from prosperous and influential businessmen who have suffered financial loss from a series of payroll robberies, has taken a vow not to rest until the last payroll bandit is behind bars. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who secretly operates as the Blue Beetle, is discussing the matter with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
Police commissioner has offered a week's leave of absence and a promotion to the man who rounds up these payroll bandits.
Well, where are you going to spend your leave of absence, Danny?
I wish the commissioner had as much faith in my ability as you have, Doc.
Oh, I think he has, Danny. You certainly emulate the Northwest Mounties. You always get your man.
Yes, but as the Blue Beetle, not as Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Too bad you couldn't run down a few criminals as Dan Garrett and get a promotion.
I'm not interested in promotion, Doc. I prefer to work secretly as the Blue Beetle.
I know. Well, that's your life ambition. You're old enough to know your own mind.
What's the morning paper say about the Wesson payroll robbery?
Oh, just a moment. It's right here on the front page. Yes, here it is. Wesson Company payroll robbery
believed by police to be inside job. Police Commissioner Donnelly issued statement to the Perez as follows. After thorough investigation of several recent payroll robberies, we are convinced that in each case the job was engineered from inside.
I agree with the Commissioner that it's an inside job. But I also believe there's a mastermind planning each robbery in advance.
The fact that each robbery has been so perfectly planned and executed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone out in front in the store. I'll see who it is. Excuse me.
Good morning, Dr. Franz.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Jarvis.
Beautiful day, isn't
it? Yes. Lovely.
The trees are so green and the flowers in the park so bright and colorful.
Well, I haven't been out in the park so far this spring.
You should go, Doctor. It would do you good to get out in the sun. This apothecary shop is rather dark, isn't it?
Yes, it is, rather. But I spend a lot of time in my laboratory.
Ah, yes. You're a very capable chemist, I've heard. Have developed some rather interesting and effective formulas.
Well, I'm constantly experimenting.
Yes, and so am I. You work with chemicals. I work with men.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Jarvis, how is the mission you founded working out?
Splendidly. The Reverend Morehouse is doing a remarkable job of rehabilitating the derelicts who wander in.
I understand you get jobs for them. Help them to get on their feet if they show any aptitude at all.
Yes, I have helped some of them. That's what we're here for, to help one another. Well, I just dropped in for a bag of gumdrops. Always like to have some gumdrops in my pocket. The children, you know.
Yes. Youngsters are fond of them, aren't they? How many?
Oh, about 10 cents worth, I'd say. A few at a time. They stay fresher that way.
Yes, indeed. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. And here's your money. I'm sorry I've taken up so much of your time. Goodbye, Doctor.
Good day, Mr. Jarvis.
That was Jarvis, the philanthropist, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Funny old codger.
Yes, but he's doing a wonderful job with the unfortunate he attracts to his East Side mission. He even goes out to the penitentiary and meets criminals when they are released. He finds jobs for them.
Must have money and influence.
He apparently has.
Well, gotta get going. Mike Manigan's probably waiting for me at headquarters.
What are you going to do about these robberies, Danny?
I'm going to ask the commissioner for a special assignment to run down these payroll bandits. So long, Doc.
Goodbye, Danny. And good luck. Good luck.
The meeting will come to order. Oh, Benny, take a look outside and make sure nobody's listening at that door.
All clear here, Slick.
Okay. Now listen closely, all of you, so I won't have to repeat the instructions. The armored truck bringing the payroll of the Apex department store is due at 12 noon sharp. Benny there will be one of the guards in it. You better beat it now, Benny. You go on duty at 9.
Okay, boss.
And remember, when you shoot into the side of the building. I don't want any of our boys hurt.
Sure thing, boss.
If anything delays you, call me. I'll be checking Apex employees out to lunch right next to the loading ramp.
All right, boss.
Luigi.
Shoes, boss.
You'll have your flour wagon at the curb near the Apex loading ramp.
That's all right, boss.
And be sure your Tommy gun is well hidden under the flour pot.
Yes, boss.
You know what to do when the time comes.
Shoes, boss. Dead the man to make of the poor witnesses.
Right. Joe.
Yeah.
You and Eddie will have the car with the motor running. Across the street, headed toward the river.
Right. Okay.
Oh, Chink. You and Blackie will be on the loading platform. As soon as the bags are dropped there, pick them up and make a dash for the car.
Sure, okay, boss. Okay.
Oh, Sailor.
Yep.
You'll be ready with the speedboat at the foot of Canal Street.
Aye, sir.
Well, that takes care of everybody but you, Rankin. Now, let's see. The liquor store where you work is around the block from the Apex department store.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, here's what you do. At 10 minutes of 12, you'll be fussing around with some bottles in the show window. And at 5 minutes of 12, make sure that one of the bottles slips and smashes the window. That'll set off the burglar alarm and attract the cops on the beat to that particular spot. You got it?
Right.
That'll leave the coast clear for us. Everything clear to you, boys?
Yeah,
sure, boss. Okay, boss.
All right. Now, set your watches and get going. And remember, if anybody slips up, it's going to be just too bad for that guy. There's $100,000 in the Apex payroll, and BJ wants that dough.
Do you see that armored truck ahead of us, Danny?
Yes, Mike.
Well, I'd like to own the money they're carrying.
Maybe the truck's empty.
No, they're carrying the Apex payroll.
Oh, how do you know?
Because Apex pays off today.
Hey, perhaps we ought to follow it, just in case.
Yeah, that'd be a feather in our cap if we could capture the payroll bandits right in the act.
Yes, but that wouldn't get the man higher up. The mastermind of the racket.
And I don't believe there's any mastermind.
I do. These robberies are too well planned.
Well, just the same, I'd like to be in on the job when the law catches up with them.
And the truck's pulling into the Apex loading platform. Why don't you pull in here, Mike? I want to go in that cigar store and phone Charlie Storm at the Sun for some information.
Okay, you go phone. I'll cruise around the block and pick you up.
What time is it, Mike?
It's 5 minutes to 12.
I can probably catch him before he goes to lunch.
Okay, Danny. I'll be around in 5 minutes.
Hello, son. Give me Charlie Storm. Hello, Charlie. Oh, this is Dan. Dan Garrett. Yeah. Say, what do you know about a philanthropist by the name of... Never mind, Charlie. I'll call you later. Goodbye.
What's the matter?
Hey, what happened? Well, it looks like another payroll robbery. Apex department store.
I wonder where Manigan is.
Look, officer, that car. There's some of them now. Yeah, that man clinging to the running board with the black bag. He's one of the bandits.
I'll take a shot at them.
Careful, old stick. You don't hit the running board. Look at that. Just got him, officer. Good shooting. Yeah, he picked that man right off the running board. Look, he's lying in the street there. Come on, let's go. All right.
Stand back, everybody. Give me room. Got him through the lungs. Get some water, somebody. Is there a doctor here?
Yes, I'm the doctor.
You got a stimulant there?
Yes. Here it is.
Well, give him some. It may revive him.
My girl, she's alone now.
Come on, take it easy, mister.
I'm through. I try to go straight, but B.J., you...
Who's B.J.?
B.J. Benjamin. Well, he's gone, officer. This man is dead.
Who is B.J.? What is the last name of the arch criminal who rules this gang of underworld characters and whose first name is Benjamin? Can Dan Garrett pick up the trail and, as the Blue Beetle, sweep down upon these murderous bandits and bring them to justice? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is the second part of the story entitled Rounding Up the Payroll Bandit. Those of you who heard the first part of the story on a previous broadcast will remember that Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is secretly the Blue Beetle, was talking to Charlie Storm of the York City Sun on the telephone when his conversation was interrupted by some shots outside the cigar store from which he had been phoning. Rushing out of the store, he shot one of the payroll bandits. The bandit's dying words were, "I'm through. I tried to go straight, but BJ," and that was all, except his final gasp, "BJ is Benjamin," and then he expired. As our story opens today, Dan Garrett is in the little apothecary shop of his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, discussing the case with him.
What makes you so suspicious of Mr. Jarvis, the philanthropist, Danny?
His first name is Benjamin, isn't it?
Yes, but that may only be a coincidence. After all, he's a respected man in the community. He established the East Side Mission for down and outers.
I know, but I've got a hunch he doesn't do it from philanthropic motives. His voice is too oily, too pleasant.
Well, you're probably more sensitive to such things than I am.
Perhaps.
Whoever planned that robbery certainly planned well. You were the only policeman on the job, weren't you?
Yes, and I'd have been with Manigan if I hadn't dropped in to phone Charlie Storm.
How much did the robbers get away with?
About $50,000.
There was about that same amount in the bag you saved by shooting one of the robbers.
Yes.
Someone in the store. I'll see who it is.
Why, is Patrolman Dan Garrett here?
Why, yes, I'm Dan Garrett.
You shot my father, didn't you?
Your father?
He was one of the payroll bandits.
Oh, I see. You're Blackie Blackburn's daughter.
Yes, and you killed him.
But it was in line of duty. Your father
yes,
was...
Yes, I know, but I'm all alone now, and you've got to protect me. I'm so scared. They'll do something to me.
Who'll do something to you?
The gang my father was in with. Slick Thomas and B.J.
B.J.? Who is B.J.?
Well, I'm not sure, but I believe that he... Oh,
goodness. Oh, she's fainted, Doc.
Yes, just a minute. I'll get something. Here. Now let me hold this ammonia salts under her nose. There.
What happened? Where am I?
Oh, you're all right, my dear. You're all right. You just fainted, that's all.
Oh, yes. I guess it was the excitement and the fear of those men. They got my father into trouble. He was trying to go straight, but they wouldn't let him.
Well, suppose you try to keep calm and tell me all about it. You're safe here.
Well, when my father got out of the penitentiary, I went up to meet him. But there was someone else there, with a car. A man Father called B.J.
Did you meet B.J.?
No, but I saw him.
What did this B.J. look like?
Oh, he was about 60, I'd say. Rather portly, iron gray hair.
Doc, that sounds very much like your philanthropist friend, Benjamin Jarvis.
But it proves nothing.
That's true, but there's enough smoke to make me think there's a fire somewhere. Look, Miss Blackburn, you run along home.
But I have no home, now that my father's...
Haven't you any folks, Miss Blackburn?
Call me Julie.
Well, very well. Julie, where's your mother?
I don't know where my mother is. She left Father years ago. You see, I really haven't anybody. Dr. Franz, why couldn't I stay here and keep house for you?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't work out. The proprieties and...
Oh, look out!
Okay, get your hands up, covering you too, Doc. We've come for the girl.
You won't get the girl, but you'll get this.
Oh, you asked for it, copper. That'll keep you quiet, copper. Shut up, kid, or I'll wrap you on the bean, too. Back up to the wall, Doc. I don't want to mess up your place, but we came for the girl, and we're going to get...
If you think you can get away with such high-handed business as this, you're mistaken.
Oh, yeah? Try and stop us. Hey, Benny, get up. Come on, get up. Let's scram with the dame.
What happened?
The copper socked you, and I beaned him with my gat. He's out like a light. Come on.
What'll we do?
Take the girl and scram.
Let's take them all. B.J.'ll decide what to do with them.
Okay. You tie up the cop while I tie up the girl.
You take your hands off me or I'll scream. I won't.
Release that girl.
Says who? He's got something in his hand.
Yes, a chemical so strong that if I hit you with this ampule, it will break, and the contents will burn you to a cinder in 10 seconds.
Ah, he's bluffing. No, he ain't. Doc Franz knows his business, I heard.
Think fast, gentlemen. Better drop those guns or I'll...
Okay, all right.
Now, gentlemen, back against the wall.
Yeah.
While I phone to Benjamin Jarvis and tell B.J. I have 2 of his rescued souls here in my apothecary shop.
Oh, no. No, Doc, please, listen. No. Turn us over to the police, Doc, but don't tell B.J. He'd bump us off.
That's just what I wanted to find out. Julie,
Yes, Dr. Franz.
telephone the police department and tell them to send the patrol wagon over here for a pair of B.J.'s thugs.
Honestly, Doc, I'm ashamed of myself. Me, a policeman, letting 2 thugs get the better of me while...
Don't worry, Danny boy. What's a little setback like that? You've proven your mettle many times, both as Dan Garrett and as the Blue Beetle.
Yes, I know, but in front of Julie
I understand, Danny, I understand. But what are you going to do about B.J.?
The Blue Beetle is going to do a little flying and a little bluffing.
Where to?
The East Side Mission.
But we still haven't any proof that this B.J. and the philanthropist Benjamin Jarvis are the same individual.
I have a hunch. When Benjamin Jarvis is confronted by the Blue Beetle, he'll let something slip that can be used as evidence.
But what about witnesses?
I'd like to borrow that portable sound recording device of yours.
Oh, I have a better suggestion.
What's that, Doc?
Call me on your portable wireless phone just before you make your appearance, and I'll record everything here.
Oh, that's a great idea. Well, the Blue Beetle's going to church, but he won't hear a sermon.
He may provide a text for one.
Yes, a true one. Be sure your sins will find you out.
Hello? Hello, Doc. I'm at the back door of the mission. Can you hear me? Yes, Danny. Perfectly. All set with your recording machine? Yes. I started it the minute the phone rang. It's all connected up. Good. I'm all ready. I'm leaving the switch open on my portable wireless telephone. You should get everything that happens from now on. Go ahead, Danny. But be careful. Don't worry, Doc. Here I go.
My sons, we are honored tonight by having with us the great-hearted soul who made this mission possible. A man who has fed you and clothed you. A man who has found you work when you were jobless, picked you up when you were fallen, helped you to regain your place in society. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear from your benefactor and friend, Benjamin Jarvis. Oh, but first, let us sing one verse of hymn 27, Rescue the Perishing. Yes, the Blue Beetle. What does this mean? Who are you who dares interrupt our service? Why, this is an outrage. Who is this masquerader?
I'm sorry, Reverend Morehouse, to interrupt your services in this manner. But I'm sure you're unaware of this man's real purpose in supporting this mission.
What do you mean?
He's an imposter, a hypocrite.
Here, some of you men, grab this man and hold him while I...
Stay where you are, everybody. Benjamin Jarvis, alias B.J., your game is up. Benny and Eddie are in the custody of the police. They confessed everything this afternoon.
Aye, those dirty crooks, so they spilled...
Yes, they spilled the beans, as you were about to say.
Well, they won't get away with it, and neither will you. I'll put down that gun, Mr. Jarvis. Firearms have no place in it. He shot himself. Jarvis has committed suicide. And may the Lord have mercy on his soul.
Well, Danny, you were right.
Yes, luckily.
What about those other men that Jarvis placed in positions of trust throughout the city to help him in his nefarious schemes?
Well, Reverend Morehouse has their names. He'll talk with them and try to really put them on the right track again. He's confident he can make them go straight. You see, Jarvis threatened to send them back to jail if they didn't do what he wanted them to do. He'd have framed them.
Yes, he was a bad man. But he's gone now.
And his payroll racket is smashed.
Yes, thanks to you and the Blue Beetle.
The moral of this story is never play the hypocrite like Ben Jarvis, for if you do, you will be found out. And thanks to the Blue Beetle, the businessmen of the city have been freed from the menace of the hypocritical B.J. and his payroll bandits. What new adventures await the Blue Beetle in his crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next episode of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is entitled Crime Incorporated. The great metropolis of York City has begun to raise its head in pride again as racket after racket has been smashed. The Blue Beetle has done a notable job in bringing criminals to justice or driving them to cover. His name has become a byword in the mouths of the just as well as the unjust. But word has leaked through to the authorities that big-shot racketeers from other large cities are on their way to York City. Their purpose? To form a crime syndicate. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett is discussing the report with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
What do you figure is the purpose, Danny, of this meeting of the overlords of crime? Do you think they really intend to form a crime syndicate?
Perhaps.
Well, what can their object be?
Oh, greater organization, exchange of ideas and personnel, better and more efficient use of specialists in crime.
My. It sounds just like organizing a legitimate business.
Yes.
But can't the authorities do something about this crime syndicate?
I've just been thinking. If I could somehow get into one of their meetings, I might get some evidence.
But how could you do that?
I could disguise myself, visit one of their known hangouts, and scrape up an acquaintance with one of the big shots.
That would be mighty dangerous, Danny.
Danger's my middle name, Doc.
I'll answer it, Danny. Hello? Yes? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Danny.
Thanks.
It's Charlie Storm of the Sun.
Hello? Yes, Charlie. What? Rondo's Cafe. Yes?
Yes, that's a great idea. Sure, I'll meet you there about 10 tonight. Fine. Yeah, I'll be there. Goodbye.
Good news, Danny?
Charlie wants me to meet him at Rondo's Cafe about 10 tonight. Made up as a slick racketeer.
What's your plan?
I'll tell you later, Doc. I'm going over to my place and change my clothes. So long.
Hey, Rocky. I wonder what Frankie Capetta's got up his sleeve. Asking us to come on here for a meeting.
I don't know. He's a slick one, though. He ain't never had the finger put on him in any of these rackets. Not even by the Blue Beetle.
Well, we'll know tonight as soon as St. Louis Joe gets in.
Hey, there's Frankie now.
Where?
There he is, going over to the table where those two guys are sitting.
Oh, yeah, I see him. Say, one of them guys is a husky-looking boy.
Yeah. The other ain't no bigger than a pint of peanuts.
Let's mosey over and get an earful.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
What's the matter, big boy? You're not drinking.
I'm in training.
For what?
Wrestling.
If you're a wrestler, I'm the king of Siam.
Well, I was a wrestler before they put me in stir.
When did you get out?
A while back.
How come they got you? You look too smart for that.
Took the rap for a pal. He had TB and his mother was old. So I took the rap for him.
Is this the guy here?
No. Charlie here works in a bank. He's a teller.
What have you been doing since you got out?
I was doing some odd jobs for Mr. Jarvis until the law caught up with him and he killed himself. Now he ain't got nothing.
Hello, Frankie.
Oh, hello, Rod. Hello, Rocky.
Hello.
Sit down. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay.
So you were working for B.J., big boy.
That's right.
How'd you like to work for me?
As a wrestler?
Well, yes, sort of.
Are you a promoter?
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah, you certainly promoted a lot of things in your day, Frankie.
Yeah, made a success of it.
What would I have to do?
Wear a masquerade costume.
Wrestlers don't wear
Mine do. Now, look. I'll bet you could tie the ordinary citizen up in knots, couldn't you?
Well, I'm pretty strong.
How strong?
How's this? I'll pick up one of your friends here in this hand and the other one in this.
What is this?
And knock their heads together like this.
Oh,
excellent.
Hey. No guy can do that to me.
Me neither. Put away those Roscoes, boys. The kid's good. Just what we want. What's your name?
Strangler Van Orden.
Well, Strangler, are you agile?
Well, I can run 100 yards in 9 seconds flat and jump 6 feet 9.
Well, he's good if he can do it.
I can do it, okay.
Did you ever hear of the Blue Beetle?
Did I ever hear of the... Say, that's the guy that got B.J.
That's right. Well, how'd you like to masquerade as the Blue Beetle?
But I thought you wanted me to wrestle somebody.
He thought you wanted him to wrestle somebody, Frankie. Quiet, Rocky. I might at that. Now, look, big boy. If you work for B.J., you can work for me. There's plenty of dough in it. More than wrestling.
Hey, what about my pal here? He worked for B.J., too. He got him his job in the bank.
Sorry, he's too little. He won't fit in with the others like you will. I need husky men. Maybe later I can use him, but this is something special.
Okay. When do I start?
Tomorrow night. Come upstairs with me, and I'll give you your instructions and your Blue Beetle costume. We're going to give this city a very interesting masquerade party.
So, that's the Blue Beetle costume you're supposed to wear in your new job.
Yep. It's a pretty good imitation, isn't it?
Not bad. It's metal chain armor, all right, but it isn't flexible as silk. And I doubt if it's stronger than steel, like your real Blue Beetle armor.
No, and the midget antenna on the helmet's a fake.
I wonder what Capetta's idea is. Did he give you any hint last night?
No, just said he was going to give the city a real masquerade party. Told me to report at this address and ask for Slick.
Who's Slick?
I don't know yet. But I believe he's Capetto's agent.
Well, what about this big meeting of the crime lords? that's supposed to mean the incorporation of a nationwide crime syndicate.
Well, that's tonight. I'm supposed to meet the kingpins at that time to pass inspection. I've met 2 of them already.
Well, which costume are you going to wear?
The real Blue Beetle costume, of course.
Well, I'll have all your equipment ready for you. What's that about the Blue Beetle?
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get a paper, Doc.
Extra, read all about it. Paper, mister?
Yes.
Here you are, mister. Looks like the Blue Beetle's a real crook after all, huh?
That's so? According to this headline, you're right. Here you are, son.
Thanks, mister. Extra, read all about it.
What is it, Danny?
According to this newspaper, I just robbed the First National Bank.
But that's impossible.
It says here the First National Bank was robbed shortly after closing this afternoon. A gang of masked men with sawed-off shotguns, led by the Blue Beetle, overpowered the guards and escaped with over $100,000 in cash and negotiable bonds. It was believed the robbery was engineered from inside.
Somebody's trying to discredit you, Danny.
Yes.
Someone out front in the apothecary shop. I'll see who it is.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Danny. Say, have you heard the latest news?
About the Blue Beetle?
Yeah, he's kidnapped the police commissioner's daughter.
What?
Yeah, about an hour ago. Every man on the force has been ordered out on patrol duty. Say, what's that?
Huh? Oh, well, that's a Blue Beetle costume, Manigan.
Don't tell me, Danny, that you're the Blue Beetle.
Danny's playing a dangerous game, Manigan. He's been hired by Frankie Capetto to masquerade as the Blue Beetle. That's the costume he's supposed to wear.
Oh, boy. Oh, you had me heart sick in me breast for a minute. It'd be like arresting me own brother, Danny, if I had to take you in as the Blue Beetle.
Don't worry, Manigan. I don't think you'll ever take me as the real Blue Beetle.
I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. Danny, it's for you.
Thanks, Doc. Hello? Oh, hello, Charlie. What's that? Bombed the mayor's office? Say, what is this? Yeah? Oh, he is. Yeah, well, I'll have to take that chance. Yeah, thanks for warning me, Charlie. Goodbye.
Well, what's the dope, Danny?
Charlie Storm says a bomb was exploded in the mayor's office just after the Blue Beetle was seen leaving the courthouse in a fast car.
Anybody hurt?
Fortunately, the office was empty.
Well, say, how many Blue Beetles are there?
Too many.
Well, what are you going to do, Danny?
Eliminate some of them.
Yeah, but Danny, how will I tell the difference between you and the real Blue Beetle if I run into any of them? I don't want to shoot.
Shoot to kill at any of them. Unless they call you Mike.
What a situation for the real Blue Beetle to face. 3 crooked Blue Beetles already, and probably more to come. Will the real Blue Beetle be unmasked and his identity disclosed to everybody? Can he hope to overcome the machinations of the overlords of the underworld? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland, comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Blue Beetle is the second part of a story entitled Crime Incorporated. In the first part of this story, crime overlords of various cities have gathered in York City to organize crime on a nationwide basis. Patrolman Dan Garrett, through a clever disguise, has convinced Frankie Capetto, the ringleader of the gang, that he would be an asset to the crime ring. Hired by Capetto, he has been given a Blue Beetle costume and ordered to report to a man named Slick. Meanwhile, underworld characters masquerading in Blue Beetle costumes have committed several crimes throughout the city. The First National Bank has been robbed. Commissioner Donnelly's daughter has been kidnapped, and the mayor's office has been bombed. As our story opens, a meeting of Crime Incorporated is in session.
Well, boys, the first part of our plan is underway. The city officials are scared. Our next move is to terrorize the citizens themselves.
How?
The guy I hired last night, Strangler Van Norden, he calls himself, says he's a wrestler.
He's husky enough to be one.
Yeah, but he ain't fooling me. He's got brains.
What are you going to use him for?
Hold-ups.
Can he shoot?
I don't know, and I don't care. He won't use a gun.
But how do you expect...
He'll just come up in back of a guy in the dark, give him the old hugger-mugger with his arm around his neck, rob him, and let him drop.
That's swell. No noise or nothing.
That's right. Once he gets started, the citizens will demand a crime cleanup.
Well, what about the real Blue Beetle?
Well, I figure he'll fall into our net as soon as he hears about all these fake Blue Beetles. Once we get him out of the way, we're all set. We'll organize this town, then move on to other big cities. Now, each of you specialists will head your own racket, but the take will be pooled. Every so often, the syndicate will declare a dividend.
That's a swell idea.
Great.
I hope it works.
Yeah?
All the Blue Beetles are here.
What about Strangler Van Norden?
He's in the outer office.
Hold the others and send in Van Norden.
Okay. Oh, listen, Frankie.
Yeah?
No one by the name of Van Norden ever worked for B.J.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay, send in this Strangler and we'll unmask him.
What's the lowdown?
This wrestler's a fake.
You mean he's a dick?
I don't know, but we'll soon find out.
Here's the Strangler.
Oh, come in, Van Norden. You met some of these gentlemen before?
Yes, I have.
Say, you look swell in your Blue Beetle costume.
Thanks.
It's a very good fit, too. By the way, just what sort of work did you do for the late B.J.?
Well,
Never mind. I won't pry into your past. I'll let somebody else do that.
Yeah, Frankie?
Come in and bring the other Blue Beetles with you.
Okay.
Mr. Strangler Van Norden, I want you to meet B.J.'s former chief of staff, Slick Thomas. He says you never worked for B.J. Oh, come in, boys. Hey, Slick.
Yes, Frankie?
Strip the mask from the Strangler's face.
Okay. Grab him, boys.
No, you don't. There's one Blue Beetle left. Two Blue Beetles left. And now for...
Look out while I plug him.
Wait a minute. Not here. Slick.
Yeah, Frankie?
Unmask him.
Sure.
There. Well, I'll be...
Hey, you know him?
Sure.
Who is he?
The copper, Dan Garrett.
Dan Garrett.
A copper.
Hey, what do you say, Capetto? Let me plug him.
Now, put up your guns. We don't want any shooting around here.
What'll I do with him, Frankie?
Examine his costume.
Looks like one of ours.
How about the midget antenna in his helmet?
Just a minute. It's a fake. It ain't connected with anything.
Search him. You find anything?
Nothing.
No magic ray or flashlight or master keys?
Nothing, Frankie.
Then he isn't the real Blue Beetle.
Just a dumb copper.
No, not so dumb.
What'll I do with him?
Throw some water on him. We'll take him out to Hangman's Island where we've got the girl.
Hey, it's the cops.
Hey, Frankie, I should have stayed on guard.
Hey, how do we get out of here?
We'll blast our way out.
Hey, quick. This way, everybody. Through this panel. There's a secret stairway to the roof.
Okay, here we go. But first, here's one for the copper on the floor there. Yeah.
His next costume will be a white robe and a harp.
Danny. All bandaged up.
Thanks, Doc.
A little more to the right, and that thug's bullet would have put an end to the career of Patrolman Dan Garrett.
And the Blue Beetle.
Why didn't you wear the real Blue Beetle costume and mask and take along the magic ray and other things?
I was out after information. I figured there was no sense in the Blue Beetle's nipping until I knew more about the plans of Crime Incorporated.
And what did you find out?
Well, from what I heard as I was regaining consciousness after being hit on the head with a chair, Mary Donnelly's being held captive out at Hangman's Island.
When are you going out there?
Right away.
But you're wounded.
Oh, a little thing like that won't stop the real Blue Beetle. It's only a flesh wound.
But you're going as the real Blue Beetle this time, I hope.
You bet. And I'd like to take along that electric ray pistol if it's ready.
It's all ready, Danny.
Fine, Doc. Now, as soon as I get into my Blue Beetle costume, I'm off to Hangman's Island. Tonight, the Blue Beetle will sting as well as nip.
So, Miss Donnelly, you refuse to sign this ransom note to your father.
I certainly do.
And I'm afraid he'll never see you again.
You can't frighten me. You'd never dare harm me. My father
You've
would...
been reading the wrong kind of literature, Miss Donnelly.
What do you mean?
You've been reading old-fashioned romances where the brave and the true survive and the wicked perish.
My father will have every policeman on the force out searching for me.
But you'll never be found alive.
You let me out of here. Let me out of here or I'll scratch your eyes out.
Easy, or I'll have you tied up again.
You'll be sorry for this.
Now, why don't you sign this note, huh? Your father can raise $50,000, and as soon as we have the money, you'll be free.
I'll never sign it. Never. Never.
And I'm afraid you'll die of starvation in this cell, unless your father's men get too close on our heels. In which case, I'll set fire to the powder magazine in the room next to yours and blow this whole place to kingdom come. Hey, what's that noise? The Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip.
Help, Blue Beetle, help. Help, I'm locked in a cell here.
Beat it, Blue Beetle. Don't try to hijack me. I'll wipe you out and throw your body in the river.
Not this Blue Beetle.
Slick, Joe, Rod, Rocky.
Call them all. And call your fake Blue Beetles. I'll take them all on.
Come on, Whitey. What's the matter?
One of the Blue Beetles gone haywire. He's holding up Capetto.
Arm more down. Stand back, all of you, or I'll shoot some of you Blue Beetles there. You're wearing chain armor. Rush him.
Okay,
go on.
We'll get him, Will.
What kind of a gun is that?
I must have been shooting blanks at him.
Now I'll shoot, Rocky, and it won't be blank. Now, stand back, all of you. Geppetto, give me the key to Miss Donnelly's cell.
Try and get it.
Here, take the key. Take the key. Take all of them.
Now, all of you, get over against the wall. Are you all right, Miss Donnelly?
Just about. Thank heavens you came when you did. That fiend there was going to blow me up.
Blow you up?
Yes. You see, the powder magazine is in that room next to this cell here.
That's an idea. Here, take the keys and see if one of them will open that door.
All right. It's unlocked.
Slip the bolt. Now, open the door.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Blow up this hideout.
No.
Quiet. Or I'll blast you again with my gun. Here. I'll crack open this keg of gunpowder. There we are. Now, Miss Donnelly, go up those stairs there as fast as you can.
But what about you, Blue Beetle?
I'll follow you, leaving a trail of gunpowder as I go. If any of these crooks move, I'll set fire to the trail and blow them all off the map. Here we go.
Hey, Frankie, the money. It's upstairs. Yeah. One more shot can't do no harm. Hey, look out. The Blue Beetle set fire to the gunpowder trail. Come on. Let's get out of here. Get out of here.
Well, Danny, the Blue Beetle certainly wiped out one rat nest.
Yes, and a lot of fake Blue Beetles with it. I meant to give them an even chance with the law when we got outside. But when I gave Rocky another burn with a ray gun, it ignited the powder trail.
You and Miss Donnelly were lucky to escape with your lives.
Yes.
As soon as I got her back to the mainland, I sent her home in a taxi.
Well, you'd better turn in.
Yes, I guess I will, Doc. After this adventure, I'll be seeing blue beetles in my sleep.
And so the real Blue Beetle cleaned up a lot of fake Blue Beetles and smashed a nationwide crime ring before it had a chance to incorporate. The moral of this story is that no matter what the odds, good will triumph over evil. Might is not right, but right is might. Further adventures of the Blue Beetle will be presented in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled Saved by a Hair. In all large cities, and even in smaller communities, there are unfortunates who are trying to live down a single misstep. Having served time in jail for some crime, generally a first offense, they have been paroled, released from jail with part of their sentence unserved, given a chance to try again to make useful citizens of themselves. Parolees, they are called. One misstep while on parole, and they may be returned to jail to serve out the full term of the sentence. Clever but heartless underworld characters have found the parolee a source of illicit income, and as a result, a widespread system of blackmail has sprung up. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who in reality is the Blue Beetle, is discussing the matter with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz.
You see, Doc, a fellow's up against it when these underworld vultures begin to hover over him.
Why, how do you mean, Danny?
Well, let's take the case of Jim Horton. He got mixed up with a bunch of young hoodlums in the neighborhood where he lived and got caught one night running away from the scene of a store robbery.
Was he one of the robbers?
He claimed not, but the court found him guilty and got 5 years.
Oh, yes. I remember the case now.
Well, some friends and the parish priest got up a petition and presented it to the parole board. As a result, he was paroled with 4 years yet to serve.
And what happened?
His friends got him a pretty good job. But as soon as he got to work, the underworld got busy and tried to persuade him to come in with them and make some real money. Told him he'd never succeed honestly because of his prison record.
Did he go in with them?
No, he refused. Said he preferred to go straight.
Ah, wise decision.
Ordinarily, yes. But the gang wouldn't let him go straight. They wanted him to give them inside information about the place where he worked. They threatened to frame him and have his parole canceled so he'd be sent back to jail.
But what can those gangsters hope to gain by such tactics?
A recruit for their campaign of crime, inside information about the place where the parolee works, power over first offenders and so forth.
And where is Horton now?
Back in jail on a charge of robbery with a gun. Framed evidence, I'm certain.
Do you consider the case big enough to enlist the services of the Blue Beetle?
Any case that affects the welfare of the unfortunate is big enough to interest the Blue Beetle.
And what are you going to do?
I promised Mike Manigan I'd help him investigate this case. Jim Horton's father was a pal of Mike's before he died, and Mike is interested in helping Jim.
I see. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, Danny, you know I'll be glad to do it.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Well, I'll see you later. I'm going to meet Manigan down at police headquarters.
Will you be back later to change into your Blue Beetle chain armor and mask if anything develops?
I've got it all here in this briefcase so I can make a quick change on the job.
Well, be careful, Danny boy.
I will, Doc. So long. Where are you heading for, Mike?
The old Empire warehouses on Dock Street.
What's down there?
And I got a mysterious phone call from Joe Riley to meet him down there. He's been working on the Helen Downey kidnapping case.
Oh, yes. She's the daughter of the parole commissioner, isn't she?
That's right.
What's he found?
And he didn't say. He just told me to meet him in front of the... Hey! Hey, look at that car coming. Say, here's where we make a pinch for speeding.
Look out, Mike. Machine guns.
Wait, what the...
Hey, Manigan, somebody fell or was pushed out of that speeding car. Pull over to the curb, Mike.
Yeah. And them guys were shooting at us.
Did they get you, Mike?
No. How about you, Danny?
Not a scratch, but it was close.
You hop out and take a look at the body, Danny, while I see if I can trail that other car.
Never mind that car now, Mike. I've got the license number. Go phone for an ambulance while I look at this poor fellow.
Okay. I'll be back in a minute. There's a drugstore on the corner.
It's Joe. Joe Riley, bound and... Joe. Joe Riley. Can you hear me? It's Dan Garrett.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Joe.
Dan, tell Manigan they made me phone him.
Who made you phone?
The Mulberry Hill gang. They've got the girl in the...
Hey, Joe. Joe, where have they got the girl? He's dead.
Who is it, Danny? The ambulance will be right. Hey, that's Joe Riley.
It was Joe Riley.
Dead?
Yes.
Who done it, did he say?
Yes, the Mulberry Hill gang.
That's the gang that hangs out in Gus Heinrich's bar and grill.
What's the matter, officer? Oh, drunk. And a cop at that.
He ain't drunk.
He's been shot.
Shot? Say, I thought I heard some shots a while back.
Is he? Here comes the ambulance, Mike. Stand back there, mister. Give him all the air he can get.
Well, then he ain't dead.
He's hurt badly.
What's the matter?
Somebody hurt, I guess.
Yeah, looks like a cop.
Yeah, stand back now, all of you. Make way there. Over here with that stretcher.
Easy with him, boys. He's pretty weak from loss of blood.
But, Dan, I thought you said...
Don't let on, Mike. We may be able to learn more if the gang thinks Riley's still alive.
Well, what's yours, buddy?
Ginger ale.
And what?
And nothing. Just plain ginger ale.
Dan Garrett's a policeman, Ed. Policemen don't drink.
Oh, yeah? Since when?
Hello, Drummond.
I see you're in civilian clothes, Garrett. Is this your night off?
No, it's my uniform's night off.
Clever guy, Garrett. You should be on the radio.
You think so?
Yes. Oh, say, I hear Joe Riley in your precinct got bumped off tonight.
Your information must have come from the wrong source. Riley's still alive, and he's talking.
Really? Well, it's nice to have seen you. I'll be getting along.
By the way, Drummond.
Yeah?
How do you keep your hair so black and glossy? You're no spring chicken.
It's a special diet I have.
Uh-huh. Spelled D-Y-E-I-T, huh?
Oh, boy, you sure are quick on the pickup. You're in the wrong business.
Not for the kind of pickups I like to make.
Well, if you pick up the culprits who shot Riley, recommend me as their lawyer.
Anytime a crook needs a lawyer, you usually get the business, Drummond. If the price is right.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Heinrichs. Oh, hello, Drummond. What's that? Riley ain't dead. What? Dan Garrett, the cop? Oh, sure, I will. I'll get some of the boys down there right away, and we'll take the girl to a new hideout. Sure, right away. The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
What do you want? I ain't hiring no entertainers for my cafe.
Whom do you hire to do your kidnapping?
What? Oh, so Joe Riley...
Talk plenty. And so did you over that phone just now.
I don't know nothing.
You'd better learn something mighty quick. The Blue Beetle doesn't waste time.
You got nothing on me. I am a respectable cafe owner.
Come out from behind that desk, Heinrichs, before I blast you with my magic ray.
No, take it easy, Blue Beetle. I don't know nothing about Joe Riley.
Where have you hidden Commissioner Downey's daughter?
I don't know nothing of...
Come on, speak up before I tear you apart. Who shot Riley and kidnapped Helen Downey?
I don't know nothing.
Get up or I'll give you some more of the same.
I can't tell you. The big boss would kill me.
Come on, get up on your feet. You're going to tell me what I want to know.
What's the matter, Gus? Say, it's the Blue Beetle. Hey, Eddie, give me that bottle.
Stand where you are, or I'll...
Got him. Got the Blue Beetle with this paperweight.
That's good work, Gus. He's out cold. What'll we do with him?
Tie him up. We'll take him out to the old... Wait a minute. Hello? Who? Yeah. What? Joe Riley was already dead when the ambulance picked him up. Then he didn't talk. Good. What? Mannigan is on his way over here? What about? Oh, my license plate on the murder car. Say, I fixed that. Okay. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Gus?
The mouthpiece just phoned. Now, look, Nosey. Mike Mannigan is on his way over here. You get my sedan. Drive it out to Lover's Leap and run it off the cliff into the sea. You got it?
Yeah, but
Be sure to take off the license plates first and destroy them. Also take one license plate for my roadster.
But what's the idea?
I'll say the murderers of Joe Riley must have stolen one of my license plates and used it on their car.
Hey, the copper. What about the Blue Beetle here?
I'll take care of him. Beat it, Nosey. Out the back way. Just a minute. I'm coming. But first, I'll open the safe and make this look like a robbery. Oh, it's you, Officer Mannigan. Come in.
I want to talk to you, Heinrichs. I want to talk to you about Joe Riley's murder.
Yeah?
Your license plates are on the car. Hey, who's that on the floor?
That's a little present for you, Mannigan, with my compliments.
The Blue Beetle. Well, I'll be... What's he doing here?
I caught him robbing my safe, and I overpowered him. He's all yours, Mannigan. A suitable reward for a brave and capable guardian of the law.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle now? Will he be taken to police headquarters and unmasked? Or will he escape and pick up the trail of the murderous kidnappers? Is there some connection between the kidnapping of the parole commissioner's daughter and the parole racket? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Leaping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor. flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled Saved by a Hair. In the first part of the story, Patrolman Dan Garrett has taken on the investigation of the parole racket in an effort to save Jim Horton, the son of a friend of Mike Manigan, from a long term in jail. The body of Officer Joe Riley, investigating the kidnapping of Parole Commissioner Downey's daughter Helen, has been tossed out of a fleeing sedan. The license number of the murder car leads to Gus Heinrichs, cafe owner. While questioning Heinrichs, Dan Garrett, in his Blue Beetle disguise, is temporarily stunned by a blow on the head. Nosy, one of Heinrichs' henchmen, has been sent to cover up the murder trail by running Heinrichs' sedan off a cliff into the sea at Lover's Leap. As the episode ended, Heinrichs was turning over to Officer Manigan the unconscious body of the Blue Beetle. As our story opens today, Manigan, still in Heinrichs' office, is questioning him about the murder sedan.
Now, what about this license number I have here?
I'm sure I don't know anything about it.
It's your number, ain't it?
Yeah, it's my number. But the license plate must have been stolen from my car.
Well, where is your car now?
In the garage back of my office here.
Well, suppose we have a look.
Well, what about the Blue Beetle on the floor there?
No, he's still unconscious. He'll stay there till we get back. I've handcuffed him to the radiator pipe.
All right, then this way. I have a passageway connecting with my private garage.
Well, go ahead, I'll follow you, but no monkey business.
So I'm unconscious, am I? I've just been playing possum. Now to burn these handcuffs off with my magic ray. There. Now to catch Nosy with Heinrich's other car, the murder car, before he runs it off Lover's Leap into the sea. I'll need that car for evidence. And maybe I can pick up the kidnap trail from Nosy. That looks like the murder car ahead. Only one man in it. It must be Nosy. Yes, he's turned off on the road to Lover's Leap. I'll have to step on it. Here we go. Ah, this motorcycle can certainly travel. All right, Nosy. Pull up.
Not me. No motorcycle cop's going to stop me.
This is no motorcycle cop. It's the Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip.
Hey, get off this running board.
Put on those brakes. Put on those brakes, quick. We'll both go over Lover's Leap together.
Maybe you're going, but not me, brother. I'm
no,
dropping off.
You don't. You're staying with me. Put on those brakes.
It's too late. We're headed right for the cliff. Let me out of here. Let me out.
You're going where I go, Nosy. I hope you can swim, because here we go.
Oh!
Officer Manigan, I hope you're satisfied.
Not completely. I'll continue with my investigations elsewhere.
Good. And don't forget to pick up the Blue Beetle in my office.
Oh, I'll pick him up all right. It'll sure be a feather in my cap.
Well, here we are at my office. You tell the DA I'm at his service to testify against the Blue Beetle anytime
Where is the Blue Beetle?
It's lying right there.
Yeah, but he ain't now. And here's me handcuffs going right through.
This is serious. We've got to catch that thief.
Yes, but how? He's a slippery one, that Blue Beetle.
That's your job, Manigan. Better get busy, or I'll report you to the commissioner for negligence. No wonder our city is overrun with crooks. What we need is better police protection.
Hello? Commissioner Downey speaking.
This is the Blue Beetle, Commissioner.
The Blue Beetle?
Yes. I think I've located your daughter.
You have? Where is she?
She's being held prisoner at the old sawmill.
How do you know?
I rescued one of the kidnapped gang from drowning, and the car he was driving went over the cliff at Lover's Leap. He confessed to me.
Fine work. I'll have the police on the trail right away.
Just a minute, Commissioner. Don't do that, please.
Oh, what is this, a joke? If it is, I'll have every police officer in the city on your trail.
Now, wait. Listen to me.
Well?
There's a chance of rescuing your daughter and apprehending a lot of crooks if this matter is handled right.
What do you mean, handled right?
Now, first, tell me, have you received any ransom demands from the kidnappers?
No, not a word of any kind.
Have you anything that might be of value to a gang of crooks?
No, not that I can think of.
Any papers of any sort that might be of value to the wrong people?
Only the parole records and recommendations, a list of prospective parolees.
Where are they?
In my safe here at home.
That's the answer. This whole thing ties up with the parole racket.
What do you mean?
The kidnappers are after those papers. Who knows the combination of your safe besides yourself?
Only my daughter.
That's why they're holding her, to make her divulge the combination of your safe. They plan to steal those papers and blackmail every man that's out on parole or who may be later released on parole.
Why, I never heard of such a fantastic plan. I'll call the police commissioner and
Listen, Commissioner Downey. If you do that, you'll scare these rats underground.
What do you advise, Blue Beetle?
Set no guards around your house at all. Move to a hotel right away.
But
I'll leave everything to me, Commissioner. The Blue Beetle will have these crooks rounded up before dawn.
Now, look, Miss Downey. We want the combination of your father's safe.
I won't tell you.
I'm sure you will, Miss Downey. Squint.
Yeah, boss.
Start the saw going.
Right.
Run a log through. You hear that, Miss Downey?
Yes, I heard it. What about it?
Just imagine yourself bound to a log being run through like a glass log.
Why, you fiend. You wouldn't dare to...
There. Squint.
Yeah, boss.
Shut off the motor. Give me a hand here with Miss Downey.
Right.
You take her feet. I'll take her head.
You dare touch me, and I'll scream the whole world down around your ears.
You go ahead and scream. No one will hear you out here. We're miles away from civilization in the woods here. Pick her up, Squint.
Right.
Help! Save me!
Boss, that gagger. I mean, noise don't stay. The woman's yelling.
Tie her to that log on the saw rack while I stick this gag in her mouth.
Yeah.
Help!
Now, Miss Downey, one last chance. Will you tell me the combination of your father's safe? Shake your head, yes or no. All right. That's your last chance. Nobody knows you're here. Nobody knows we're here. Start the saw, Squint. Oh, hold it, Squint. So, you're ready to talk, Miss Downey. Another foot, and it would have been too late. Remove the gag, Squint.
Right, boss.
Good.
There.
Now, Miss Downey, the combination.
Dial left to 7. Right to 12. Then left twice to 8.
She's fainted, boss. What'll I do with her?
We got what we wanted. We will let her go. She'll squeal. Now, start your saw, and let's beat it.
Right, boss. Hey, what's that noise?
The Blue Beetle.
Hey.
Stop that motor or I'll blast you.
What'll I do, boss?
Get away from that motor.
Oh!
That puts you out of the running, Squint.
Now for you, Heinrichs. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Well, I'll get you later. The Blue Beetle's going to nip the whole gang of murderers, kidnappers, and racketeers. Left 7, right 12, then left twice to 8. There. And now, the last scene of the play, Heinrich. The Blue Beetle? Yes, and he's going to nip.
Not this time, Blue Beetle.
Drummond, the mouthpiece, gangland's famous old man counselor at law, who dyes his hair to keep him young-looking.
I may be old, but I know my business. The law's never caught up with me yet, and they never will. I'm too clever for them.
You're not dealing with the law now. You're facing the Blue Beetle.
But the Blue Beetle will never nip again.
Put down that gun, Drummond.
Not till I've wiped out you and Heinrich.
Not me, Drummond. I didn't squeal.
No, but you were trying to double-cross me. So here's one for you, Heinrich, and one for you, Blue Beetle.
Drummond, your hair, it's turning white.
White? My beautiful black hair turning white?
Oh. That for you, Drummond. Never turn your eyes from your opponent if you want to win your point. You vain old man. Your hair was your undoing and my salvation. Here comes the law for you, you crooks. They'll put you where you can't prey on poor unfortunates like Jim Horton. Your parole racket is smashed. The Blue Beetle's job is done.
And so the Blue Beetle smashed another racket and won another battle in his crusade against crime. The moral of this story is that neither experience nor intelligence is proof against right and good. History proves that, in the long run, right always triumphs. Further adventures of the Blue Beetle will be dramatized in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled Finesse in Diamonds. The wealthy and beautiful wife of Benjamin Bannister, the oil magnate, claims to have been robbed of the famous Bannister diamond necklace, along with other jewelry of lesser value. A peculiar fact of the case is that there appears to have been two robberies. The first, as she was leaving the Starlight Club, a famous dance rendezvous, and another at some unknown time. Apprehension of thugs who stripped a diamond necklace from her throat just outside the Starlight Club disclosed the fact that the necklace they stole was a fake. But the real necklace is still missing. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is discussing the case with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
Danny, this Bannister jewel robbery is a very interesting case.
Yes, it is, Doc.
Well, from what you've read of it in the papers, do you believe Mrs. Bannister's social secretary is guilty?
Well, the evidence so far is rather convincing. Some of the jewelry was found in the girl's room.
But couldn't that have been planted there by the crooks?
Yes, that's possible.
Mrs. Bannister doesn't directly accuse her social secretary, Lucy Ridgway, according to this newspaper.
But the real necklace is still missing.
Yes. Mrs. Bannister claims Lucy Ridgway brought the necklace to her from the safe and fastened it about her neck just before she left for the Starlight Club.
That must have been the fake necklace.
Yes.
But that still doesn't prove anything against Lucy Ridgway.
According to Mrs. Bannister, she and the Ridgway girl are the only ones who know the combination of the wall safe, except Mr. Bannister, who was out west somewhere on business.
The diamond necklace was insured for $500,000, wasn't it?
Yes. Are you going to work on this case, Danny?
Oh, I don't think so, Doc. The Acme Insurance Company has its own investigators, the best in the country. And besides, it's out of the Blue Beetle's line. No unfortunate individuals are involved.
There's the phone. Excuse me, Danny. Hello? Oh, hello, Charlie. Yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's for you, Danny. Charlie Storm of the Sun.
Thanks, Doc. Hello, Charlie. Now, what's on your mind? What? Really? Your girl's sister? Oh, I didn't know that. What?
Yes, sure. Sure, you bet I will, Charlie. Sure, goodbye.
Sounds like the Blue Beetle will be shortening his nippers soon.
Yes, Charlie Storm just told me Lucy Ridgway is his girl's sister, and he wants me to see what I can do to help her out of this jam.
Well, what are you going to do?
Have a talk with the Ridgway girl, and then get Manigan and drive down to the Bannister place and interview Mrs. Bannister. The commissioner will assign me to the case.
I think he'll do that all right.
If he doesn't, I'll have to operate entirely as the Blue Beetle. But I'm not ready to do that until I can get certain information.
Well, good luck to you, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. I'll be back later.
I'll have your Blue Beetle chain armor and mask and equipment ready when you need them.
That's fine. Well, so long. It looks as if I was going to be up to my neck in diamonds, but they won't be around my neck.
Here's the Ridgway girl, Dan.
Thanks. I'm Dan Garrett, Miss Ridgway, a friend of Charlie Storm's.
Oh, yes?
Charlie asked me to do what I can to help you in this unfortunate case. Now, suppose you tell me what you know about this jewel robbery.
Well, all I know is that the night Mrs. Bannister was held up and robbed of what proved to be a joke diamond necklace, I was awakened by Mrs. Bannister and some police officers and questioned about the disappearance of a diamond necklace.
Were you aware of the fact that there were two almost identical necklaces?
Yes. Mrs. Bannister told me some time ago her husband had urged her to have a duplicate necklace made of imitation diamonds to wear when she went out in public. She had such a necklace made, and when the necklaces were delivered by the jeweler, I put both boxes in the safe.
You and Mrs. Bannister were the only ones who knew the combination of that safe.
Mr. Bannister also knew it.
Ah. He's away, I believe.
That's right.
Well, now, what can you tell me about Mrs. Bannister's private life that might be helpful in solving this mystery? What has she done recently, and with whom has she been associating?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't divulge things like that.
Now, I assure you, Miss Ridgway, the information will only be used to right any wrong that has been done.
Well, Mrs. Bannister has been losing heavily at bridge recently. She's been rather more than attentive to Don Ricardo, the orchestra leader at the Starlight Club, since Mr. Bannister has been away, and last week she had a long interview with Mr. McCaffrey, a private detective from the Acme Insurance Company.
Before the robbery?
Yes.
Have you any idea what the interview was about?
No, but I noticed she seemed quite thoughtful after he left and a bit more cheerful, as if something had relieved her mind.
That's very interesting.
Oh, please, when can I get out of this horrible place? The disgrace of it, being put into jail like a common thief.
Now, don't worry, Miss Ridgway. I'm on your side, and I'll do what I can for you. But I think that for the present, you're safer in than out of jail.
Well, Danny, I got the commissioner to assign us to this Bannister case like you asked me to. Now, where do we go from here?
We separate at the next corner.
What's that? Say, what sort of a game is this?
Sorry, Mike, but we've got to work fast in this case, and we can get results quicker if we each work on separate leads. That way, we'll still be solving the case together.
Okay. Well, what do we do?
Well, you run over to the Bannisters' townhouse and interview Mrs. Bannister.
What do I ask her?
Ask her what her interview with McCaffrey of the Acme Insurance Company was about. And also ask her if it's true that she's lost heavily at bridge recently.
Well, maybe she'll refuse to answer the questions.
That doesn't matter. The important thing is to study her reactions to the questions.
Okay. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make some important phone calls. I'll see you later at headquarters.
Okay, but if Mrs. Bannister throws me out of my ear, I'll take you across me knee and paddle your pants.
If you can be thrown out of on your ear by a woman, you're too weak to paddle my pants.
Well, everything's ready for you, Danny.
Thanks, Doc. Now, I'll only take the magic ray and the Blue Beetle flashlight with me tonight. I've got a lot of ground to cover, and I want to travel light.
Where's the Blue Beetle heading for tonight?
The Strathaven Arms apartments.
Who's your host?
Don Ricardo, the orchestra leader. According to the information I got over the phone from Charlie Storm.
Is Ricardo in on this robbery?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
What about this McCaffrey, the insurance company's investigator?
Well, there's something fishy about him.
I called the office today, but he wasn't in.
Did Manigan get any valuable information out of Mrs. Bannister?
Just a Park Avenue manor and a threat of legal action against the city if they sent any more policemen to ask impudent questions.
Oh, poor Manigan. I'll bet his face was red.
Yes. Well, I've got to be going, Doc. Ricardo was just about playing his closing number at the Starlight Club. So long, Doc. Diamonds are trumps, and the Blue Beetle is playing to win.
Let's quit playing cards and have another look at the necklace.
Well, there it is.
Oh, boy, they sure are a pretty mess of sparklers.
Yes, we should realize quite a sum of money on them. Is it not so, Mac?
About $100,000.
Huh? Is that all?
Sure. The necklace has to be broken up. The diamonds sold separately.
Oh, I see.
Well, then there's a part of the insurance your company pays over to the Bannister dame. Hey, Mac?
That's right. We'll get 20% of that.
Well, that's another $100,000.
With my share, I can go home to South America and marry my sweet senorita.
Say, where's the fence? You said he was coming over tonight and make us a bid on these sparklers.
He'll be here in a minute. That's probably him now. Open the door, Ricardo.
All right.
The Blue Beetle.
Who is it, this Blue Beetle? I do not know him.
Oh, he's a masquerader.
Who runs down criminals.
I'm afraid you're on the wrong track, Blue Beetle. There are no criminals here.
Well, what is it you want?
I'd like to talk with you alone, Ricardo.
Oh, but what about? As you see, we are playing cards.
Well, why not deal me in? I'll make the fourth at bridge.
We're expecting the other player any minute.
And are these the stakes here, this string of glass beads?
Mac, he calls them...
Quiet, Trigger.
Your friend seems to resent my calling these things beads.
What, drop that necklace, Blue Beetle, or I...
Quiet, Trigger, I said. You must pardon my friend, Blue Beetle. He's laboring under the impression that those glass beads in that necklace are real diamonds.
So I gathered. I must say this necklace is a very good imitation of the famous Bannister necklace. Ah, that must be your fourth at bridge, so I'll be going. I'll talk with you some other time, Ricardo. By the way, gentlemen, if your visitor is by any chance a fence to whom you hope to sell the necklace, I'm sure he'll verify the word of the Blue Beetle. Those diamonds are fakes.
Were the diamonds in the possession of Ricardo, Mac, and Trigger fakes? And if they were fakes, who has the real diamond necklace? Can the Blue Beetle pick up another clue and locate the missing gems? Or is Lucy Ridgway an accessory to the real thief? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is part 2 of the story entitled Finesse in Diamonds. the famous Bannister diamond necklace, valued at $500,000, is missing. Lucy Ridgway, Mrs. Bannister's social secretary, is in jail, accused of being implicated in the theft. So far, 2 necklaces, both fakes, but resembling the real necklace, have been discovered. One which was stripped from Mrs. Bannister's neck by thugs as she was leaving the Starlight Club, and another by the Blue Beetle, which he found in the possession of Don Ricardo, leader of the Starlight Orchestra, and a man called Max, whom the Blue Beetle suspects of being McCaffrey, an investigator for the Acme Insurance Company. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is secretly the Blue Beetle, is discussing the case with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
You could have knocked me over with a feather when I picked up that necklace at Ricardo's apartment and discovered it was a fake.
Yes, I can well imagine. That makes 2 fakes.
Yes.
What about McCaffrey, Don Ricardo, and Trigger, as you say he was called?
I imagine I'll run into them again shortly.
Couldn't you arrest them?
Only on suspicion. Remember, I caught them with a fake necklace as the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle can't testify in court.
Yeah, that's right, but it seems a shame. According to this morning's paper, Ricardo was sailing for South America tonight.
What? Are you sure?
Well, as I remember, it said Don Ricardo, popular Starlight Club orchestra leader, is sailing tonight on the Cristobal for South America.
Well, I've got to stop him somehow.
Yeah, but how?
The ship sails at midnight, doesn't it?
I believe so.
I've got it. We'll pick him up just as he's sailing and hold him as a material witness in this case. At least it'll give us a little more time to run down the real thief.
Won't Ricardo's arrest scare off the others?
I'll wait until the last moment before sailing. In the meantime, I've got a busy time ahead of me.
Can I help you, Danny?
Yes, Doc. You might have your recording equipment hooked up to your telephone, so that if I should call you at any time on my portable wireless telephone, you could record anything I pick up.
All right, Danny. Where are you going now?
To get the combination of the Bannister safe from Lucy Ridgway. I'll be back shortly and pick up the camera and photoelectric equipment. I may catch a thief with a camera.
If you think you can double-cross me, Mrs. Bannister, and get away with it, you're mistaken.
But you yourself suggested the plan for hiding the necklace, so I could collect insurance and pay off my gambling debt.
Yes, but the necklace you left in the safe was a fake.
A fake? Well, what do you mean?
Just that. I took that necklace from the safe myself. The fence examined the necklace and declared it a fake.
What's a fence?
A man who disposes of stolen goods.
But you said nothing about disposing of the jewels. You said they were to be hidden for a while until I could raise the money to refund the burglary insurance payments later when the jewels were found.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Bannister. Where could you ever hope to raise money to pay back the insurance?
My husband, he would...
He would divorce you if he knew the facts in the case.
Beg pardon, madam, but there's a police officer outside, Patrolman Garrett, who wishes to speak to you.
Wishes to speak to me? What shall I do?
He must have been waiting some time, madam. I didn't see him come in.
What do you think, Mr. McCaffrey?
Oh, see him. It won't do any harm.
Oh, very well. You may show him in, Williams.
Very good, madam.
You don't think he overheard anything, do you?
No, he's only a cop.
Patrolman Dan Garrett.
Good evening, Mrs. Bannister. Oh, I see you're not alone.
This is Mr. McCaffrey of the Acme Insurance Company.
Oh, yeah.
He's as much interested in my missing necklace as I am.
I can well imagine. I just wanted to ask you to identify this photograph I have here.
Why, that's my husband. And he's standing in front of our wall safe.
What's that he has in his hand?
It's my necklace. When was this photograph taken, officer?
Late this afternoon by a secret device at your country estate.
Then he had the real necklace all the time and is just putting it back in the safe.
Perhaps. Well, Mr. McCaffrey, I suppose this will clear up your part in this case. The law will interview Mr. Bannister later.
Yeah, yes, of course. Well, I'd better be going. I have a lot of details to attend to. Goodbye, Mrs. Bannister. Goodbye, Officer Garrett. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, I'm sure of it, Mr. McCaffrey. Did you record the Bannister-McCaffrey conversation early this evening, Doc?
Yes, Danny. It wasn't very loud, but it's intelligible.
Good. I had the mouthpiece of the portable wireless phone against the wall while they were talking in the next room. The butler almost caught me.
Well, you got enough to make it hot for McCaffrey.
Yes, and I'm going to make it hotter yet for him if my hunch is right.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, as they say in bridge, the Blue Beetle is going to finesse in diamonds.
Now, Trigger, you keep watch outside while I go in and rifle the safe. I've still got the combination Mrs. Bannister gave me.
Okay, Mac.
If you hear anybody coming, give me the hoot owl call.
Sure, Mac, I got you.
I'll pick up the real necklace this time, and we'll join Ricardo and beat it for Rio on the Cristobal tonight.
I've always wanted to go to South America.
Well, you're practically on your way. Now, keep your eyes and your ears open. Well, this is the library. There's the wall safe. This is going to be easy. What's that? Yeah, these old houses are certainly spooky. Well, now for the safe. Right to 12. Left twice to 6. Then right to 10. Yeah, that's got it. There's somebody coming. That's Trigger's call. Well, here's the real necklace, and now to make our getaway. The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. Your game is up, McCaffrey. You double-crossing insurance investigator.
So you know.
Yeah, the Blue Beetle knows everything. Hand over that necklace.
Try and get it.
That's just what I intend to do.
Trigger!
Call your gunman. I'll take him on, too. That's for justice. And that for Lucy Ridgway. And that for law and order.
That's for the Blue Beetle. He's out cold. Hey, Mac, come on, let's cram. Hey, come on, get up. The cops will be here any minute.
Help me up, Trigger.
Okay. You got the necklace?
Yeah. It's on the floor. Where's the Blue Beetle?
Over there on the floor. I count them.
Yeah, good work. Give me the necklace and let's go. We've just got time enough to make the boat. So long, Blue Beetle. I'll tell Ricardo you couldn't join us for a hand of bridge.
Hello? Bannister speaking. Who? The Blue Beetle. What? McCaffrey has the real necklace? Where? The steamship Cristobal, Pier 46. Well, I'll be right down. What? Well, all right. I won't call the police. I'll come alone. Goodbye.
Well, 1 minute to go and we'll be on our way to South America.
1 minute? That's a very long time here. Don't worry, boys. Look, those men down there. They're ready to take in the gangplank.
And I hope they make it snappy. Me nerves is all of a twitter.
Don't lose your nerve now, Trigger. We're in the clear.
But look, the gangplank, she's going away.
Yep, we're off. On our way to Rio with $500,000 worth of jewels in our pockets.
Shall we go below and make the game with the cards?
Yeah, it's a great idea. Good for relaxing the nerves. How about it, Trigger?
Swell. If we only had a fourth, we could play bridge.
The Blue Beetle. Yes, the Blue Beetle. You're fourth at bridge. And diamonds are trumps.
Look out, Mac, while I rub him out.
Hold it, Trigger. What's the use? He's got us. We can't get off the ship.
A wise decision. Now, let's go up and visit the captain.
Just a minute, please. Are these the men, Blue Beetle?
Yes. You're Mr. Bannister?
I am.
These are your men. And here's a photograph I took earlier this evening with my photoelectric camera of McCaffrey here at your wall safe.
Oh, that was the click I heard.
That's right. Enough evidence to convict you. Now hand over the necklace to Mr. Bannister.
Well, here it is.
Are these the real diamonds, Mr. Bannister?
Yes, these are genuine. I put them in the safe myself when I got back from the West. I had them in a secret hiding place. I had a duplicate made, and apparently Mrs. Bannister had one made also.
Then we'll turn these men over to the captain, who will send them ashore with us under guard on the pilot boat. You can prosecute them.
I don't wish to prosecute. I have the real necklace. My wife has confessed, and I have forgiven her. I wish to avoid scandal and forget this case as quickly as possible.
Will you see that Lucy Ridgway is released from jail and her name cleared?
It shall be done immediately, and I'll see to it that she will lose nothing by her unfortunate experience.
That's great. Well, the Blue Beetle's job is done. You crooks are getting off easy. Take the Blue Beetle's advice and stay away from York City.
And so the Blue Beetle ended another racket, saved a foolish woman from the consequences of her first misstep, and restored the good name of an innocent young girl. The moral of this story is, one falsehood leads to many, and one misstep may lead one farther and farther along the path of crime. Further adventures of the Blue Beetle will be presented in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled Sabotage Incorporated. Throughout the country, foreign spies and saboteurs are busy trying to prevent the shipment of war munitions to countries with whom their native country is at war. Near York City is located Explosives Incorporated, one of the largest manufacturers of munitions in the country. Every night, trainloads of munitions leave their factory for some secret destination. As our story opens, Officer Manigan and Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, are investigating a mysterious telephone call from Wentworth B. Charles, president of Explosives Incorporated, who lives at the Monaco apartment.
Well, here we are at Charles' apartment. Push the button, Danny.
Oh, there's no answer.
Well, let's break in the door.
Now, we'd better call the superintendent. He'll have a pass key.
Is something wrong, officer?
Who are you?
I'm the superintendent of this building.
Oh, well, we got a mysterious telephone call from Mr. Charles, which he didn't finish. It was of such a nature that we felt it necessary to make an investigation. He doesn't answer his bell or our knocking.
Well, I have a pass key here. I'll unlock the door for us. Something's holding the door shut.
Fred, come on, and we'll break it in.
No, wait. I'll telephone the owner of the apartment house. He'll,
No, we can't wait for that. Come on, Danny, let's break in the door.
All right, here we go.
Well, there's nobody here.
Look in the bedroom there.
Okay, I'll have a look.
I hope nothing happened to Mr. Charles. He's one of our best tenants.
Hey, Danny, look. Here's Mr. Charles and his...
What is it, Mike? Is he dead?
I think so. Look, there, over his heart.
A wound.
Yeah, right through his pajamas. A .22 bullet, I'd bet.
No, it's a stab wound.
That's Mr. Charles, all right. Is he dead?
Yes.
Who could have done it?
That's what the police would like to know. And that's what we have to find out.
Well, I don't see any weapon.
Look for an ice pick or a thin stiletto.
Okay, I'll have a look around the apartment.
Hadn't I better telephone the owner of the building?
Not yet, and don't leave the apartment.
Yes, but
Whose apartment adjoins this on the bedroom side?
Professor Vladimir Deniskiu's.
What's his business?
I believe he lectures on anthropology.
Does he live alone?
He has a male secretary who lives with him, I believe.
Who lives on the other side, next to the living room?
Oh, that apartment is vacant.
Did Mr. Charles live alone?
Yes.
Apparently, Mr. Charles was killed while he was phoning. The receiver is still off the hook there, and his body is lying in front of the telephone table.
Yes, it looks that way.
Well, say, I can't find any sign of a dagger or ice pick anywhere. There's an electric ice box in the kitchen, so I don't think Mr. Charles would be needing an ice pick himself.
What about the windows?
They're all locked.
Any fire escape?
Nope. It's a 14-story drop to the street on all sides.
How many floors above this, Superintendent?
15.
Any other entrances to this apartment?
Only a service door in the kitchen.
Yeah, I looked at that. It's locked and bolted from the inside, and there's no knob on the outside of the door.
Well, Mike, you'd better phone the coroner. I'll just have a look around the apartment. And then I'd like to question the professor and his secretary. Maybe they can throw some light on this case.
Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. And what can I do for you?
This officer would like to ask you some questions.
There's been some trouble next door, and the police are interested in getting some information.
Well, won't you come in, please?
Thanks.
Now, what is it you would like to know, officer? I am sure I cannot be of any assistance to you.
Did you hear any commotion or unusual noise tonight in Mr. Charles' apartment?
No, nothing. In fact, I've been so busy with my studies that I doubt if I would have heard any noise coming from anywhere. When I am doing my research work, I concentrate very deeply.
Do you have any children, Professor?
Me? No, officer. I am not married.
That gun there, do you use that in your research?
Oh, that belongs to my secretary. He is off tonight. He bought it for his little boy. It is an air rifle. Hardly strong enough to...
To what?
I mean, it has the appearance of a real gun, but it would be no good for hunting game other than small birds, I assure you. Here, have a look.
Yes, I can see you're right. I presume a BB shot from this air rifle would hardly have enough force behind it to kill a man.
Kill a man? Has someone been killed?
Yes, Professor. Mr. Charles, your next-door neighbor, was murdered less than an hour ago.
You know, Danny, this case is very, very puzzling.
Very, Doc. But the Blue Beetle's going to solve the puzzle.
How?
I'm going to revisit the Charles apartment alone and do a little private investigating.
Danny, what do you think is back of this murder?
Sabotage of some sort. I'm positive it has something to do with a train of munitions and guns being shipped to Canada.
Well, be careful, Danny boy. If your suspicions are correct, you'll run into a ruthless gang of murderers.
I know that, but the Blue Beetle can handle them.
Have you everything you need?
This Blue Beetle chain armor and mask, my magic ray and spotlight are all I'll need tonight. I'm traveling light because I've got to travel fast. The Blue Beetle's going to solve a murder and strike a blow for humanity. Well, here's Mr. Charles' bedroom. The body's been removed, but nothing else has been disturbed in the bedroom here. That picture on the wall there, facing the spot where Charles was sitting when he was killed. It doesn't hang straight. I'll have a look.
You understand what I mean,
A hole in the wall back of the picture. Just large enough for a rifle barrel and to hear conversation.
Now, here is the railroad map, Vicky.
Yes, I see.
The munitions train will approach a bridge to Canada over the gorge along this track here.
Yeah.
Now, our major plan is to blow up the bridge as the munitions train is passing over. But if for some reason Our men are unable to place the charge of explosives under the bridge. Our alternate plan is to wreck the train and block the entrance and the entire road, as well as destroy the munitions aboard the train.
Well, how will we know in advance which plan to follow?
I'm expecting a call any minute from our leaders at Rosno, near the border.
Then as soon as you get word, I'll be on my way.
Yes. Your job is to take care of any guards at the American side of the bridge.
Yes, I understand. This'll take care of them.
Oh, the air pistol that shoots glass pellets filled with suffocating gas, huh?
Yes. It makes very little noise. Whoever is shot with it remains unconscious for a long, long time.
Oh, good. Now, there are 2 planes tuned up and waiting out of the La Paz airfield. You take one of them.
All right. And you're sure no one suspects our plot?
Positive. I liquidated Charles before he could telephone the police.
What about money?
Here. Now, here is $1,000 for expenses.
Okay.
When the job is done, there'll be plenty more where this came from.
Good.
Hello? Yes? You what? Yes, we're ready at this end. Wait. Here's Igor now. Just a minute. I'll ask him. Well, what about it, Igor?
The munition train is loaded and will pull out for Canada in 10 minutes.
Hello. Ronaldo. Igor informs me that the train will pull out in 10 minutes. Yes, all right. Everything is moving smoothly. We'll be with you soon. Goodbye.
What's that?
I can't imagine what that could... That's the Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip. You have an ingenious method of entering, Mr. Blue Beetle. Did you by any chance fly to my window? And just what do you want?
I overheard your whole plot from the next apartment and crawled along the ledge outside the window.
Then he knows
everything. And I'm going to turn you over to the police. All of you. Get away from that phone, Professor, or I'll burn you with my magic ray.
Oh, no, you won't, Blue Beetle, because you won't be able to.
Put down that gun.
Vicky!
There. That'll fix Mr. Blue Beetle.
Let us get out of here. The gas is making me sick.
And what about the Blue Beetle?
We'll tie him up and take him down to the freight yard and put him aboard the munition train. The Blue Beetle will have a rude awakening sometime in the early morning hours.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle now? How soon will he recover from the effects of the suffocating gas? Can he save the shipment of munitions to Canada from destruction? Which plan will the saboteurs put into effect? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled Sabotage Incorporated. In the previous episode, Wentworth B. Charles, president of Explosives Incorporated, has been stabbed to death, apparently with an ice pick, as he was phoning the police about a shipment of munitions. Investigation discloses no murder weapon and no clues to the killer. All doors and windows of the Charles apartment were securely locked and bolted from the inside. A later secret investigation by Dan Garrett as the Blue Beetle discloses that the occupants of an adjoining apartment, a Professor Danescu and his male secretary, are part of a sabotage ring whose purpose is to destroy a trainload of explosives and war munitions as it passes over the Rocky Gorge Bridge from the United States to Canada. As the Blue Beetle confronts them, he is rendered unconscious by a suffocating gas shot from an air pistol by a young girl named Vicky, one of the conspirators. As the episode ends, the conspirators plan to dispose of the Blue Beetle by dumping his bound and unconscious body aboard the munitions train, which is to be destroyed. As our story opens today, Vicky is on her way in a private plane to Rosno, near the Canadian border, to supervise operations at the bridge. The professor and Igor are to follow as soon as they dispose of the Blue Beetle.
Well, Professor, here we are at the freight yard. Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the train with a load of guns and explosives aboard.
Yes, it's moving.
Yeah, we'll have to hurry. Give me a hand with the Blue Beetle here.
Yes. All right. There you go. Oh, he's heavy.
Yeah, it's his chain armor. Now, here comes an empty dump car. Yes. We throw him in. 1, 2, 3. There he goes. Farewell, Blue Beetle. You may reach heaven when the train blows up, but you won't stay long.
Hello, Doc Franz. Have you seen Danny?
No, not for some time.
Have you got any idea where he might be?
He said something about working on this explosive.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I ain't seen him.
What's that, Mike, in your hand? A present for your youngster?
That's an air rifle. I found it in the apartment next to where Charles was killed.
Find anything else?
Nothing much except this. Any idea what it might be, Doc?
It's an aluminum mold of some sort.
Yeah, for making knitting needles or something, but what would the professor be wanting?
Wait, Mike, I've got it.
You got what?
The weapon that killed Mr. Charles.
What do you mean, Doc?
That aluminum mold was filled with water and placed in an electric refrigerator. The water froze into little sharp-pointed icicles about the size of an ice-pick blade.
Yeah, I can see that.
Then they were shot from that air rifle at the victim. Even though the air rifle looked innocent enough, it is a particular type with sufficient air propulsion to make those needle-pointed icicles penetrate deep into the victim's body where they melted, leaving no trace.
But how could the murderer get to him? The door and windows was locked and bolted from the inside.
The murderers probably bored a small hole through the wall and shot him from their apartment.
That's it. That's what happened. Well, Doc, I got to get down to headquarters now and report.
I wonder if it's...
What are you doing on this train? Scram!
Where are you headed for?
Canada. But you ain't going.
Is this train loaded with munitions?
What's that to you?
I'm the Blue Beetle.
Yeah, and I'm Napoleon, and this is your Waterloo. You're getting off or else...
Oh, wait. Help me out of here. I want to warn...
Sure, I'll help you out. Out of the bottom like a load of coal. We don't carry passengers, mister. And don't say I didn't warn you.
Lucky I slid out of my back or I'd have doubled up and been crushed beneath those cars. Now to get to a phone somewhere and warn the authorities to flag that train.
The Blue Beetle. Have you got a phone?
The blue what? And we ain't got a phone.
Where's the nearest telephone?
5 miles down the road. Jed Hawkins' place.
Thanks.
But he ain't home.
Where can I get a car?
The trolleys don't run out this far. You get a bus in the morning.
Afraid I can't wait. How far's the border?
About 20 miles.
I've got to get there in a hurry.
Who are you running away from?
Not running away. I'm trying to prevent a crime.
Well, I could drive you out to Rosno in the morning.
Where's the nearest airport?
Rosno, 10 miles.
Drive me to the airport tonight, and you'll be a hero in the morning.
So will you be if you live through my driving. I'll be down soon as I get my boots on and my store teeth in.
Faster, pilot, faster. I've got to flag that train down there before she reaches the bridge.
She's too close. Can't make it. Can't bring that train to a stop in less than a mile. The track's too wet.
Give me that red lantern.
What are you going to do?
Bail out with my parachute and wave this red lantern as I go down. Well, here I go.
Well, we're almost to the bridge, Sam.
Yeah, 5 more miles and our job will be done.
And glad I'll be. In 30 years of railroading, this is the toughest job I've ever had. Hauling 50 cars of explosives and war equipment to Canada ain't my idea of a soft snap.
Yeah, no telling when you may run into an open switch or a pile of ties on the track. There's plenty of foreign spies would like to wreck a train load like this.
Hey, listen to that plane.
Yeah, must be something important to bring that guy out on a stormy night like this.
Hey, there's no lights in the switch house.
You better slow down.
Green signal's up.
Yeah, but you never can tell.
Well, keep an eye out on your side as we reach the switch to the Rosno spur track.
Okay. Hey, look there.
Where?
Up there in the sky, ahead.
Hey, it's the cruising lights of the airplane.
Yeah, but look underneath it.
Well, I'll be. There's a red light falling and swinging from side to side.
Hey, maybe he's signaling us to stop. Look. There's a guy in a parachute that's dropped out of the plane.
And he's waving a red lantern.
That's strange.
Well, there's the bridge right ahead.
Maybe something's wrong with the bridge.
All my signal lights have been green.
Except the red lantern on the plane.
Well, here goes the brakes. I hope I can bring this train to a stop on these slippery rails.
That guy with the lantern has landed. He's running toward us here. Say, somebody's shooting at him. Wait a minute. Look, there's several men around him, and he's pulling them over with his fist.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, what a fighter. That must be the train guard shooting. Come on, let's get in on this.
Right.
Get back on that train and drive onto that bridge, or I'll drill you. Oh, yeah? Who's gonna make me?
Okay, Sam. I got his gun. Well, there go the guards. There's some more of those bugs.
Good work, boys. Good work.
Who are you?
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle? What? Well, you were the man with the red lantern.
Yes. I warned the authorities at Rosno, but the telephone lines out to the bridgehead had evidently been cut. I took the only way I could to stop you.
Well, boy, you certainly made a good job of it.
What about these plotters?
I caught the ringleaders back in Rosno and turned them over to the police.
What about the men who shot at me?
I imagine your train guards will get them, but the ringleaders are in jail. Uncle Sam will take care of them.
Well, so long, Blue Beetle, and thanks a million.
Okay. Give my regards to your neighbors across the border. Tell them we Americans are glad we both speak the same language. In more ways than one.
And so the Blue Beetle prevented a frightful tragedy and through sheer nerve outwitted a clever band of foreign saboteurs and murderers. The moral of this story is that there never will be the perfect crime, crimes like the murder of Mr. Charles, no matter how strangely and cleverly done, will always be found out and the guilty punished. Further adventures of the Blue Beetle will be presented in the next episode of the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled Smashing the Restaurant Racket. There has sprung up in York City an organization called the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association. Its ostensible purpose is to protect restaurant owners and cafeteria owners from outlaw sit-down strikes. Its real purpose is to extract money from restaurant owners to line the pockets of a few politicians, racketeers, and dishonest union leaders. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the famous Blue Beetle, is discussing the racket with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist, in his laboratory back of the little apothecary shop.
You know, Doc, no racket could ever become strongly organized if businessmen weren't so easily intimidated by thugs and strong-arm men.
You're right, Danny. But then the Blue Beetle would be out of a job.
There'll always be crime and criminals for the Blue Beetle to track down.
Yes, unfortunately. Where are you going now, Danny?
Down to headquarters to meet Manigan. He and I are doing a little pavement pounding today.
That doesn't mean a demotion, does it?
No. Mike complained to the chief that he was getting fat from riding around in the patrol car so much. So the chief told Mike to try a little footwork for a while. I said I'd take a trick with him.
Well, I'll bet you two will be into some new case before long.
No doubt. Well, so long, Doc. I'll see you later.
Well, I see Stacy's cafeteria is still being picketed.
Yes. Does he use non-union help?
Not that I know of. His head counterman belongs to Local 65. He's a friend of mine.
I'm going to question that picket. Hey, buddy. Doesn't Stacy hire union employees?
Yeah, but Local 56 don't recognize their local.
Well, what's the matter with their local?
Nothing, I guess, but our president says we got to get our men in Stacy's or else.
Aren't both locals recognized by the AFL or the CIO?
I don't know. All I know is I get $3 a day to walk up and down in front of Stacy's with the sign and say, don't patronize Stacy's cafeteria.
Is Stacy a member of the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association?
Huh?
You heard me.
Listen, officer, I ain't supposed to know nothing about that. I got a family to support, and I need my job.
You're an accessory to a crime. You know that, don't you?
Well, what do you mean?
He means this Cosmopolitan Association is a crooked racket, and you're aiding them.
Listen, officer, there's a lot of us ain't in favor of some of the things that's done, but we ain't arguing with our bread and butter.
All right, give it to him, boys.
Hey, you guys, what do you think you're doing?
Shut up, copper, I'll let you have it. Says who? Come on, Mike. Let's round them up. There goes another one.
Yeah, and here's a sock in the nose for the leader. I got him.
Ah, yeah? Well, how do you like this? Oh! Drop that gun or I'll break your arm.
Hold him, Danny. You almost got me. I'll take care of the others. I missed him, begorra. Well, we got their leader anyhow, Danny.
Yes, I've got him handcuffed.
Yeah, you think you're smart, you coppers? Well, take me in and see how quick I can get out.
Take him in, Manigan. I'm going to talk to Stacy.
Okay, Danny. I'll see you at headquarters. Come on, Mug, or I'll fingerprint you with me 4 knuckles.
Well, officer, you arrived rather late. The damage has been done.
Yes, Mr. Stacy, the damage has been done. It was done when the first restaurant owner signed up as a member of the CROA.
I don't know what you mean.
You're not a member of the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association, are you?
No, and I won't join. He can't make me.
Who's he?
Who, what? Oh, never mind. I'm not talking.
Well, I admire your courage in refusing to join that crooked association, but you should carry your courage further and tell the DA what you know.
Yes, and have my home bombed. Maybe my wife and children killed.
But the law will protect you.
Yeah. It protected me today, didn't it? Look there. Look at my restaurant.
Few windows broken, some customers upset, yes. But we captured the leader of the thugs. He's on his way down to headquarters now.
And he'll be out on bail as quick as he gets there. You mark my words.
That may be true. But we're going to smash this racket eventually. So why don't you and some of the other restaurant owners tell who's behind this racket?
Not me, brother. Why don't you try to get into one of the workers' union meetings? Not all of the rank and file are loyal to their crooked leaders. You might learn a lot about how the racket works.
Say, that's a great idea. I'll do it. Thanks for the suggestion.
Don't thank me. You get some of the higher-ups, the politicians on the run. Then we'll talk, but not before. This may be a free country, but too many of the wrong kind of people are free.
Look, Garrett, I'm taking a big chance letting you use my brother's union card to get in here tonight. It's lucky he just joined. Nobody knows him.
I understand.
Now, don't say nothing. Just sit still and listen, or you'll get in Dutch.
All right.
All right. The meeting will come to order. The treasurer will read his report.
Hey, there's a spy down here. He's a copper.
Spy?
He pinched me today.
Hey, you better beat it quick.
Not me,
Come on,
I'll...
hey, you'll get me in trouble. Come on, this way. Make it snappy before it's too late.
Oh, there he goes.
Stop it away.
Come on, let's clean up the crooks in this union.
Well, Danny, you had a narrow escape from personal injury this evening.
Yes, I couldn't very well have fought that whole hall full of men, although some of them might have helped me.
Yes, but if they'd found a false union card on you, it would have gone hard with the brother of that picket whose card you used.
Yes, it would.
Where are you off to now in your Blue Beetle armor and mask?
I'm paying a midnight visit to the headquarters of the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association.
What do you expect to find?
The Blue Beetle may be able to do what the DA can't do. Pick up enough evidence to smash the restaurant racket.
Now, look, Stacy. Why don't you get wise and join our association? It'll only cost you $1,000 every 6 months, and all your troubles will be over. No more strikes, no more picketing, no wrecking crews calling on you. You'll get protection. We'll see to it. Am I right, boys?
Sure, that's right.
Well, what do you say, Stacy?
I say no. Both Locals 56 and 65 are supposed to be fighting for jurisdiction in the restaurant business. Yet you're united in running the Cosmopolitan Protective Association. It's a racket pure and simple.
All right, Stacy, if that's your answer. But your family's going to be awful sorry you refused to safeguard their welfare. Okay, Lasker, open the door and let Mr. Stacy walk out into a lot of trouble.
strikes the Blue Beetle.
Hey, what brings you here, Blue Beetle? I thought you only chased crooks and criminals. This is a meeting of respectable businessmen.
I see one respectable businessman who can't be bluffed or frightened, but the rest of you are crooks.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mr. Blue Beetle, you or the DA can't prove that, so you'd better bow out.
Yes? Yes, Chief. Okay, right away, Chief. Okay. Well, that's a big boss, Spike.
Yeah?
He wants to see you in his private office right away.
Okay, Lasker. Sorry, Mr. Blue Beetle, but you'll have to excuse me. Private business.
Stay where you are, all of you, or I'll blast you with my magic ray.
All right, Blue Beetle. Now what?
I've always wanted to meet the big boss, as you call him, and now's my chance.
Okay, Mr. Wise Guy. Right in that room there. But watch your step. The big boss don't see people except by appointment. He'll be awful sore.
The Blue Beetle never makes appointments in advance.
Look out, Blue Beetle! It's a trap!
Yeah, good work, Lasker. Now bolt it and move this desk over in front of the door.
Yeah.
Hey, some of you others there, help Lasker move the desk. Put some chairs on top of it. Now, you'd better beat it, Stacy. You better not be a witness to what's going to happen.
Here, out this way, Stacy. And keep your mouth shut or you'll get some of the same. Okay, Spikey's gone. What's next?
Bring some of those newspapers and pile them under the desk here and set fire to them.
Hey, but this whole building will burn. It'll go up in flames like a haystack.
Sure, and the Blue Beetle with it.
Okay. There you are, Spike.
And here she goes. Yeah, that's got it. Now, Mr. Blue Beetle, slide out of that one. You'll find the weather rather warm for July in that cloakroom. Come on, boys. Let's get going. We'll have to go out through the secret passage. The cops might blame us for this fire.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle? Will he be able to force his way out of his fiery prison before it is too late? Or will he perish in the flames before he can smash the restaurant racket? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second half of a story entitled Smashing the Restaurant Racket. In the previous episode, Patrolman Dan Garrett learns that the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association, which has been formed ostensibly by restaurant owners to protect themselves against outlaw strikes, is in reality an organization formed by a group of crooks to extract money from the restaurant owners. In search of evidence and the individual who is the power behind the racket, Dan Garrett, as the Blue Beetle, visits the Cosmopolitan headquarters
and encounters two supposedly rival union heads who are working together. By means of a trick, the Blue Beetle is imprisoned in a clothes closet, and as the episode ended, the racketeers were fleeing after setting fire to the building. As our story opens today, the Blue Beetle, having freed himself and also rescued Joan Mason of the Chronicle, whom he found imprisoned in another room, has carried her to the roof of an adjoining building. She is just regaining consciousness.
Oh, where am I?
You're safe. You're on the roof of the building next to the one where I found you. The fireman will be here any minute.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, and you're Joan Mason. What were you doing in that building?
Trying to get some information from my newspaper about the restaurant racket.
Who locked you in that room?
Spike Gibbons. He discovered me looking over some of the association's private papers and locked me in. Said he'd deal with me later.
Did you find out who is in back of this racket?
Yes, Randall S. Danforth.
Civic leader and road construction contractor?
Yes. He's in with some powerful politicians. They're planning to use the money they collect from the restaurant owners to buy votes in the coming election and to oust the present administration.
Are you sure?
Positive. I have some of the incriminating letters here in my bag.
That's great.
Hey, there's somebody on the roof there. Hello. Are you all right?
That's Officer Manigan and one of the firemen.
You saved my life again, Blue Beetle. It's getting to be a habit. How can I ever repay you?
Keep those papers hidden until I give you the word. That will help me smash this restaurant racket.
Hey there, are you all right?
Hey, that looks like the Blue Beetle. It is the Blue Beetle.
Hello, Manigan. Sorry I can't stay to help you. Take care of this girl here. She's worth a lot of money to the citizens of this city.
Well, Danny, the Blue Beetle had a close shave last night.
Yes, but it was worth it.
It was lucky for Joan Mason that you were in the building.
And unlucky for a certain Mr. Danforth.
What are you going to do?
According to the newspapers, Mr. Danforth is entertaining the mayor at lunch today, after which they'll discuss certain projects for civic betterment. The Blue Beetle is going to drop a bombshell in front of Mr. Danforth at that conference.
Yeah, well, Danforth, you ought to be complimented on your excellent cook. That was one of the best lunches I ever ate.
You should be a good judge of food, Mr. Mayor. You get around to a lot of banquets.
Yes, but I don't get much chance to enjoy them.
Well, now I'd like to show you some plans I've drawn up for a safer highway to completely encircle the city.
Well, that sounds like an expensive project.
Yes, but think of the benefit it'll be to the city. It will relieve traffic congestion and facilitate travel to and from vacation spots.
But I think money spent for playgrounds for the youngsters and swimming pools and improvements in our parks would benefit more people, especially the poor and the underprivileged class.
Your sentiments do you justice, Mr. Mayor. My heart also goes out to the poorer citizens and their children living in cheap tenements and having few places to enjoy some of the benefits the more fortunate of us enjoy. But after all...
Hypocrite. Who was that? The Blue Beetle.
What are you doing here? Who admitted you to my home?
No one. The Blue Beetle enters where he pleases, when there's a crime to be solved or a criminal to be unmasked.
Well, then, what are you doing here? The mayor and I are discussing plans for civic betterment.
Yes, while secretly you, Danforth, and your gang of extortionists are milking the restaurant owners of money to be used in a political campaign to oust the mayor and the present administration.
You must be crazy to make such an accusation.
Yes, why, Mr. Danforth has sponsored many projects for improving living conditions in this city.
Out of which his construction company has made millions.
Well, naturally, but everything has been legitimate.
Perhaps, but not this restaurant racket.
I can't believe it possible. I know, Blue Beetle, what you have done to reduce crime in this city, and I am grateful. But your present accusations are outrageous. Where is your proof?
If you're interested, I'll take you to someone who has letters and documents to prove that Randall S. Danforth there is the real power behind the Cosmopolitan Restaurant Owners Association. An out-and-out racket.
That's a lie. I'll stand for no more such accusations. I'll have you thrown out. I'll have the police...
Wait. Who is the person who claims to have this proof?
Joan Mason of the York City Chronicle.
That girl who...
Yes.
Where is this girl now?
At her home. I telephoned her to wait there for a call from me.
I'll go with you immediately. Care to face your accuser, Danforth?
Well, I'll face her in court. Meanwhile, I'm going to get in touch with my lawyer. I'll put Joan Mason and the Blue Beetle behind bars.
It will go hard with you, Blue Beetle, if Joan Mason doesn't substantiate your charges. Danforth is a rich and powerful man, as well as a respectable citizen.
Don't worry, Mr. Mayor. Here's the place.
What are all the police doing here?
I took the precaution of phoning the police that Miss Mason was in danger before I visited Danforth tonight.
But why?
I figured he'd order some of his hirelings to do away with her as soon as I disclosed who his accuser was.
Well, if it ain't the Blue Beetle, and he's with his honor the mayor, of all things.
What happened, Manigan?
We caught 2 thugs trying to break into Miss Mason's apartment. We just sent them away in a patrol wagon.
There you are, Mayor.
Well, I never have believed it. Officer Manigan, come along with us. You're about to make an important arrest.
You mean the Blue Beetle?
No, I mean Randall S. Danforth.
Good evening. Oh, it's his honor, the mayor.
Where is your master, Mr. Danforth?
Sorry, sir, but he left hastily. Took some papers and a change of linen.
Where is he going?
He didn't say exactly, sir. He muttered something about business interests in Mexico.
That's all I want to know. Come on, Blue Beetle. And you too, Manigan. My plane's at the airport. I'll take personal charge of this case myself. Any signs of a plane?
There's something off there to the right.
I'll give it a little more gas.
You're a good pilot, Your Honor.
I was a pilot in the last World War.
How will we recognize Danforth's plane?
Well, he has an insignia painted on his fuselage, typical of his business. Cross shovels bisected by a crowbar.
A double cross. Very fitting.
Why did you insist on leaving Manigan behind?
Afraid he'd get airsick.
Oh.
I'll take another look with the binoculars. Yes, that's the plane, all right. We're overhauling her.
How do you intend apprehending Danforth?
You'll maneuver this plane alongside his. I'll climb out on the wing and transfer to his plane.
But that will be extremely dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Are you sure your parachute's on securely?
Everything's shipshape. Now hold her as steady as you can, Mayor. I'm going out on the wing.
Be careful, Blue Beetle. He may dive or sideslip.
Okay. Miss me, Danforth. That's your last chance. I'm coming after you.
Wait, Blue Beetle. Danforth's bailing out. There he goes.
And here I go after him.
Why doesn't Danforth pull the ripcord of his parachute? He's diving to certain death. And the Blue Beetle's diving after him. The Blue Beetle's parachute has opened, but Danforth has failed to open. It's too late now. He's paying for his sins. The Blue Beetle can chalk up another victory.
Well, Danny, you had a distinguished pilot this afternoon.
Yes, and a good one.
What about the other ringleaders in the restaurant racket?
The police rounded them up, working under the personal direction of the mayor.
Is there enough evidence to convict them?
Yes, the papers Joan Mason saved from the fire were very incriminating.
Then the culprits will be brought to justice.
And the restaurant owners of this city will be free from danger of property damage and personal injury.
Yes. Thanks to the Blue Beetle, the restaurant racket is smashed.
The moral of this story is that power and money, and even good reputation, if used for criminal purposes, will always be found out and defeated. Further adventures of Patrolman Dan Garrett as the Blue Beetle will be presented in the next episode of The Blue Beetle.
Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
The Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled Two Rackets in One. Like all rackets, the trucking racket and the poultry racket are made possible by the connivance of dishonest politicians with underworld crooks. At present, York City is faced with two wars, a trucking war and a poultry war. Tribute is levied against all out-of-town trucking concerns who wish to deliver goods in York City by a group of racketeers calling themselves the Modern Truckers Protective Association. Also, all trucking concerns are warned particularly against hauling poultry to or from certain poultry dealers who are not members of the Metropolitan Poultry Dealers Protective Association, another racket. As our story opens, Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is cruising around with Officer Mike Manigan in the police car.
I hate driving along under the elevated.
Yeah, me too. You can't tell when some skittery female decides to cross against the light.
Not much room to swerve, and those L pillars don't give an inch when you hit them.
Hey, look at that truck ahead. Oh, boy, what a smash-up. Park the car, Danny, while I run ahead and see if anybody's hurt.
Right, Mike. I'll be right with you.
Come on now. Here, stand back now. Stand back. Stand back. Let's have a look. Hey, who's that lying there?
That's the driver of the truck. Yeah, he turned out to avoid hitting a pedestrian.
And got it himself. Oh, he's in pretty bad shape. Some of you phone City Hospital for the ambulance. Now make it snappy.
I'll go, officer. There's a phone in my store.
There's some water. I brought
Oh, thank you, lady.
I'll find out, Mike.
Well, the driver here turned his truck to avoid hitting a pedestrian and lost control, I guess. And his truck turned over on him. Oh, the poor devil. He got it bad, I'm thinking.
The truck belongs to the Interstate Trucking Company.
Yeah.
They're one of the trucking companies who refused to join the MTPA.
Yeah, that's right.
What became of the pedestrian?
Well, I don't know.
Did any of you people see the person whose stupidity and haste caused this accident?
Yeah, I saw him.
He was standing on the corner for some time. And when he saw that truck coming, he started running across the street. He stopped suddenly. And when he saw the truck crash, well, he ran away. Which way did he run? Across the street the way he started?
No, the opposite direction. Well, what do you think, Danny?
This wreck was planned, and I think I know who planned it.
Calling cars 42 and 47.
47?
Calling
That's
cars
us, Danny.
42
Yeah, I wonder what's up.
And 47. Go to 1327 Rankin Street. There is a fire in a garage.
Come on, Danny,
Calling
let's step on
cars
it.
42 and 47.
Looks as if the Modern Truckers Protective Association was out for blood this time.
And why, Danny?
That garage is where the Interstate Trucking Company parks its trucks.
Calling car 47. Calling car 47. Go to 3rd and Pine Street. There's been an accident.
Give it a gas, Danny. Oh, boy, this is our busy day.
I never saw anything like it. His car went zigzag from one side of the street to the other like the driver was drunk. And then it came right up on the sidewalk and crashed into the store here.
What caused him to crash?
Well, I really don't know, officer.
Where did you first notice him?
Up the street a piece. Nick Martinez's coffee pot. He was eating a mess of mushrooms.
Mushrooms? In a coffee pot lunchroom?
Yeah. I thought it was funny. Nick don't serve us no mushrooms.
Did Nick seem to know this man?
Yeah. This guy says to Nick, Nick, you sure know how to cook mushrooms? And Nick says, I cook them special for you, Mr. Goodman, every Tuesday. I make special for you myself, these mushrooms. And this guy here says, sure there ain't no toadstools among them? You know, toadstools is poison.
So I've heard.
Yeah. And then when I came out, this guy was getting in his car. And like I said, pulled out in front of me.
Yes, and now look at him. The poor devil is dead.
Yes, Mike. This looks like a case of murder.
Danny, you've had a busy day.
Yes, Doc, and an interesting one.
What did you find out at the hospital?
They performed an autopsy on Goodman and found evidence of food poisoning.
Who was he?
He was head of the S&M Poultry Company.
That's one of the companies who've been fighting the poultry racket, isn't it?
That's right.
And where does Nick Martinez, the restaurant man, come into the picture? Now, what motive would he have for plotting the death of one of his customers?
That's what the Blue Beetle is going to find out tonight.
How?
Nick's brother, Julio, is a wealthy importer of fancy groceries and foodstuffs. He has a sort of a dude ranch out beyond the city limits.
What's that newsboy calling?
I don't know, Doc. I'll see in just a moment.
Get your latest extra. Read all about it
Here,
here.
boy. Give me one of those.
Yes, sir. Here you are. Thank you. Extra.
What's the paper say, Danny?
Banker Williamson, president of the Drovers and Provision Dealers Bank, was killed by a bomb which blew up his car when he stepped on the starter.
My. And he was one of our finest citizens, an honest, straightforward businessman. Now, who could have wanted him out of the way?
I don't know. But Julio Martinez, Nick's brother, is one of the directors of the bank. And he may know.
What are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is going to ask Mr. Julio Martinez a few questions and waste no time about it. So long, Doc. Don't wait up for me. And don't worry. The Blue Beetle may be out till dawn.
Conchita, you're one cute senorita. Come, give Julio the big kiss.
Conchita like to give rich man the big kiss. Is that good, no?
No.
Oh, why not? It is not good.
It's not big enough. Huh?
Then here is a bigger one.
That is better. Tomorrow you will begin to make much money with this kiss.
Conchita like that? What Conchita do?
Conchita meet with rich man who will not do what Julio wants. Conchita make rich man's wife jealous.
Oh, me, I like to make other women jealous. That is fun.
See, Conchita will have much fun, but not this rich man. Pedro.
Si, senor.
Wine for Conchita.
Si, senor.
And tell Mexico Pete I like for him to do tricks with his laria.
Si, senor. I bring him pronto.
And now, my friends, we will eat, huh? For you, my brother Nick, he has made chili con carne. And his specialty, mushrooms a la Martinez. What is this sound?
It's the Blue Beetle signature. He must be
He is here.
And what, may I ask, is the cause for your visit to me, Blue Beetle? This is not the masquerade party. These are my friends, and
hired thugs and murderers
who make strange accusations, masquerader, and annoying ones. You are greatly outnumbered, Sir Knight in blue armor. So depart
Before you what?
Before I call the police.
The police are already on their way here.
The police no Conchita no like the police.
Silencio! Quiet, everybody. We are respectable citizens. We do not fear the police. Why have you called them, Masquerader?
To pick up the murderers of banker Williamson, the poisoner of Samuel Goodman, a rotten gang of racketeering crooks.
Grab him, men! Pedro! Bring the machete!
Put that gun down, Pedro. And you're next, Julio. And as for you, Nick, with your machete, I'm allergic to knives, so drop it. Don't try to run away, Julio. I want you as a special guest for the police.
Good work, Pete. Rip the Blue Beetle with your lariat.
What I do now, senor?
Sit on him and put gag in his mouth.
I have his hands, senor boss.
Tie them, Pedro. Pete,
Si.
throw your lariat over that beam there and haul the Blue Beetle up by his feet. Then tie the end of the lariat to the post on the stairway.
Si, senor, I do. But my lariat, she is good one.
No, I will buy you another one.
Listen, it's the police. They call.
Everybody will go out by the back way. Take the cars and go to my yacht. I will join you there as soon as I have done away with this Blue Beetle.
What will you do with him, eh?
Let him hang by his feet from the rafter until the police arrive. For a long time they have wished to capture the Blue Beetle. I, Julio Martinez, make them president of the Blue Beetle.
What will happen when the police arrive? Will they capture the Blue Beetle? Or will he free himself and escape to pick up the trail of Julio Martinez and his gang of murderous racketeers? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled Two Rackets in One. In the first episode, several trucks belonging to the Intercity Trucking Company have been wrecked or damaged by fire. The head of the independent S&M Poultry Company has been killed in an accident after eating some poisoned mushrooms in a restaurant owned by Nick Martinez. And both the Intercity Trucking Company and the S&M Poultry Company have refused to join or pay tribute to so-called protective associations which Dan Garrett believes are operated by Julio Martinez, wealthy brother of Nick. Also on the same day, J.L. Williamson, president of the Drovers and Provision Dealers Bank, of which Julio Martinez is a director, has been killed by a bomb attached to the starter of his motor car. As the episode ended, the Blue Beetle, who interrupted a gay party at Julio Martinez's home in the hope of bluffing some compromising admission out of him, is involved in a fight with Julio's hirelings. As he is chasing Julio, he is tripped up by a lariat in the hands of Mexican Pete. The crooks, before fleeing, gag and bind him, and string him up by the feet from a large crossbeam as the sound of police sirens fade in.
Good thing those crooks didn't put that gag in tight. Now, if I can just double up like a jackknife, free my hands. There, my hands are free. Now to double up. Grab the rope. Got it.
Hello there. Open up. It's the law.
Why not break in the door, Manigan?
I'm not breaking in any man's door to ask him some civil questions. Besides, we ain't here to make an arrest. We're just here to question Julio Martinez or Martinet or whatever his name is.
Well, a man with a name like that can't be on the level. Maybe he's a crook.
And what makes you say that?
Well, he's a foreigner, ain't he?
Now, look who's talking. And you, one generation out of County Kilkenny and Ireland. Are you a crook, Officer O'Toole?
Well, that's different.
Oh, it is now.
Well, maybe he ain't home.
And maybe your mother's cat had kittens.
Well, why don't you try the door? Maybe it ain't locked.
And maybe you'd like a kick in the shin.
There, see? Just what I told you.
Shut up. Anyway, I did my duty according to regulations.
Hey, look, Mike. There's a rope hanging from that beam. Maybe Martinez
hung himself and his ghost has hidden his body.
Well, all right. What do we do now?
Well, we'll report back to headquarters. Come on now. Maybe the chief will send us out here again in the morning.
Gosh, that was close. Lucky that beam was wide, or Manigan and O'Toole would have spotted my Blue Beetle armor. Now to get down and make a little search among Julio's private papers. He didn't take them with him. The Blue Beetle's going to put Julio Martinez and his gang behind bars.
Well, Danny, you had a narrow squeak last night.
Yes, but I got what I went after. Listen to this. I found it among some burned papers in Julio's fireplace.
What is it?
It's a letter from J.L. Williamson, president of the Drovers and Provision Dealers Bank, to Julio Martinez.
Incriminating?
Very. Part of the letter is burned away, but enough's left. Now listen. I have received proof you are secret power, protective associations, inasmuch several lives snuffed out, terrorist, look upon you as murderer. Unless you resign directorship, bank, I shall turn evidence over to, and that's all except the signature.
He had the goods on Martinez, apparently.
Yes, and this letter will help to hang Senor Martinez.
But first you'll have to catch your man. Didn't you say you heard him tell his men to meet him aboard his yacht?
That's right.
Well, what are you going to do?
The Blue Beetle is going to commandeer the fastest plane he can find and scour the seacoast. Well, so long, Doc. The Blue Beetle's going to fly high, fast, and true. Tomorrow at this time, the trucking and poultry rackets will be smashed.
Good flying weather today, Joe.
Yeah. Understand the Army's going to test those new bomb sights this morning.
Yeah, there's one of the bombers over there now. Boys ran it out of the hangar a few minutes ago.
Hey, look. There's someone there driving out to the plane. See that low-slung roadster there?
Yeah. Well, that's not an Army car either. Come on, let's see who it is.
Yeah. Looks like that mysterious guy who's always wearing blue chain armor and a mysterious mask.
The Blue Beetle?
Yeah, that's it. Come on, we better speed up. Yeah, he's going to climb into that cockpit.
Hey there! Hey! Hey, get out of the plane! Get out there! Get out of the plane!
Hey, look, he's taxiing down the field. And there he goes into the air.
Yeah. Look at him. Why, he's taking on the field. He's headed for the coast.
Yeah. Gee, what nerve, stealing an Army bombing plane.
I think he'll be in his boots when the Army catches up with him.
Must be mighty important business when the Blue Beetle defies the United States Army.
Yes, and there's 3 live bombs in the bomb rack of that plane.
She's beautiful, and the weather, she's beautiful, and...
Conchita, she is beautiful.
I like a man who owns big yacht. I think Conchita marry man who owns big yacht. How you like, Julio?
That is matter we will discuss when the other matter is adjusted.
What do you mean?
There is much work to be done. Money to be made to be sure his mouth will be closed permanently.
You mean the Blue Beetle?
The Blue Beetle is now in the hands of the police. They will not believe him. I have destroyed written evidence. But there is human evidence that must be destroyed.
Ah, you are a ruthless man. Conchita love ruthless man.
Beg pardon, Senor Capitan. It is plane off there, sir. Moving fast this way.
His army plane. She is no concern of ours. Tell Manuel to head out to sea.
Aye, sir.
And tell Sparks to get in touch with Rogie ashore by wireless and report.
Aye, sir.
But look, Julio. That plane, she's coming down. She's coming close to us. What do you see in those spyglasses, Julio?
Our interfering masquerader.
You mean the Blue Beetle?
See.
Oh.
Pedro.
Si, senor. I go.
Pedro, that plane is the Blue Beetle. Give him, with my compliments, a salute from the machine gun.
Si, senor. I do it pronto.
Pedro is one good shot, huh? Mr. Blue Beetle does not like our salute. He has fly away. Maybe now he will mind his own business.
I hope so. But look, he's coming back.
So? Well, if he wishes more salutes, we give him plenty.
But maybe he give us the same thing. Conchita no like bullets.
You go below, Conchita. I do not want you to be hit.
Si, senor, I go downstairs. It is not so noisy.
Hey, look! He's diving right for the ship. You'll be dashed to bed. That's a bombing plane. Hey, he's released the bomb.
I understand Julio and some of his men were killed when you bombed his yacht, Danny.
Yes, but Conchita and Julio's brother Nick were rescued by the Coast Guard.
What about the bomber?
Well, I managed to land her safely on Randall's Beach. She'll be all right with a little going over.
Lucky Uncle Sam's men didn't catch you.
Yes, it was. As soon as I beached the plane, I dived in again and swam mostly underwater to Ellis Point. I waited there until dark, then slipped through the police lines, which were spread out to capture the Blue Beetle.
Well, Danny, according to the newspapers, Nick confessed his part in the racket and also incriminated several politicians who were bribed by his brother Julio to prevent action by the police against Julio's fake protective association.
That's fine. If it weren't for crooked politicians, these business rackets couldn't flourish as they do.
Well, they don't last long after the Blue Beetle starts nipping.
The Blue Beetle will continue to nip as long as there are crooks preying on honest businessmen.
And so 2 rackets were smashed by the Blue Beetle with 1 bomb. The lesson of this story is that the rackets in this country are being rapidly eliminated by aroused citizens and the agencies of law and order. What new adventures await the Blue Beetle in his one-man crusade against crime and the underworld? Can he continue to outwit the forces of evil? These questions will be answered in the next adventure of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Underworld Goes Underground. Rival construction companies submitted low bids for digging a tunnel under Eastern Valley River from York City to Paradise Island. The Dunlap Construction Company was awarded the contract. Many citizens and some of the newspapers believe young Reginald Dunlap's engagement to the daughter of Commissioner of Public Works Morrison was the main reason he got the contract for his company. Since work started on the tunnel, more than the average number of accidents have occurred in the workings. Strong pressure has been brought to bear on Commissioner Morrison by politicians and newspapers to cancel Dunlap's contract and give it to the Jenkins Company. During previous and less honest administrations, the Jenkins Company had a virtual monopoly on all city construction work. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is discussing the matter with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz.
I'm convinced, Doc, that there's dirty work going on at the tunnel.
What makes you so certain?
The past record of the Dunlap Company, for one thing. Before this tunnel job, they enjoyed the reputation of having fewer casualties on their jobs than any other construction company in the country.
But this is a very difficult and hazardous job.
It is. But the Dunlap people have had other jobs just as hazardous.
Yes, that's true.
I went to college with young Dunlap, and I know he's a capable fellow. When the old man died recently, Reggie took over the business. He's done a good job with it so far.
Well, what's causing all these accidents and so many men getting the bends?
I don't know. But I'll bet some group is trying to undermine Reggie. It's a ticklish situation for the commissioner.
Yes, I can see it is. He wants to favor his prospective son-in-law, yet he can't disregard the dangerous situation that exists. Excuse me, Danny. There's someone out front in the store.
Yeah, it's only me, Doc.
Why, hello, Mike. Hello. Come on back in the laboratory. Danny's here.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Danny. I was looking for you. There's trouble over at the Mid-City Tunnel, and we've been assigned to investigate.
Okay, I'll be right with you.
Anybody hurt, Mannigan?
Yeah, I think Mr. Dunlap himself was hurt.
Reggie Dunlap?
I think so.
Well, come on, Mike. Reggie's a friend of mine. So long, Doc. See you later.
You're looking for someone, officer?
Yes, Mr. Reginald Dunlap.
My name's Stanley. I'm the night superintendent. Mr. Dunlap is in the airlock being decompressed.
Can I see him?
I'm afraid not. Not at the moment.
What happened?
Mr. Dunlap was down in the tunnel inspecting the work. Got word that his fiancée, Miss Morrison, had been thrown from a horse while riding in the city park. He immediately rushed to the service here without spending enough time in the decompression chamber. He got a severe attack of the bends.
Well, I'd like to see him. I'm a personal friend of his.
In a half hour, perhaps. He's back in the decompression chamber.
I see. Was Miss Morrison hurt by the fall?
Broken arm, I believe. She's at City Hospital.
Well, thanks, Mr. Stanley. I'll take a run over there and drop back here in half an hour.
Hey, what's doing, Danny?
Drive me over to the city hospital, Mike. Miss Morrison's been injured. Can't see Dunlap for half an hour. He's being treated for the bends.
Oh, bends, is it? That's what them tunnel workers get, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, what causes it, Danny?
Well, in order to keep the rock and mud from falling in and crushing the tunnel workers, or sand hogs as they're called, compressed air has to be forced into the tunnel until the air pressure against the sides and roof of the tunnel is as great as the pressure of the riverbed and water above the tunnel.
Yeah, I can understand that, but...
Pressure may vary from 40 to 60 pounds to the square inch.
Oh, that must be tough on those sand hogs.
It is. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is only 15 pounds to the square inch, and that's what the human body's accustomed to.
Well, go on.
When the men go on the job, they spend a certain amount of time in the compression chamber. It's called an airlock. While in the airlock, the air pressure is gradually increased to a point where it equals the pressure in the tunnel. The men are then able to pass directly into the tunnel.
I see. It sort of conditions them, huh?
That's right.
Well, what about when they come out?
Well, that takes longer. If the men aren't properly decompressed before they come out into normal atmosphere... Air pressure, paralysis, and even death may result.
Well, here we are at the hospital, Danny.
Good. Wait for me, Mike. I'll only be a few minutes.
Okay, but if you see any good-looking nurses, just tell them that Mike Madigan has a car of his own.
You'll find Miss Morrison in that room right there.
Thank you, nurse.
Come in. Yes? Oh, what is it, officer? Has something happened to Mr. Dunlap?
Now, don't worry, Miss Morrison. Nothing serious has happened. I happen to be an old college mate of Reggie's, and I heard you were here.
Oh.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your accident. Will you help me?
Why, of course I will. I'll do everything I can to help Reggie.
Well, now, tell me what happened to you.
Well, I was riding along the bridle path in City Park when suddenly a man dashed out from behind some bushes, waving his hands and shouting. My horse shied and started to run away. I stepped off my saddle and fell. That's all I know until I came to, here in the hospital, with a broken arm.
Well, now tell me, do you often take that same ride and at the same time?
Why, yes. Almost every day if the weather is clear. Why?
Oh, nothing. Well, I've got to hurry back and see Reggie, Miss Morrison. Now, don't you worry any more. Just take it easy and let that arm of yours set. I'm going to find the answer to these mysterious accidents.
Well, Danny, what are you going to do with those old clothes?
Put them on over my Blue Beetle chain armor.
Going to a party disguised as a disguise?
No, Doc. You see before you Patrolman Dan Garrett, alias the Blue Beetle, alias a sandhog in the mid-city tunnel job.
Aren't you afraid you'll be discovered?
I'll have to take that chance.
What did you learn today?
Oh, many things, Doc. I learned from Reggie, when I could talk with him, that he's not altogether satisfied with this new nighttime superintendent he has.
You mean Stanley?
Yes.
Stanley's an experienced man, isn't he?
Yes, and he came recommended by a friend of Miss Morrison.
What about Miss Morrison's accident?
I think that was planned with the hope that Reggie would come rushing up out of the tunnel as soon as he got the news.
And be incapacitated by an attack of the bend.
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do?
Go to work as a sandhog. Keep my ears and eyes open.
But your identity? Does Dunlap know you're doing this?
He asked me to help him solve this case. I told him it might prove embarrassing for his future father-in-law if word got around that a member of the city police force was working as a special investigator for the Dunlap Company.
So?
So I told him I was very close to the Blue Beetle, and I was sure I could persuade him to take the case.
Very ingenious.
Reggie got me a union card and a note to Stanley. I'm to start work tonight.
Anything you need, Danny? This is going to be dangerous work.
I'd like a shot of your secret 2X formula. May prove useful if I get into any trouble underground.
You shall have it. Anything else?
Not tonight. Well, so long, Doc. The Blue Beetle will crawl underground tonight instead of fly, but his nippers will be just as sharp.
You're new on this job, ain't you?
Yeah.
You one of Stanley's men?
I was hired by Mr. Dunlap.
Oh.
What difference does it make?
Plenty. The men Stanley's hired are out for no good. They're troublemakers.
What do you mean?
I've worked with some of them before. They're always brought in when somebody wants to slow up a job. They're nothing more than gangsters.
Who hired you?
Young Dunlap's old man.
What about all these accidents, blowouts, and cave-ins,
There he
and
is
so forth?
now, talking to
Look out. Trouble ahead. Don't let them get you into a fight. They'll kill you.
Let them try it.
He's a spy. That new guy's a spy of the management.
Yeah, let's get him off of this job.
Bert, too.
Yeah, let's get them both.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Slug, do you?
Oh, yeah? Well, slug to you.
How do you like that?
Swell. How do you like that?
Oh, get him, Joe. Get him with that picket.
Wait till I finish Bert here.
Oh, yeah? That'll be never, Mug. How do you like them potatoes?
Hey, fellas, come on, it's the boys. Come on, let's get in it.
Hey, look. That guy's hat fell off. He's got a blue steel hood on his
Why,
head.
it's the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle?
Yes, the Blue Beetle. And he's going to burn you with his magic ray.
No, not in here. You'll blow us all the kingdom come to that
What
thing.
goes on here?
It's the boss.
Who is this man in the strange mask?
It's the Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle. Who sent you here?
Blue Beetle flies wherever crime and crooks congregate.
Well, there are no crooks here.
He was snooping around with Burke there, boss.
Bert,
Yeah.
go up to the office, get your money. Take this Blue Beetle with you.
Oh, now, listen, Mr. Stanley. I ain't...
Get in the compression chamber there.
Okay.
You too, Blue Beetle. Don't let me see your masquerading face around here again.
I have a feeling you and I will meet again, Mr. Stanley.
after the Blue Beetle finishes his investigation.
Shut the door, baby.
Gee, boys. Do you think he's wise to you?
Don't worry. When he gets out of that compression chamber, neither he nor Burke will ever be able to tell what they know or suspect. You've never had the bends, Blue Beetle, but you're going to have them now, permanently.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle in the compression chamber in the tunnel beneath the great river? Will Stanley's quick decompression of the air in the chamber kill or permanently paralyze the Blue Beetle? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of the story entitled The Underworld Goes Underground. Reginald Dunlap, head of the Dunlap Construction Company, has asked his friend, Dan Garrett, to make a private investigation of the many mysterious accidents that have occurred during tunnel operations under the Eastern Valley River. Due to certain political angles involved, Dan tells Dunlap he'll get the Blue Beetle to do the job. As the Blue Beetle, Dan Garrett, disguised as a tunnel worker, makes an investigation, but is discovered, and after a fight, is ordered into the airlock by the superintendent of the job to be decompressed before ascending to the surface. With the Blue Beetle in the airlock is a man named Burke, a faithful employee whom Stanley, the superintendent, dislikes and has just discharged. As the first episode ended, Stanley and some of his hirelings are decompressing the air in the chamber more quickly than is safe, in the hope that the Blue Beetle and Burke will be killed as a result. As our story opens, we are in the airlock with Burke and the Blue Beetle.
What are we going to do, Blue Beetle? What's happened? The air pressure is going down so fast I can feel the cramps coming on in my legs.
Now, grit your teeth, old man, and bear it as well as you can. Just as soon as I can locate the valves in this darkness, I'll stop the decompression. There must be some control inside as well as outside this chamber.
I think there is. Over there to your right.
I've found them. Lucky I had my flashlight with me.
It's getting cold in here.
That's caused by the expanding air. It draws heat from surrounding objects.
Well, I hope you can get us out of here quickly.
That's just what I don't want to do. Now, there. I'm shutting off the valves here.
Oh, what about Stanley and the gang outside at the tunnel end of the airlock?
They can't get in here now. The door opens outward, and the pressure from their side is too great. We'll just take it easy for a while and let our bodies adjust themselves to the reduced pressure. Then I'll let a little more air out,
until the pressure inside is the same as that in the elevator shaft at the other side of the chamber.
But the cold. I'm freezing.
Here, put on this sweater of mine.
Yeah, but what about you?
I don't need it. I can stand the cold. I've conditioned myself to it.
Well, thanks, then. Boy, this is going to feel grand.
How's the bends?
Better. Guess it must have been my imagination.
I'll let a little more air out. That's more like it. That'll give us about 15 more minutes in here. Then it'll be safe to get out of here.
Boy, will I be glad.
Hey, Burke, how many of the men do you think are loyal to Mr. Dunlap?
Most of them. It's only the muckers that are new on this job. Them and Superintendent Stanley.
The muckers are the men who shovel or haul away the muck that's drilled away from in front of the shield?
Yeah, that's right. We sandhogs, that is, the drillers, gave them that name.
Certainly fits that bunch of cutthroats who attacked us.
Yeah, they're a pretty slimy bunch.
Did you ever work under Stanley before?
No, never.
Know anything about him?
Only that he's the son of Assemblyman Stanley from the 3rd Election District. His last job, I believe, was as foreman of a job on the West Coast.
How'd you like to do young Dunlap a favor?
Oh, sure. He's always treated me all right, as his father before him. What do you want me to do?
Keep your mouth shut about this whole thing.
Well, what about my job?
Let them fire you. Mr. Dunlap will take care of you until this matter's all cleared up. Then you'll get a real job, if I have anything to do with it.
Okay. I don't know nothing.
Oh, that's on the shaft side. I'm going to open up.
Hello in there. Hello, open up.
Give me my sweater back. I want to put on my disguise again.
Okay. Yeah. Here it is. And thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Open up in there. Are you all right?
Yeah, just a minute.
Oh. Well, what happened? Phoned down to the tunnel, but we didn't get any answer.
Oh, nothing's wrong. There was a fight, and me and Bert got fired.
Yeah, Stanley fired us. We want our pay.
I didn't get at the office. I'm going to find out what's wrong in the tunnel.
Nothing's wrong, except there's a few of the wrong kind of rats in it. Come on, Burke. We need some fresh air.
Now, here's the blueprint of the entire project. And here's a detailed print of the air system in the tunnel. Sprague, our engineer in charge of the pumps, will know what to do when I give him the go-ahead. Now, your job, Fluky, is to see that the steel emergency curtain is jammed, so it won't fall when the explosion blows a hole through the roof and lets the river flood the tunnel.
Sure, I got you.
We want to make this accident a good one.
You can count on me, boss.
But make sure you get into the airlock as quickly as possible. I don't want to lose any of our men.
Well, how you going to work it? Some of us are working up at the shield. I'll be right there where the water will break through first.
Well, I'll see that they get a signal in advance. They'll suddenly decide to strike. They don't like the conditions under which they're working. Now, all of you men, those that I've hired, start back toward the airlock to the decompression chamber before coming up out of the tunnel. When most of you are near the airlock, I'll give the signal, and Mr. Reginald Dunlap's construction company can wind up its affairs.
Hey, what's that noise?
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle,
Yes, and he's going to nip. You're unwise to get in my way again, Blue Beetle. I failed last time, but this time I'm going to make sure.
Missed me, but I won't miss you, Stanley. That's for Dunlap, and that's for Burke.
Hey, don't let this guy get through here. Hit him with something, Fluky. Bullets ain't no good against the Blue Beetle. Here's a chair out.
Sit in it. And that takes care of you. I'll just take these plans and be on my way. I don't think there'll be any more accidents, Mr. Stanley.
Boy, what a wallop he packs.
Hey, Stanley, what about it? He's got our plans. The Blue Beetle exposes.
Let him try it. He's an outlaw, wanted by the police. He doesn't dare appear in any court to testify. Besides, those blueprints are meaningless after the danger's done.
Now, what are you going to do?
Phone Scraggs and tell him to pull the job at once.
Hello? The little apothecary shop.
Hey, Doc, phone the police and have Assemblyman Stanley's home surrounded and he and his son arrested immediately. Tell them to have Central record any conversations from either house.
Okay, Danny. Where are you?
On my way to the Mid-City Tunnel to try to stop a sabotage job.
Anything else?
Yes. Phone all hospitals to have ambulances and pull motors sent over right away. Got that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The Blue Beetle has to work fast. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye, Danny.
There's been an accident below. Explosion. Blowed a hole through the riverbed.
Anybody hurt?
Well, I don't know yet. Blue Beetle's down there.
Blue Beetle? What's he doing?
Rescuing sandhogs, I heard.
Well, he can do it if anybody can. I read a while back where he saved 15 lives.
Oh, let me in. Let me in. The water's coming. Let me
I was
in.
here first. I've got a wife and kid.
Take it easy, one at a time. Now back up there. Let him through or I'll club you.
The water's around my feet.
One at a time through that door. There's room for all in the airlock.
Oh, the river's breaking through. The emergency door gave way. Here comes the water.
In you come. That's the last man, isn't it? Good. Now help me with this door.
Come on, let's go
That's got it. Well, we're safe now.
Saved. Saved. Every man saved by the Blue Beetle.
Well, Denny, how do you feel after your strenuous battle today?
Oh, I feel fine. That 2X formula certainly puts the vitality in this old carcass of mine.
You did a brave and noble thing tonight, Danny, saving all those men.
Well, that was the Blue Beetle's work, Doc.
Yes, but the Blue Beetle is Dan Garrett, and Dan Garrett is
vice versa. And you know who's a happy man tonight?
Reggie Dunlap, I suppose, now that his enemies have been exposed.
Yes, I guess he's happy. But I don't mean him. I mean Burke.
Burke?
Yes, Burke. The man who got fired when Stanley discovered my Blue Beetle disguise in the tunnel.
Well, what about Burke?
Well, Burke took over the operation of the pumps. And as a reward for his work, Reggie has given him that job permanently.
Ah, that's splendid. Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, Doc, with the compliments of the management of Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop, I'm going to make myself a great big strawberry ice cream soda.
Oh, fine, Danny. That's a great idea. And you know, I think I'll have one with you. Come out in front of the store. We'll sit up at the counter and be our own best customers.
And so the Blue Beetle performed another noble deed and brought some dishonest crooks to justice. The moral of this story is that loyalty, such as that of Burke, the sandhog, brings its just rewards. What further adventures await the Blue Beetle in his one-man crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Dancing Ghosts of Rocky Hill. Perched high on a rocky crag overlooking the ocean not many miles from York City, sits Gray Crags Manor. Surrounded by high stone walls, the large house dominates an estate of some 300 acres in Rocky Hills, Eastchester County. Residents of Rocky Hills say the place is haunted. Some claim to have seen from a distance on moonlight nights the shadowy figures of dancers in the ballroom of the east wing of the manor. As our story opens today, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, little realizes that his next adventure will take him to Gray Crags Manor. He is talking with his friend, Dr. Franz, in the little apothecary shop.
Danny, here's an item I clipped out of the personal column of the Chronicle this morning.
Addressed to the Blue Beetle.
I thought you'd be interested.
Somebody's kidding the Blue Beetle.
You think so?
Yeah, listen. Attention, Blue Beetle. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and scared the poor girl away. Why should anyone address nursery rhymes to me?
There's a secret message in cipher concealed in that nursery rhyme.
Are you serious, Doc?
Yes. I deciphered it just before you came in.
Oh, what's the message, Doc? And how were you able to solve it?
Well, the difference in size of type used throughout the rhyme gave me a clue. The young lady has evidently been reading Francis Bacon.
Young lady?
Yes, young lady.
Well, this begins to look like a romantic adventure. And what makes you think she's been reading Francis Bacon?
Well, he used to write many of his plays and poems in cipher similar to this.
That's very interesting. What message did you evolve from this nursery doggerel, Doc?
Well, here it is, deciphered. Young heiress in dire distress. Only Blue Beetle can help. Come alone, midnight, Gray Crags Manor. Urgent.
Gray Crags Manor? That's out at Rocky Hills.
Yes, the place is supposed to be haunted.
It sounds like a trap for the Blue Beetle, but it's certainly intriguing.
Yes, isn't it?
I think I'll take a run out there now and look the place over by daylight.
Oh, why don't you? But be careful, Danny. That section used to be infested with bootleggers and rum runners during Prohibition. It's along the seashore, lots of coves and inlets with rocky cliffs overhanging the sea.
Sounds interesting.
Are you planning on taking Officer Manigan with you?
No, poor Mike's laid up with a bad case of poison ivy.
That's tough on Mike.
Yes, the old warhorse is champing at the bit. I'm going to drop by and see him.
Well, tell him I hope he'll be back on the job again soon.
I will. Goodbye, Doc. See you later.
Check the roll, buddy.
No, I have plenty of oil, thanks. What do I owe you?
A buck.
There you are.
Oh, thanks.
By the way, who lives in that old mansion up on the hill, overlooking the ocean there?
Mostly ghosts, buddy.
Don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
Well, I don't know. Some folks in the village here claim to have heard music and seen figures dancing in a ballroom as they walked along the road.
Hasn't anyone visited the place?
Nobody around here. There's a guy with a club foot on guard at the entrance to the estate. Sort of a caretaker. He don't let nobody in.
Doesn't anybody live in the manor house?
Yeah, there's a young girl, Rosalie Greenhole, and her aunt just moved in. She inherited the place, I heard.
Is that so? How recently did they move in?
About a week ago.
Ever see them?
Sure. They drive by here every day in an old-fashioned carriage drawn by a couple of swell-looking horses.
Who drives them?
An old man in an old-fashioned coachman's uniform.
You're sure they're not all ghosts?
Oh, sure I'm sure. Well, Joe Digby on the corner there sells them groceries and things. He says the coachman does all the ordering. The girl and her aunt don't talk to nobody. They're kind of snooty, Joe says.
Well, that's very interesting. I've got to get along. Ghosts or no ghosts, a fellow's got to make a living.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Well, so long, buddy, and stay away from haunted houses.
Well? I was wondering if I could drive through the gates there and up to the manor house. I'm a camera fiend, and I'd like to take some shots of the house and the ocean.
Ain't no one allowed on the grounds. Owner's orders.
No. Well, you suppose if I phoned up to the house from your lodge there, the owners would give me permission to take some pictures?
Ain't got no phone.
Uh-huh. What are those wires running up the road there?
Them's electric light wires.
I see. Well, thanks for the information.
Oh, excuse me, stranger. My alarm clock's going off. Must have said it wrong this morning.
Hello. That you, Clubfoot? This is Blackie. What's that? Some guy wanted to take pictures of the place. Wasn't a harness wall, was it? Ah, all right. Now listen. The girl got a message out to the Blue Beetle somehow. The old man's lawyer saw it in the newspaper. Be on the lookout for the Blue Beetle. With the spider wires, too. Okay. Tomorrow, Spider's taking a suitcase of the queer over to Mac at Hastings when he takes the girl and they're out for a drive. Right. Well, take care of things. Bye-bye.
Midnight. I wonder if the Blue Beetle got my... What's that noise? Oh,
Good evening. Or should I say good morning?
the Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. You sent for me. Here I am.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm in such trouble and so frightened. Will you help me?
The Blue Beetle is always ready to help anyone in distress.
I didn't know what to do. You were the only one I felt could help me. I'm watched every minute. This place, it's so spooky. It terrifies me.
Then why do you stay here?
I must. By the terms of my late uncle's will, I have to remain here until I'm 21 in order to inherit the money that goes with this place.
That's a strange condition to put in a will. Who lives here with you?
My maiden aunt, Uncle Nathaniel's sister, Abigail.
If you're watched the way you say you are, how did you get the message in the Chronicle?
Well, I wrote a note to the Chronicle, enclosed some money with it in a stamped envelope, and addressed it, and dropped it outside of Digby's grocery store yesterday, hoping that someone would find it and mail it.
Well, what goes on here? Why all the secrecy?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I've seen some of the strangest men around here. I've heard the gatekeeper call our coachman Spider, and I heard Spider call the gatekeeper Clubfoot. Mr. Jasper, that's Uncle's lawyer, says that they're old retainers of Uncle Nathaniel's. The others, he says, are workmen hired to fix the place, but they seem to work only at night.
What's that? What's that music?
That's one of the things that frightens me. It's so ghostly. It comes from the other wing of the house.
Have you ever been in that part of the house, Miss Greenhold?
No. No, the door to that wing is locked, and I'm not permitted to go there. Mr. Jasper says that Uncle wanted that wing kept sacred to memories of his only love, a girl he met at a dance in the ballroom there one moonlit night. She died the night they were to be married.
I'd like to get over there and make a little investigation.
Well, I can show you the iron door that leads to that wing of the house, but you'll find it's locked.
The Blue Beetle carries master keys to all locks. Let's have a look.
Here you are. Right through here. Now down this passageway. Here we are. That's the door to the east wing.
Now we'll just try these keys. No, not that one. Here's one that looks as if it might fit. There we are.
Look. Look there. There are shadows of dancers on the wall, but no sound of voices. It's uncanny. It must be...
Ghosts. I've always wanted to meet a ghost. You stay here. I'd better lock this door after me.
Oh, no, please take me with you, Blue Beetle. I'm afraid to be left alone here.
No. You'll be safer in your part of the house. I'll be back as soon as I've had a look around.
The Blue Beetle walks into the trap. Down you go into the prison pit with the ghosts of the departed pirate captives. So you wanted to meet a ghost. Well, you'll meet plenty down there.
Blue Beetle! Blue Beetle, what's happened to you? What's happened to the Blue Beetle?
What has happened to the Blue Beetle? Who are the strange people who have made Gray Crags Manor their headquarters? Can the Blue Beetle extricate himself and solve the mystery of the dancing ghosts of Rocky Hills? These questions will be dramatically answered in the next transcribed episode
of the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of the story entitled The Dancing Ghosts of Rocky Hill. In the previous episode, the Blue Beetle, through the personal column of the Chronicle, receives a call for aid from the new heiress at haunted Gray Crags Manor at Rocky Hill. Rumor has it that on moonlit nights, ghostly figures dance in the ballroom of Gray Crags Manor. The heiress, a young girl, Rosalie Greenhold, and her maiden aunt are closely guarded by two persons, a man called Spider, who serves as coachman, and a man with a club foot who claims to have been gatekeeper for the late owner, Nathaniel Greenhold. Entering the manor at midnight, the Blue Beetle talks secretly with Rosalie Greenhold. As the episode ended, the Blue Beetle was investigating the dancing ghost phenomenon when a trap door suddenly opened in front of him and he was catapulted into a deep dungeon. As our story opens today, a Mr. Jasper, attorney for the estate, is talking with Blackie, whom the police suspect of being a desperate criminal.
Oh, look, Blackie, suppose you let me handle this situation. After all, I'm the attorney for old man Greenhold's estate and sole executor of the will.
But the girl, Jasper, the girl. She'll have the cops on our necks.
I can handle her.
But something's got to be done to keep her quiet. After all, she got a message through to the Blue Beetle.
And he's lying at the bottom of the pit where pirates used to throw their victims.
But is he dead?
Oh, the chances are his neck's broken, thanks to the spider.
But suppose he ain't dead or injured.
Well, he's securely locked in. Double locks and an iron door.
Well, I'll feel better if I went out and had a look for myself.
Well, that's all right, but do it under cover of darkness.
What about the girl?
I'll fake a message from the Blue Beetle and see that she gets it. She'll think he escaped and is coming back. That'll keep her quiet for a few days until you can move your plates and presses to some other location. They've been there long enough. The place is getting hot.
Someone's going to get wise to those phony ghosts and start investigating.
That's right. But by the terms of Nathaniel Greenhold's will, his niece Rosalie must live at the manor until she's 21.
And if she don't?
Then the whole estate, including a fortune in stocks and bonds, goes to charity.
With you as executor of the estate, it'll be slim pickings for charity.
I see. We understand each other. You've shared your counterfeiting profits with me. I'll share the estate with you. You get your counterfeiting equipment away from there, and we'll put on a haunted house campaign that will scare Rosalie Greenhold and her old maid aunt clear out of the state.
Now, just one key left to try. None of the others will fit. There. That's got it. Lucky I landed on my feet in this pit. No. The Blue Beetle's free of his prison. Hope no one heard me. I'd like to catch whoever's running this show off guard. There's a door. I'll try that.
A stone stairway and a light at the top of it. Well, here goes.
I say, Blackie's taking an awful chance keeping this place his headquarters.
Yeah, it was okay for turning out this kind of dough until that dame came to live here. Them dancers upstairs throwing shadows on the windows sure scared folks away from this place.
Here, pile these bills in the suitcase with the others.
Okay. Well, I'll take it. It's probably Clubfoot down the gate. Hello? Yeah, Spider's here. Just a minute. That's for you, Spider.
Hello? What? Blackie says dismantle the press? Yes. What? Good, yes. Okay. Yes, I got you. Huh? Deliver the fake do-re-mi to the laundry in Hastings when I take the girl and her aunt for a drive in the morning.
So that's how it's done.
Goodbye.
Well, the Blue Beetle will spoil that little game. But first, I'll have a look upstairs and see what makes the ghosts dance.
Well, I took your aunt's place on the drive this morning because I wanted to have a talk with you, Rosalie.
What about?
I don't think you trust me, my dear.
Why should I? I'm not permitted to have friends at the manor nor to visit outside places alone.
Those were your uncle's orders, Rosalie. After all, he wanted to protect you from fortune-hunting men and social parasites who might take advantage of your trusting nature when you came into your fortune.
But what about all those strange goings-on at the manor? Why, last night something terrible happened at...
What about last night? What happened?
Oh, I shouldn't have said anything.
Now, is there something you've been keeping from me, Rosalie? After all, your uncle trusted me. Why shouldn't you?
Well, last night, the Blue Beetle...
The Blue Beetle? Why, now, that's very interesting, because I clipped this out of the paper this morning. You may be the Rosalie this was addressed to. Now, here, read it.
To Rosalie. Had strange experience last night with ghosts, but am safe now. Advise you leave manor as soon as possible. Signed, the Blue Beetle. Oh, I knew I was right. That terrible place. I won't stay there another night.
Oh. Well, here we are at the laundry, Mr. Jasper. Shall I take the bag of wash in, sir?
Yes, take it in. But be sure to get a receipt, Spider.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment there. I'd like to have a look at that bag.
Now, what's the idea of this? Who are you?
I'm the sheriff of Eastchester County. I've had a telephone call to be on the lookout for you folks.
Why, this is an outrage. We're respectable citizens. This young lady is the owner of Gray Craig's Manor, and I'm her attorney.
Oh, well, then you won't mind my looking into this suitcase to make sure it's full of dirty clothes and not...
Spider, drive on. We'll not stand for this outrage.
Touch those horses, and I'll touch this trigger. Now, I'll have a look in that suitcase. Money. Counterfeit. The Blue Beetle was right.
The Blue Beetle?
Yes, the Blue Beetle. He phoned me an hour ago.
Mr. Jasper, what does this mean?
Well, somebody must have switched suitcases on us. Well, this is a frame-up.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'd say you two were in a tough spot.
Now, I demand to see your warrant, Sheriff. I stand on my constitutional rights. As a practicing attorney, my advice to you is...
As a practicing sheriff, my advice to you, Mr. Attorney, is... get a good lawyer.
Clubfoot's on the phone, Blackie.
Okay. Hello? What? The ghosts are dancing up at Gray Craig's. But it's only midday. Where's Spider? All right, phone up to Slim and tell him to stop the dancers. What? What's that? Slim doesn't answer. Something's gone haywire. You lock the gate and stand guard. I'll be out there pronto. Goodbye. I wonder where Slim is.
I don't know. Ain't nobody around.
Well, somebody shut off the mechanism of the dancing ghosts.
Yeah, we better have our gats ready.
You follow me and keep your eyes open.
Nobody here.
I don't see no one. Something about this business don't smell right to me.
Look at that closet there. Someone may be hiding. Easy now.
Look!
Slim, bound and gagged.
I wonder who done this, Blackie.
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. Save your bullets. I'll take that gun, Blackie.
Oh, no, you won't, Blue Beetle.
Oh, yes, I will. That takes care of Mr. Blackie. Now, Mr. Clubfoot, I hate to sock a cripple, but drop that gun or I'll...
Okay, Blue Beetle, you win.
Well, that's better. I'll just tie you up for safekeeping. The police will need you.
What for? The cops ain't got nothing on me.
Perhaps not. But I'm sure they'll want you to demonstrate those mechanical dancing dolls upstairs that threw ghostly shadows on the windows of the old ballroom. Sorry I can't stay for the final curtain, but I'll read about it in tomorrow's papers. The Blue Beetle's job is done. The dancing ghost of Rocky Hills will dance no more at Gray Crags Manor.
And so another gang of criminals was rounded up and brought to justice by the Blue Beetle. But Officer Manigan couldn't make the arrest because of being laid up with poison ivy. The moral of this story is, deception can never win for long. Truth will always triumph in the end. Also, as Officer Manigan would say, stay away from poison ivy. What new adventures await the Blue Beetle in his unceasing crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Whale of Pirate Folly. As our story opens today, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is in Dr. Franz's little apothecary shop for an early morning call on his way to report at police headquarters. He is just about to leave.
Well, Doc, I'll be getting along.
Danny, I see you are in your civilian clothes.
Yes, left my uniform over at Sammy's place to be pressed.
Anything special doing at headquarters?
No, just routine duty.
Good morning, gentlemen. Could I interest you in some very fine perfumes? Imported they are.
Whom do you represent?
For myself, I'm selling them.
I buy perfumes only from recognized jobbers.
Yeah, and pay double the price.
All imported perfumes carry import duty, which adds to the cost, of course.
Not my perfumes, mister. Duty is for saps to pay.
Where do you get your perfumes?
Well, that's a secret, mister. Maybe for your girl you'd like a bottle, huh?
Now, what scents have you?
All the famous names, mister. Midnight Rose, Love's Ambrosia, Passion Flower, Years of innocence, I got 'em all.
Let me smell them.
Sure, mister. Here. Sweet, ain't they?
Yes. It seems to be the real thing, all right. What do you charge for Midnight Rose?
$2 an ounce. But, of course, if you buy in large quantities, it's cheaper.
Oh, then you have a large source of supply?
Oh, sure. All you want, mister.
Then it's smuggled into the country.
Shh, mister. Hey, the cops might hear you. Of course it's smuggled in from the West Indies.
Why don't you buy an ounce, Doc, and make a test?
What? Huh? Oh, yes. If I found it the real thing, I might be interested in doing a little business with you.
Sure, Doc. Here, I'll give it to you out of this big bottle, just to prove everything's on the up and up.
Yes, of course. We want everything on the up and up, as you say. Here, pour it into this.
Okay. There you are, Doc.
And here's your money. That completes the transaction.
Thanks, Doc. Well, how about you, mister? You must have a million sweethearts, a handsome fella like you.
Thanks, but I can't buy any today. Some other time I may run across you.
Okay. Thanks again, Doc. I'll be in to see you later. Remember, I can get you any brand you want. No duty, understand?
Yes, I understand perfectly.
And if you want imported liquor or wines, I can get them for you, too, at reasonable prices.
Quick, Doc. Phone headquarters and I'll be down later. Tell them I'm on the trail of a smuggling racket. I want to keep my eye on that peddler. His perfume smells swell, but his racket doesn't.
Now, look, Van Schmidt. You imported perfumes from Holland. But now you can get shipments through, right?
Yeah, that is right.
So, in order to make yourself some money, you're going to handle the goods we smuggle in from the West Indies.
Oh, but that is dangerous.
None of it's handled right. Now, look, you have a large supply of perfume and liquor on hand on which you pay duty, right?
Yeah, that's right. Too much.
Okay. Now, here's the way we handle this business. I'll set up a lot of small sales agencies to market the stuff through small peddlers.
Yeah?
You'll go on selling to your regular customers in the regular way at regular prices, including the duty you've paid legitimately.
Yeah, but how can I...
Wait a minute till I get through. Now, every so often, the government will check on the amount you've sold.
Yeah, they do that.
Okay. But what they won't know is how much smuggled goods we ship into your warehouse and how much my sales organization takes out of your warehouse.
Yeah, but suppose maybe they catch one of your boats bringing in a load to my dock from...
No, they won't. We don't land our stuff in the regular way.
But where and how?
That's my secret, Hans.
Yeah, but why not ship direct to your sales organization?
It might be traced back to the real source. This way, only you and I will know how much of the smuggled goods go through your warehouse.
But what do I get for the risk and the use of my name?
A cut on every bottle, every ounce that's sold. And that'll be plenty at our prices.
Okay. When do we start?
I've got a load hidden up the coast a piece. I'll bring some down tonight.
Very good. 1 minute. Come in.
Mr. Van Schmidt?
That's right.
Are you busy?
Well,
That's all right. I was just going. I'll see you tonight, Van Schmidt.
That's right. Tonight you come.
Yes, so long.
Well, now, young man, you wish to speak with me?
Yes, I was in a store when one of your perfume salesmen came in. He offered me some perfume at a reduced price, but I didn't have the money at the time, so I couldn't buy any from him. But I borrowed some money later, and, well, you see, I have a date with my girl, and I thought...
Well, now, how do you know he was one of my salesmen? Besides, we don't sell retail.
Oh.
What makes you think he was one of my salesmen?
Well, one of the brands he carried, I understood, was imported exclusively by you.
Well, I am sorry. You will have to buy it from the stores in the regular way. We do not sell retail. Good day, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, too, sir. My mistake. Good day, sir.
Well, Danny, I see you're in your Blue Beetle chain armor and mask. Where is the Blue Beetle headed for tonight?
The warehouse of Hans Van Schmidt.
You got a clue to the smugglers?
I think so. There was a man talking with Van Schmidt as I entered his office today. He said something about seeing Van Schmidt tonight.
Do you think he is one of the smugglers?
I don't know, but I want to be there when he visits Van Schmidt.
I always thought Van Schmidt was an honest Dutch importer. I buy perfumes from him frequently.
Well, I'm convinced he's mixed up in this somehow. And tonight I hope to solve the mystery.
Oh, by the way, here's an interesting item in the newspaper. Sort of a mystery, too.
And what is it?
This item here, see.
Large whale sighted off Sandy Beach Light. Several fishermen reported seeing a large fish, probably a whale, just at dusk today as they were hauling in their nets. According to their story, the whale seemed to be feeding on garbage thrown overboard from the Southern Star, which was entering a port from its West Indies cruise. Now, that's queer.
What's queer about it?
Whales don't eat garbage or refuse.
That's true.
I've got a hunch that wasn't a whale.
Then what was it?
That's a question the Blue Beetle will answer after tonight. I think the answer to our smuggling question may be in the stomach of that whale.
Is that you, Rankin?
Yes. I got Frenchy and the Viper with me. Open up.
Very good.
I got the stuff here. Okay, Frenchy. You and the Viper unload.
Okay.
Sure, boss.
Look out for that loading net over the door. It's heavy. It'll knock you cold if it falls on you.
All right, boss.
You know why I fixed that up there?
Sure, boss. If somebody comes in, we cut the rope and the net falls on him.
That's right. Keep your eyes peeled.
Sure, boss. We got you.
Where do you want this load put, Van Schmidt?
Well, put it back of those cases there. We sell this stuff in front first.
Okay. Put those cases and glass bottles back there, boys. Don't break any. That's expensive stuff.
Sure.
Okay, boss. Okay.
Come on, Viper. We take the smelly stuff first.
Yeah. We'll need more room soon. I've got another shipment coming in tomorrow on a trawler.
Well, how was you expecting to bring that in?
I don't expect to. Not on the trawler.
Yeah, but you...
I meet her out of sight of land.
But your boat, the Coast Guard may see it going out.
Not this boat. This is something special. The Coast Guard will never get wise to the... Hey, that sounds like...
It's the Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle, and he's going to nip a band of smugglers.
Oh, no, he's not. I'm gonna...
No, don't shoot. The police will come.
They'll come anyhow, Hans Van Schmidt. And they'll put you in jail with these smugglers here.
No. I am a respectable importer. These men here have tempted me with gold. They are bad men.
Stop squawking, Van Schmidt. You're in this as much as we are. Frenchy?
Yes, boss, I know.
Don't move, any of you, or I'll burn you with my magic ray.
All right, Blue Beetle. How much money to keep your mouth shut?
Not a cent. You can't buy the Blue Beetle. As long as there's a crook at liberty, the Blue Beetle
Frenchy?
will...
Good work, Frenchy. Knocked him cold, all right.
Is he dead?
No, not yet.
Well, what are you going to do with him?
Keep your eyes open and you'll see. Hey, Frenchy.
Yes.
Open that door there on the water side.
Okay, boss.
All right, Viper. You and Frenchy, give me a hand here.
Yeah.
We'll drag Mr. Blue Beetle over to the edge and drop him in.
Yeah, but that will be murder.
No. Just exterminating a pest. The Blue Beetle. All right, boys. Over he goes. Now, Mr. Blue Beetle, get out of that if you can.
What a terrible fate for the Blue Beetle. Will he be able to extricate himself from the net before he drowns? Or will the Blue Beetle's crusade against crime end here? These questions will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled The Whale of Pirate's Folly. In the previous episode, Patrolman Dan Garrett, while engaged in running down a gang of perfume smugglers, uncovers a clue which leads him to the waterfront warehouse of a Mr. Hans van Smit, a Dutch importer of perfumes. Also during the episode, he reads in the newspaper that what appeared to be a large whale has been sighted off the coast. The Blue Beetle is convinced that there is some connection between the smugglers and the whale. In an effort to apprehend some of the smugglers, Dan Garrett, as the Blue Beetle, pays a midnight visit to the warehouse of Van Schmidt, where he encounters the head of the smugglers, a man named Rankin, and two thugs named Frenchy and the Viper. As the episode ended, the Blue Beetle was trapped in a net and tossed overboard. As our story opens today, we find the Blue Beetle sticking his head above water for a breath of air.
Ah, that air feels good in my lungs. I don't relish the taste of that water. Lucky one end of this net caught on a spike. Now to burn my way out of this net with my magic ray. And now the Blue Beetle will fly again.
I can't understand, Doc, why Danny hasn't been in. He usually drops in here at night, don't he?
Yes, but he said something about having a date tonight.
Oh, don't tell me he's got a girl, Doc.
Well, he's old enough to have one, isn't he?
He is at that. But somehow, Danny ain't much for the ladies. Now, when I was his age,
Excuse me, Madigan. There's someone out front in the...
Well. If it ain't the Blue Beetle himself.
Well, yes, it does seem to be.
I'm looking for Dan Garrett.
Now, ain't that something? Well, Mr. Blue Beetle, if you'll come down to police headquarters with me, I'll...
Thanks, Madigan, but I'm busy. Some other time, perhaps.
Come on now, and no fooling. It's the law that's speaking.
Put away your gun and handcuffs, Madigan. I've got important news for Garrett. There's a chance for him to catch some smugglers.
Smugglers, is it? And why won't I do?
Can you fly a plane?
Well, I've flown him some, but Danny's better. He's an expert.
All right, then. When you see him, tell him to be cruising around in a plane offshore tomorrow at dusk. Tell him the Blue Beetle says to be on the lookout for a strange trawler off the coast, and also to keep his eyes open for a whale.
You sure gave Madigan the surprise of his life last night, Danny, when you appeared as the Blue Beetle.
Yes, didn't I?
That was fast thinking on your part, saying you were looking for Dan Garrett.
Poor Madigan. He'd love to arrest the Blue Beetle and take him into headquarters.
Yes, he would.
But he's an honest officer of the law, and he's brave.
Hey, hello there, Danny.
Speak of the devil, and he's sure to appear.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Officer Madigan.
Say, Danny, who do you think I was talking to last night?
Some of your departed ancestors, I suppose. Were they complaining of the heat?
It's full of wisecracks you are this day. Well, I wasn't talking to me dear departed ancestors, and it ain't hot where they're sleeping. Lord rest their souls.
Then with whom were you talking, Mike?
With the Blue Beetle.
So you're chumming around with him, are you?
Don't be silly. I'd have pinched him if he hadn't given me a hot tip on a bunch of crooks.
Oh, what did he have to say?
Well, you come along with me and I'll tell you.
Where are we going?
We're going for an aeroplane ride.
And what will we be doing in an aeroplane?
We're going fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah, fishing for whales.
What's that streak in the water down there to the left, Mike?
Well, that must be the whale the Blue Beetle told me about.
Yeah, he's heading for Dead Man's Bay.
Yeah.
Let's follow him. I have a hunch if we capture that whale, we'll Also capture a band of smugglers.
Well, your hunches are usually right, Danny.
Look, he's heading inshore.
Oh, he'll run aground in there.
No, I don't think so. It's pretty deep in that cove of Pirate's Folly.
And what's Pirate's Folly?
The ruins of a castle built years ago by a pirate chief on those cliffs down there.
Well, what do we do now?
You think you can fly this plane back to the field?
Yes, sir.
Well, you take the plane in, Mike, and bring a squad out here.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to bail out with my parachute.
Yes, but you're liable to be killed on them rocks below.
That's a chance I'll have to take, Mike. So long. This is going to be a whale of a job if it turns out the way I think it will. These ruins would make an excellent hideout for smugglers. Natural caves and stone passages. I think I'll chance my flashlight. Well, this is a surprise. A mammoth cave with a lake in the center, under the ruins of Pirate's Folly. This is the smuggler's hideout, all right. Here's cases of bottles and large flagons of perfume piled high against the wall. Those must be barrels of oil and gasoline over there. What a place. Water tastes salty. This lake must have an underground outlet to the sea because there are marks of the tide on the beach there. Uh-oh. There's a ripple on the water. It looks as if old Mr. Whale has come to rest. He's coming to the surface. Just as I suspected, a small submarine with a searchlight on its nose. That's the whale that follows incoming ships and gobbles up whatever's thrown overboard. A very ingenious device for landing contraband cargo. They're opening the conning tower now. Here comes the showdown. I'll just unscrew the cap from this barrel of gasoline in case of an emergency.
Run her aground, McGowan. We won't be needing it till high tide.
Hey, boss, look. It's the Blue Beetle.
It can't be. The Blue Beetle's dead. We drowned him last night.
That's what you think, Rankin. It'll take more than you and your thugs to drown the Blue Beetle.
Piper, the machine gun.
I wouldn't advise using that, Rankin. There's gasoline and oil in these barrels here. If I should upset one of them, this lake of water would become a lake of fire with one blast of my magic ray.
You're bluffing, Blue Beetle. You wouldn't dare. You'd be caught, too.
You forget, Rankin. I'm at the only exit left except the underground tunnel to the sea. Your little submarine is grounded now.
It's 3 against 1, Blue Beetle. You can't win.
Think so? Make one false move and see what happens. The police will be here shortly, and you and your gang of smugglers will be on your way to jail.
Let's give it to him. Take the chance, boss.
I don't like cops, and I don't like the Blue Beetle. I'm shooting.
You asked for it. Here goes. That will teach you not to doubt the word of the Blue Beetle.
What will we do, boss? The fire is coming out to the boat.
Go below. Close the hatch and wait in the submerged part of the submarine until the fire burns out.
Okay.
But first, toss the Viper overboard. He brought this on us.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't toss me overboard. I got the gun, and I'm going to use it. And from now on, I'm running this racket.
What happened then, Danny?
Well, fortunately, the barrel of gasoline I tipped over and set afire burned itself out on the surface of the water without setting the other barrels afire. But it burned long enough to keep the Viper trapped until Manigan and the others arrived. They arrested the Viper and confiscated the cargo of the submarine.
Well, what about Rankin and Frenchy?
Dead. Both shot by the Viper.
And Hans Van Schmidt?
He's in jail.
Well, how did you, as the Blue Beetle, manage to escape Officer Manigan and the other police officers?
I managed to reach the surface and put my police uniform back on over my Blue Beetle costume before they arrived.
Well, it certainly was a thrilling experience.
Yes, it was, Doc. It's also rather tough on Van Schmidt. He was a respectable businessman until he got involved with Rankin.
Yes, it is tough. Oh, excuse me, Danny. Hello? Oh, yes, Manigan. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Oh, Danny, Mike Manigan says the commissioner wants to see you both first thing in the morning.
That's fine.
Maybe you'll have a new assignment for the Blue Beetle.
And so the Blue Beetle chalks up another victory in his crusade against crime. The moral of this story is, evil companions can bring honest men to disaster. Choose your friends and companions wisely. What new adventures await the Blue Beetle in his next campaign against the forces of evil? This question will be answered in the next transcribed episode of the Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
The mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Asylum of Dr. Dreer. Who is Dr. Dreer, and what sort of an asylum does he run? Is he a friend of the unfortunate, or is he a schemer against law and order? As our story opens today, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is entering the little apothecary shop of his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz, the chemist.
Hello, Doc. Cash customer.
Oh, hello, Danny.
What's new?
There's a young lady waiting for you.
Oh, young lady, where?
Back in the laboratory.
Oh, what does she want, and who is she?
Diana Tilson.
Banker Tilson's foster daughter?
Yes.
What's she doing here?
I don't know, Danny. Hadn't you better go back and talk with her? She seems very much disturbed about something.
All right, I'll talk with her. Good evening, Miss Tilson.
Oh, good evening. You're Patrolman Dan Garrett, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come. I've been waiting some time.
What is it you wish to see me about?
Well, my father, rather my foster father, has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes.
You're sure he hasn't gone on town on
I'm
business?
Positive. Here's a note he left for me.
I'm going away for a long rest. Don't worry. Linus will take care of everything. Love, Dad. Oh, this doesn't look as if your father had been kidnapped or met foul play. It's his handwriting, isn't it?
Yes, I think so, but I'm not certain.
Are there any suspicious circumstances mixed up with the disappearance?
Yes, there are.
What are they?
Well, for one thing, Dad's nephew, Linus Weatherby.
Linus Weatherby?
Yes, do you know him?
Only by reputation.
Quite a playboy.
Yes, so I've heard.
Well, he's Dad's nephew and an officer of Dad's bank. Recently, things haven't been going any too well at the bank, and Dad's been worried. Financially, I mean.
I see. Go on.
Linus insists that Dad is acting strangely, and a month or so ago he called in a psychiatrist, Dr. Dreer, to examine Dad.
And what was his opinion?
That Dad needed a rest.
Well, your father's note seems to indicate he has taken Dr. Dreer's advice.
Yes, but here's a strange thing. Dad can't read or write without his glasses. He wears them constantly. He'd be lost without them. Today, I found them in his desk drawer.
When did you last see him?
2 nights ago.
Well, I wouldn't worry. He'll probably send for his glasses in a day or so, and you'll learn his whereabouts.
But there's one thing more.
What is that?
Since Father's disappearance, Linus has become more insistent that I marry him. He acts like someone who has the whip hand of a situation. Oh, he's becoming unbearable.
Well, why don't you go to the commissioner? He'd probably turn the city upside down to locate your father.
But that's just the point. I don't want to do that. If he is all right, he'd resent such interference. Then if he isn't... Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so worried and puzzled.
There, don't cry. I'll do what I can to help you find your dad. You run along home, and I'll phone you in the morning.
Oh, thank you so much. There, that's to show you how much I appreciate your help. Goodbye.
Gosh, I'm glad Mannigan didn't see her kiss me. I'd never hear the last of it.
And where is it we're headed for this morning, Danny?
The booby hatch.
The booby hatch, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Did you reserve a single or a double room?
A single. That'll be big enough for you.
Is that so? And under what name did you register me?
Sherlock Holmes.
And I suppose you're Dr. Watson.
No. Daniel Boone. We're calling upon a Dr. Dreer, who, according to Charlie Storm of the News, runs a private sanitarium for the mentally upset out of Tanglewild.
Oh, you mean he runs an insane asylum?
That's right.
And why are we visiting Dr. Dreer?
We'd like to discover if he has a patient there with the name of Tilson.
The banker?
The same.
Oh. Say, does the commissioner know about this?
No, this is a private mission.
Okay, Danny, I'm with you. Let's go.
Good morning, officers. Something wrong? One of my attendants said you wished to speak with me.
Dr. Dreer.
That's right.
We're not here officially, Dr. Dreer. Miss Tilson, who happens to be a friend of mine, asked me to drive out here and ask if her father was here.
Yes, he's here. Would you like to see him?
Yes, if we might.
Very well. If you'll just come with me, I'll let you talk with him. But not very long. He's very nervous and tired, on the verge of a breakdown. You realize, I'm sure, what times like these can mean to a man in his position.
Quite.
Well, here we are. Two gentlemen to see you, Mr. Tilson.
Come in. Come in. Excuse my not rising. Very tired, you know. Nerve shot.
Well, that's perfectly all right. We just called at the request of your foster daughter. She was worried about you and thought you might be out here.
Oh, dear Diana. Tell her not to worry. I'll be all right in time, I hope. Tell her Linus will take care of everything. He's a good boy. He'll take care of her.
I'll tell her, Mr. Tilson. Just one thing more. Did you write her this note?
Let's see. My glasses are foggy. I see better without them. Yes, I wrote this note. Why?
Oh, she just wondered, that's all. Well, we won't disturb you any longer. I hope you recover your health and strength very quickly, Mr. Tilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks for coming. Tell Diana not to visit me until I'm... Oh, my head,
You'd better leave quickly, gentlemen. He's a very sick man.
So it appears. Goodbye and thanks. Come on, Mike.
Well, what do you think, Danny?
I think it's strange that a man who's supposed to be unable to read or write without his glasses takes them off to read that note. Step on it, Mike. I've got a hunch, and I want to play it quickly. This is some layout. Dr. Dreer certainly does himself proud. There must be some money in psychiatry.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're Sir Lancelot, aren't you?
I'm the Blue Beetle.
Oh, no, you're not. You're Sir Lancelot. I'm King Arthur. I know.
I see. Well, let's pretend I'm Sir Lancelot's brother.
His twin brother.
Yes.
We got twins in here.
Have you?
Yes.
What's their name?
Tilson.
Tilson?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
By the Holy Grail, I swear. I've seen them.
Show me, will you?
On one condition, Sir Lancelot.
What's that?
promise me you'll get me a new round table. They took mine away.
Okay, I promise.
Follow me, but don't make a sound. There's black knights on guard, and Merlin the magician is always snooping around.
Who's Merlin?
The wicked magician who runs this place. Calls himself Dr. Dreer, but he can't fool me. Here, this way. Follow me.
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain time to walk the night, and by the day confined to vast and fast.
Let me but look once more upon my beloved Franz, and I shall die.
Dickory, dark. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one, the mouse ran down.
See, here's one twin. He's the crazy one. They keep him locked up.
Thanks very much, King Arthur.
You're welcome, Sir Lancelot. I'm going now, before the Black Knights come. Don't forget about my round table.
Yeah, what's going on outside my door?
Is that you, Mr. Tilson? The real Mr. Tilson?
Of course it's me. Who are you?
The Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle. I thought they'd get you someday. Always doing crazy stunts.
I'm here to save you.
Who sent you?
Never mind that now. Tell me who put you in here.
Oh, that low-down nephew of mine. He and Dr. Dreer. They must have drugged me.
Just a minute now till I try one of my master keys.
To horse, Sir Lancelot, to horse. The Black Knights are coming. To horse, to horse.
There he is. Come on, Joe. Hey, come on the stairway.
It's the Blue Beetle.
Yes, it's the Blue Beetle. Come on, you mugs, and get nipped.
Sock him with the rubber hose, Joe.
You'll have to get under my guard first. Let's get that gun out of you, Joe.
Hey, push him back to that room there, Joe.
Sorry, but I'm going the other way.
Here, what's going on here?
The Blue Beetle, he was talking to Tilson.
Yeah, shut up. Put on your gas mask and stand aside till I give him a shot of this tear gas.
They've killed Sir Lancelot.
Grab the Blue Beetle, boys.
Sir Lancelot's dead.
Put him in a straitjacket. In the morning, we'll give the Blue Beetle a permanent room without windows.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle in the sanitarium of Dr. Dreer? Will he be able to free himself from the straitjacket and save Banker Tilson? These questions will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the transcribed Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled The Asylum of Dr. Dreer. In the previous episode, Diana Tilson asks Patrolman Dan Garrett to locate her missing foster father, Banker Tilson. he has disappeared, leaving a note addressed to her saying he was going away for a rest. She is suspicious, however, of the actions of Tilson's nephew, Linus Weatherby, and a Dr. Dreer, a psychiatrist, whom Weatherby brought in to examine the banker. Armed with a description of the banker, Dan Garrett and Mike Manigan visit the private sanitarium of Dr. Dreer. They are permitted to interview a man who fits the description of Banker Tilson. He claims he is on the verge of a nervous breakdown and wishes to remain for a long rest. But a suspicious circumstance makes Dan Garrett decide to return later as the Blue Beetle. He finds the real Tilson and is about to release him from a cell when he is discovered by the guards and Dr. Dreer and overcome by tear gas. As the episode ended, he was strapped in a straitjacket and locked up among the more violent inmates. As today's story opens, Diana Tilson's telephone is ringing.
Hello?
Is that Miss Tilson?
Yes?
Have you seen Dan Garrett?
Who is this?
This is Officer Manigan, Danny's pal.
Oh, no, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's strange. I ain't either, not since we got back from Dr. Dreer's insane asylum.
Oh, tell me, did you find my father?
Yes, we did.
Did you show him my note?
Yes, he read it himself.
Oh, did he have his glasses?
Yes, but he...
Hello? Hello? Oh, hello.
What you are?
Oh, hello, Linus. Yes, I was talking to someone about father.
And what did they tell you?
Well, they've seen him out at Dr. Dreer's sanitarium.
Oh. Diana, why don't you marry me and let me take care of you? Someday I'll inherit Uncle's money and you'll be rich.
No, Linus, it's no use. I'll never marry you.
You may change your mind. You're upset now. I think I'll have Dr. Dreer talk with you. Perhaps a little rest at his sanitarium would get your thoughts in the right channel.
Pardon me, sir. Dr. Dreer calling to see you.
Thank you, Wedgwood. Show him into the library. I'll be right down.
Very good, sir.
Before I go, I want to warn you, young lady. If you want to save your father's life, you'd better do as I say. Good night, my dear. You say, Dreer, the Blue Beetle was also out there?
Yes. We caught him talking to your uncle, the real Banker Tilson.
That's bad.
No, we'll take care of the Blue Beetle. Don't worry about him.
What about Olson, the actor who's impersonating Tilson?
I'll take care of him also. And by the way, he'd like to have some more money on account. And so would I.
He'll get it. And you'll get it when I get it.
What about the meeting with the mayor's committee tomorrow?
That's all arranged. You have Olson there, made up as my uncle. He'll verify what I tell the committee.
Very well. But I must be getting back to my sanitarium. It's quite late and...
Stay here tonight. Everything's in order out there, isn't it?
I believe so.
Fine. Then we'll go out and burn up the town. After tomorrow, our worries will be over.
What is it now?
It's the Blue Beetle. I'm going to get you out of here.
Good. I'll pay you well if you make it.
The Blue Beetle doesn't work for money.
You belong here, Blue Beetle. You're really crazy. Where are the guards?
In the other wing, drunk, apparently. Come on, Mr. Tilson. Follow me.
How did you get out of that cell and straitjacket?
Master keys and a special 2X formula that gives me super strength and vitality. I've locked the guards in our quarters. What a headache they're going to have in the morning. Shh. That may be for Dr. Dreer.
Well, what are you going to do?
Wait here until we see if Dr. Dreer's in his office. Wonder where Dreer is.
He's probably in town with that no-good nephew of mine, painting the town red.
I'm going to take a chance and answer that telephone. I'll disguise my voice. Hello? Yeah? Who? Is that Dr. Dreer? Yeah, this is Gus. Yeah, Gus. Sure, everything's under control. Yeah, you stay in town tonight. Okay. Who? Oh, the guy impersonating Tilson. Sure, I'll leave a message for him. I'll tell him to come to town in the morning. The Blue Beetle? Say, Doc, the Blue Beetle and Tilson are just where they ought to be. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
Why, you'd make a good actor, Blue Beetle.
Oh, thanks. Come on, let's get out of here. My car's hidden alongside the road about a mile from here. Think you can make it, Mr. Tilson?
I never felt better in my life. Come on. When I get back to town, we'll put those scoundrels where they belong.
Oh, here comes Weatherby now.
Oh, where's Tilson?
I don't know. He should be here.
Gentlemen, have the mayor arrived?
Well, he couldn't make it. Press of official duties.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will you be seated, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Where's your uncle, Mr. Weatherby? I'll have to ask your indulgence, gentlemen. Uncle Amos is a very sick man. He'll be here in just a moment with his physician, Dr. Greer.
Well, that's too bad.
Why, I didn't know he was ill. In the meantime, we'll get down to business. You gentlemen are a committee appointed by the mayor, I believe, to represent the city in receiving a gift of $1 million from my uncle, to be matched by another $1 million appropriated by the city to build a children's hospital.
Yes, that's right.
Well, gentlemen, it is my sad duty to have to inform you that my uncle is withdrawing his offer.
What's that? Did we hear you right, young man?
You did, gentlemen. My uncle feels that he has too many obligations and too many duties right now. He is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Therefore, he is turning his affairs over to me to manage.
Well, what about your authorizing this gift?
Oh, gentlemen, I agree with Uncle Amos. I do not feel that his financial condition will allow such a gift to be made at present.
But the city has already appropriated its share. The land has been condemned, and the work of demolishing old tenements has been started.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the decision is final.
Well, I demand to see Amos Tilson. Until I hear it from his own lips, I will not believe that he...
Just a moment, gentlemen. Here's Uncle Amos now. He will speak for himself. Wheel the chair over here, please.
Gentlemen, what my nephew has just told you is true. I'm turning my affairs over to a younger man to handle. I want to rest and enjoy life. As soon as my nephew converts my real estate holdings and other possessions into cash, we are going away for a long trip. Heaven speed the day. I am very tired.
Dr. Dreer, my uncle, I'm afraid
He's just fainted. If you'll have the maid get some water, I'll give him a hypodermic.
Gentlemen, I know you'll excuse me, but I must be with my
It's a
uncle.
very pretty scene, but it won't...
Well, who's that?
It looks like... It is Amos Tilson, the real Amos Tilson.
This man is an imposter. I'll call the police.
Imposter, my eye, you young jackanapes. You and that crooked Dr. Dreer thought you could get rid of me and take over my fortune, but your plans didn't work out.
Look there! The other Tilson, he's running for the door.
And Dr. Dreer with him. Stop it!
Look there in the doorway.
Well, who is it?
The Blue Beetle. And I've come to nip 3 crooks. Stand where you are. Dreer, Weatherby, and Olson. Officer Manigan and his assistants will escort you to headquarters. They're on their way here now.
Good work, Blue Beetle. But where's my daughter?
Here I am, Uncle Amos. The Blue Beetle just released me from my room where Linus locked me in.
Well, he'll soon be locked in where even the Blue Beetle can't free him. Gentlemen, tell the mayor my gift to the city still stands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson.
Don't thank me. Thank the Blue Beetle. If it hadn't been for him, there'd be no children's hospital for York City.
Well, Danny, and how did you like your visit to the booby hatch, as Mannigan calls it?
Oh, that's a terrible place.
Well, what will happen to it now that Dr. Dreer's in prison?
Amos Tilson's going to take it over and make a real sanitarium out of it. Put a real psychiatrist at the head of it, install modern conveniences and more humane personnel.
Ah, that's splendid. What about Weatherby?
He's to be disinherited. Tilson's money will go to his foster daughter, Diana.
Well, the Blue Beetle certainly straightened that situation out.
But there's one thing he forgot.
Forgot?
Yes, a promise he made to King Arthur.
King Arthur? Why, who's King Arthur?
One of the unfortunates at the sanitarium.
Where are you going, Danny?
I'm going to buy King Arthur the new round table I promised him.
And so a little private work of Patrolman Dan Garrett as the Blue Beetle brought happiness to many people, as well as justice to a group of dishonest men. The moral of this story is, always find time to help the unfortunate. And whenever you make a promise, keep it. What further adventures await the Blue Beetle in his crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle.
copyrighted Fox feature, appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Jewel Mystery of Channel Island. Channel Island lies about 12 miles off the coast, near the sea lanes of transatlantic shipping. Swept by cool ocean breezes, but difficult of access due to its rocky shores, it is a favorite resort of the wealthy, whose yachts dot the surface of the island's almost completely landlocked harbor. As our story opens today in the office of Police Commissioner Donnelly, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, and Mike Manigan are being assigned to special duty by the Commissioner.
There have been a number of mysterious jewel robberies at the Bon Air Hotel on Channel Island, and we've been called in to work on the case. I've selected you two men because I have confidence in you. You work well together.
Thank you, sir. To whom shall we report out there?
To a Mr. Halstead, the new manager of the Bon Air.
This Mr. Halstead, the new manager, do you know anything about him, Commissioner?
Well, according to the owner of the hotel, who incidentally is a friend of mine, he came to him highly recommended by a hotel owner at Virginia Beach.
The Bon Air's rather exclusive hotel, isn't it?
Yes, it caters to the wealthier class.
Is this the first year jewel robberies have occurred there?
I believe so.
Well, that's significant, if you ask me.
Perhaps. But run down every clue.
We'll do our best, sir.
Yes, I know you will. I feel I'm sending the two best men I have.
Thank you, sir.
Now, any further questions?
Yes, sir. Has any of the loot been recovered?
Well, not so far. An attempt has been made to keep the matter as quiet as possible. But the news has leaked out, and people are already beginning to leave the hotel for other vacation centers.
Well, then we'd better work fast.
That's right. Now, any more questions?
No, sir.
Then you better get going. There are only 2 boats a day. You take the evening boat at 7 o'clock. You'll have to hurry. And remember, I'm depending on you two.
Yes, sir. And thank you, sir.
What are you taking with you, Danny, beside your Blue Beetle chain armor and mask and a change of clothes?
That portable radio locator and several of those tiny radioactive crystals you discovered.
Will that radio locator fit under your arm?
Yes, I've tested it already.
Well, good luck, Danny. I hope you're successful in apprehending the jewel thieves.
Thanks, Doc. That must be Manigan calling for me. I said I'd meet him here.
Well, hello, Doc Franz. Is Sherlock Holmes de Garrett here?
Yes, he's back here, Manigan.
Hello, Detective Manigan. Where's your overnight bag?
Well, my suitcase is out in the car.
Well, if you're ready, Mike, we'll start.
Well, what's in your bag, Danny?
Oh, a few simple necessities. Toothbrush, shaving kit, bathing suit, water wings, rubber boots, pajamas, and winter overcoat.
What? No umbrella?
I only carry that in the tropics. Come on, Mike, let's go. My nostrils crave the smell of salt sea air.
You say Commissioner Donnelly sent you Mr.
Garrett. Patrolman Dan Garrett, Mr. Halstead.
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
My partner, Officer Manigan, is having a look around. I expect him any minute.
I see. Well, I don't know whether you'll be able to discover any more than Groggins has or not. Groggins is our house detective. He was with me at Virginia Beach.
Oh.
I'll have you meet him. Miss Tingley, ask Mr. Groggins to step in, please. What's that? Oh, very well. Send him right in. Your partner, Officer Manigan, is here.
That's fine.
You sent for me?
Oh, yes, Groggins. Come in. This is Officer Garrett from the York City Police Force on special assignment to help us catch the jewel thieves.
Oh, city detective, huh?
Well, not exactly. I'm only a patrolman on special assignment by orders of the commissioner.
Oh, sort of a rookie detective.
Well, I never heard it put just that way, but perhaps you're right.
Come in.
Mr. Halstead?
Yes, come in.
No. Oh, hello, Danny.
Hello, Mike. This is Mr. Halstead, and this is Mr. Groggins, my partner, Officer Manigan.
Oh, hello, Manigan. Another rookie detective?
Won't you sit down, Officer Manigan?
Thanks. What's that crack about rookie detective?
Mr. Groggins has just coined a new title, Mike. Rookie detective.
Oh, I see. Well, then maybe he's already caught the jewel thieves, and we're just wasting our time.
Groggins.
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better get on the job. The guests will be dancing in the ballroom, and you'll have to keep a sharp lookout on the upper floors. Come in. Well?
Pardon me, sir, but Mrs. Thomas would like to have her jewel case from the safe.
Oh, just a minute.
She must be getting dolled up for the dance. She'll come down looking like an old-fashioned glass chandelier.
Here you are, boy. And be sure to get a receipt.
Yes, sir. Just a moment. May I see those jewels?
Certainly. Here, I'll open the case for you.
Boy, there's a fortune in diamonds and pearls there.
Yes. Mrs. Thomas is very wealthy.
Well, this necklace I'm holding must be worth a king's ransom.
It's no wonder jewel thieves like this hotel with people wearing stuff like that.
That, Manigan, is not stuff. It's high-class goods. Here you are, Mr. Halstead. Put these back before they stick to my fingers.
Here you are, boy. Take them up to Mrs. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Now, you'd better go along, Goggins, just to make sure the jewels reach their proper destination.
Okay, I'll take care of them. Well, I'll see you fellas around.
Sure thing. We'll be around till the jewel thieves are caught.
By the way, Mr. Halstead, what's outside those windows?
Water. The sea comes right up to the cliff. It's a sheer drop to the water below.
Deep enough for a boat to navigate?
Why, yes. What are you driving at?
Nothing. I'm just wondering how the stolen goods could have reached the mainland. I understand everybody using a regular ferry was searched before going aboard after the previous robberies.
That's right. I wasn't aware, though, that any of the stolen jewelry had been found.
I see. Well, good night, Mr. Halstead. If Manigan and I see any suspicious characters about, we'll let you know.
Do that. I will be extremely grateful. After all, these robberies reflect on me.
Yes, they do, Mr. Halstead. Good night.
That's Mrs. Thomas.
Another robbery. That's the third this week.
I'm leaving this hotel first thing in the morning.
This is the last straw. I'm cured of this place.
Help! I've been robbed. Where's Mr. Halstead? I've been robbed.
Hey, well, what's the trouble, lady?
My jewels have been stolen. Every jewel I own.
Well, now, here's Mr. Halstead.
Oh, Mrs. Thomas, come into my office, please. This is terrible, but we'll find them. We'll catch the thieves. Right in here, please.
Oh, thank you.
Saunders.
Yes, sir?
Tell the musicians to continue the dance music just as if nothing had happened.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mrs. Thomas, just sit down here and tell us all about it. Officer Manigan here is from the York City Police. He's here to help us, too.
That's right.
Now, where's Officer Garrett?
Well, he said he was going for a walk.
Fine time to take a walk.
Oh, Danny ain't wasting his time. You can be sure of that.
Hey, what's wrong, Mr. Halstead?
Another robbery. Mrs. Thomas here.
Well, I'll be.
Now, just calm yourself, Mrs. Thomas, and tell us all about it.
All right. After I left the ballroom about 15 minutes ago, I retired to my room. I removed my pearl necklace and put it with my other jewels. I undressed and went into the bathroom to take my shower before retiring. When I came back into the room, my jewel case was gone.
This looks to me like an inside job. The Blue Beetle.
Yes, the Blue Beetle. Did someone lose this jewel case? Hey, it's that crook you read about in the papers. He's the jewel thief.
Oh, but this jewel case is empty.
Blue Beetle? I'm going to arrest you on suspicion of robbery.
Can you prove it?
No, but I'll take a chance, just on general principles.
Put up your hands, Blue Beetle.
Put up your gun, Groggins. Bullets can't penetrate that blue chain armor. Besides, you might hit Mrs. Thomas there.
Oh.
Here, I'll just slap these handcuffs on him, and Danny and I'll take him back to the mainland in the morning.
But my jewels. Where are my jewels?
Your jewels are in this room, madam.
In this room?
What?
So you have got them, Blue Beetle?
No, but one of you 4 people has them on his person.
That's a lie.
Why, you cheap masquerading crook, I'll...
The fire gone.
See where it is, Goggins, and call the fire department. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay, Chief. But don't let the Blue Beetle get away. He's the jewel thief.
Well, gentlemen, the Blue Beetle has found out what he wanted to know. I'm leaving you now.
Watch out, Mennigan. Guard the door.
Sorry, gentlemen, but I'm not going that way.
Oh, look! Stop him! Why, he's going to...
Well, I'll be. He jumped out of the window.
It's a 100-foot drop to the water below. That's the end of the Blue Beetle.
But I still haven't got my jewels.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle? Who has the stolen jewels? How did the Blue Beetle know the jewels were in Halstead's office? These questions will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's transcribed episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of a story entitled The Jewel Mystery of Channel Island. Several jewel robberies have occurred at the exclusive Bonaire Hotel on Channel Island. So far, neither the robbers nor the jewels have been found. Officer Manigan and Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, have been assigned to the case. Shortly after their arrival at the hotel, a Mrs. Thomas, one of the guests, reports the theft of her jewel case containing a fortune in gems. While Mrs. Thomas, Mike Manigan, Groggins, the house detective, and Mr. Halstead, the hotel manager, are discussing the theft, the Blue Beetle appears and announces that the jewels are in that very room. As our story ended, the fire gong in the hotel was ringing. Groggins had dashed out of the room, and the Blue Beetle dived headfirst through the window into the sea 100 feet below. As our story opens today, a heavy thunderstorm is gradually diminishing. A short distance from the Bonaire Hotel, a figure emerges from the water.
Whew, that was a high dive. Yeah, lucky I learned to dive and swim well at college. Phew. I wonder what Groggins thought when he found out the fire gong was a false alarm. I wanted to separate him and Halstead to discover which had the jewels. Now I know. Now to get back to the hotel without being seen and rejoin Manigan in my true character of Dan Garrett. Poor Mike. He let the Blue Beetle slip through his fingers again.
Oh, hello, Danny.
Hello, Mike. Eating again?
Say, where have you been?
Down by the waterfront.
I was looking for you. We've had a bit of excitement while you were gone.
Is that so?
Is that so? We've had a robbery, a false fire alarm, and I almost captured the Blue Beetle.
Again?
Yeah, but he slipped out of me fingers and dived to his death, the poor devil, out of Halstead's office window. Right through the window pane he dived.
Huh.
Say, sit down, and I'll have the waiter bring you an order of this chicken.
Oh, that isn't chicken, Mike. That's squab.
Squab, is it? I thought it was a baby chicken.
Oh, that's a young pigeon.
Pigeon? Oh, that's what all them pigeons is for, out back.
Did you say pigeons out back?
Sure, a big roost full of them. Say, do you know something, Danny?
What, Mike?
I've got me suspicions of Halstead.
The manager of this hotel?
Sure. I've been putting 2 and 2 together.
And what's the answer?
Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach?
Yeah. He came here from a hotel at Virginia Beach.
That's right.
Recommended by the owner of the hotel he used to manage.
Right again.
Well, now, if he could scare people away from this hotel and drop a hint or two about the beauties of Virginia Beach, he might be able to drum up a little trade for his old boss.
Good reasoning, Mike. But what about the stolen jewels?
Oh, he could hide them a while and later return them to the owners. Anonymously.
Anonymously.
Yeah, that's it.
You may be right, Mike. Well, good night. I'll see you in the morning.
You going to bed?
I've got some figuring to do.
Figuring?
Yep. I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and see what I get. My radio locator indicates the pearls are not far away. The closer I get to the dovecote, the stronger the signal I get. What's that? Someone coming out of the dovecote, and 12, 14, 15, 16, 20 pigeons whirling up into the sky. Now they're heading for the mainland. The radio locator signal is fading. I was right. Those pigeons are carrying the stolen jewels to a hideout on the mainland, and that figure stealing away is...
Good evening, stranger. Beautiful moonlight night after the storm.
Yes, it is. Say, can you row a boat?
I reckon I can. Been pulling an oar nigh on to 60 years.
Row me out to that seaplane in a hurry. I'll give you $5.
Been to a masquerade party at the hotel?
Masquerade?
I see you got on a blue suit and a mask. I kind of thought maybe...
Don't think, man, act. Got to get out that seaplane in a hurry.
Oh, that's Cyrus Worthington's plane.
I don't care whose plane it is. I'm going to borrow it.
Say, if you're drunk, mister, it's joyriding. And if you're sober, it's thievery. I wouldn't do it if I was you, mister. You see, I'm the sheriff.
Well, if you can row faster than I can swim, come and get me. I must be taking the right direction. My radio locator's giving a stronger signal. Lucky I got a chance to handle the Thomas necklace yesterday when Halstead got it out of the safe for Mrs. Thomas. Those radioactive crystals I inserted inside the pearls leave a perfect trail. There are the pigeons silhouetted against the sky. They're spiraling down to those woods. Now they've disappeared. I'll have to put this plane down in that cove there and trail the pigeons by daylight. By that time, the thief may have arrived to claim the jewels.
Hello?
Hello, Doc. This is Danny.
Oh, hello, Danny. Hello. Where are you?
In a seaplane along the coast somewhere.
I'm in the Blue Beetle costume, and I'm talking to you over the Blue Beetle portable wireless telephone.
Are you all right?
Sure. I found the jewels, and I'm waiting for the thief to turn up in the morning.
Oh, where's Manigan?
Still on the island. Now, look. I want you to wire him from me, as Dan Garrett, to Shadow Brogan. Got that?
Yes, I've got it.
I've got to make Manigan believe I returned to the mainland to follow clues. Understand?
Perfectly, Danny.
Okay, Doc. If this case works out the way I think it will, you and I are going to celebrate with a big mess of squab.
Hey, where's your partner this morning, Manigan?
Oh, he went ashore last night.
Walked out on you, huh?
Oh, not Danny. He's working on a clue.
How did he get to the mainland? Swim? Ain't no boats running.
Danny has ways of getting around. He's a smart lad, that one.
Say, maybe you two ain't cops. Maybe you two are the jewel thieves.
And maybe your grandmother was queen of the Eskimos.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going ashore.
What for?
Why, there's some equipment I want to get.
I'll go with you.
No, you better stay here on guard.
Danny wired me to meet him on the mainland.
Oh, well, okay. Come on, then. We can just make the boat. I've got a hunch we're on the right track.
Me boy, you've said a mouthful.
The chief ought to be here soon.
Yeah.
He sure made a haul this time.
Ought to bring $100,000.
No, not from a fence.
We don't need a fence to sell them pearls and diamonds. They ain't mounted or strung on a necklace. You can sell them individual.
Quiet. Somebody's coming.
Hey, Bugsy.
Yeah, it's okay, boss.
How many pigeons arrived?
22.
Good. Did you take the little silk bags off their legs?
Sure, boss, sure. They're all here. And the jewels, too.
Well, I buried the settings back of the dovecote. Let me have the jewels, and we'll scram out of here.
Where are we going, boss?
Rio. We're all going to have a long vacation.
But not in Rio.
The Blue Beetle, nephew?
Yes, the Blue Beetle.
Halstead said he was.
Halstead was wrong. As long as there are crooks to be caught, the Blue Beetle will never die.
Oh, no? We'll see if he can stand up against this.
Never phased him.
Now, Grogan, see if you can stand up against this. And this.
Now, grab him, boys. Hit him on the head with
Come on, Bugsy, let's scram out of here. I ain't fighting with those ghost signs.
All right, boys. Raise your hands for the teacher.
The cop.
Hello, Officer Manigan. Just in time to arrest the jewel thieves of Channel Island.
Well, I'll be. If it ain't the Blue Beetle or his ghost. Well, get your hands up and I'll slip the handcuffs on them.
Sorry, Manigan, but you can't handcuff a ghost. Besides, the Blue Beetle has other work to do. So long, Manigan. I'll be haunting you.
And so Dan Garrett, as the Blue Beetle, exposed a clever scheme and rounded up a gang of crooks, but let his partner Manigan get credit for the job. The moral of this story is, be ever on the alert. Think things through. And when success comes, let your friends share it with you. What new adventures await the Blue Beetle in his crusade against crime? What new problems will he have to solve? These questions will be answered in the next transcribed episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle.
The OTRR Group is a community of enthusiastic fans
avid listeners, and strong supporters of old-time radio. The group's goals include restoring, preserving, and sharing the classic shows from what is commonly known as the Golden Age of Radio, 1930 to 1960. The OTRR Group, comprised of a diverse worldwide group of volunteers, has undertaken many ongoing projects and continues to work hard to preserve our wonderful radio heritage. Visit www.otrr.org for more information.
Looking to conquer the world of WordPress? Whether you're just starting or a seasoned pro, we've got you covered. At g3pl.com, we're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Our personalized training will take your skills to the next level. Learn to build stunning websites, optimize performance, and enhance security. But wait, there's more. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. And here's the best part, it's all tailored to your needs and goals. Don't settle for cookie-cutter solutions. Get the support you deserve with g3pl.com. Join countless satisfied clients who have supercharged their websites with our help. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at wp@g3pl.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. g3pl.com. Your WordPress success starts here.